to the issues. You're plugged to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That the why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resiliency no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
VOP TV. Now.
TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice.
Morocco is say will last for the night, but Senegal comes in the morning. That's exactly how the AFCON 2025 was wrapped up right there in Rabat, Morocco, where Senegal actually got their second major title and cemented Sadio Mane's legacy as arguably one of the best forwards or players in Africa. Of course, it's gone multiple titles right now in Africa. It's a feat. A lot of players, including the likes of JJ Okocha, Nwankwo Kanu, and of course other huge legends of African football. DJ Drogba, Yaya Toure are actually aspiring to get, but unfortunately they couldn't. On that note, I welcome you to this very awesome episode of Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. AFCON final. Yes, the drama continues to unfold after that very, intense moments that we saw in the pitch right there where the team, Senegalese coach actually asked his team, I'm talking about the person of Papetel, actually asked his team to actually leave the pitch because of, what he deemed unfair. And recall that Sadio Mane actually, called the boys back. But away from all of that, the big issue right now is the fact that CAF officially has suspended the manager and the Senegalese FA standing right behind him. The big question we should be asking ourselves is, Tanzania complained, Nigeria complained, Cameroon complained, the FECAFOOT president Samuel Eto'o was sanctioned 4 games away from AFCON and $20,000. Now, the coach of Senegal took the gold and also took a hit from CAF. How can a team actually play all through the tournament without getting a yellow card? We can definitely sit down and ask ourselves these big questions as the conversation unfolds. Welcome once again to Sport Republic on this particular episode. And let's look at exactly what really happened as Senegal actually clinched a 1-0 victory against Morocco in an extraordinary African Cup of Nations final. But the match was marred by controversy as Senegal, like I said earlier on, walked up the pitch after a stoppage time penalty was awarded against them. The incident actually sparked criticism from Senegal's coach, Papetel, who actually prompted his players to leave following what he felt was an unfair call. Morocco's coach, Walid Regragui, actually expressed his dismay over the incident, labeling it shameful. If you ask me what exactly is shameful, is it the fact that, they actually had to pull out or stand their ground after loads of antics aside the fact that referee was actually doing what we really do not understand in the world of football, or the fact that CAF eventually had to sanction the manager and, suspend him? We'll be asking ourselves these questions and be, looking at all of this conversation as this particular episode unfolds. My guest will definitely join us. I'm looking forward to actually bringing Abiodun Akpino when he eventually comes on board, and definitely going to help us break the conversation. Good morning, Abiodun. Yes, I heard that you are very much with us right now. And welcome to this Sporty Tuesday on Sport Republic. Good morning once again. And tell us exactly how, this particular championship has really shaped African football. I'm talking about Morocco 2025.
Good morning to you, Johnson, and to the listeners also. Well, it's been a great, footballing stories around the world after the conclusion of the UEFA Champions, the conclusion of the African Cup of Nations, the Champions League start. So football never sleeps. So the drama continues, the action continues. We are all excited to look forward to what the world of football gets to offer. But talking about the African Cup of Nations, it's done and dusted now. We are back to status quo. Like I said, the Champions League is back. But then the AFCON is finally done. The drama, the reaction never stops. So if you go to the social media right now, people are still talking about the unsportsmanlike attitude of the Moroccan fans. Videos are still circulating. People are still reacting to all of that. So it shows we still have a whole lot of topic to talk about, to address. And there's a lot to actually look forward to. And I'm looking forward to what CAF will be doing concerning all of this shenanigans that happened in Morocco. Of course, they hosted the African Cup of Nations. They've invested a whole lot into their football, their sports generally. You look at the under-20, the under-17, the women's football, they are doing really well. Their infrastructure, out of this world. All of that are very commendable, but then you don't necessarily have to, win if you host a major tournament. Of course, everybody will want to win if you are investing a whole lot of money in such a competition. But if you look at Morocco, their attitude towards the fans, towards other opponents that came to the tournament also, is a cool as well. But then, let's get into all of that on the show this minute.
So Biodun, you actually said something about, CAF. Now, let me tell you the latest from CAF right now. The incident that prompted the coach, I'm talking about Senegalese coach, Berates, to actually act his words or his team to actually leave the pitch is actually very much under scrutiny at this point because the manager has actually been sanctioned. He has been suspended from, CAF-related activities. And now, of course, you recall that after that particular incident, the coach of Morocco actually, was speaking to the press and he said that, that incident was actually a shame to African football. Let's put this, two incidents side by side. A lot of persons have actually come on the defense of the coach of Senegal, saying that, hey, that was him actually standing up. Someone had to, at some point, stand up against, the antics of the Moroccans. Other persons are actually saying, no matter what, you have to just, find a way to finish the game. Let's look at this. Which of it is it for you? And of course, is it right for CAF to actually suspend him based on that particular incident?
Absolutely. I think it is right for CAF to suspend, Berates. Senegal has been very phenomenal right from the blast of the tournament. And they are also seen as one of the favorites to win the AFCON. In the end, they got to the final. And if you look at, what has been happening right from the group stages, if you remember, a certain Benator actually came out to say, see, we need to look at all of these, bad officiations from some of the referees. People are not really talking about it. It felt like there was nothing serious about the officiating. And at that point, nobody was talking about it. But Benator was the first person, to came out to the media and said to them, like, see, you guys need to pay attention to the officiating of war.
It's so sad that, network is actually trying to, or rather, network is actually, giving, Abiodun a very hard time to actually connect with us.
Morocco and Cameroon, was marked with a whole lot of controversy. The penalty of a champion by the Bueno, a lot. But people felt like, okay, because Cameroon felt like, we don't want to pass out of the tournament. That was why they were talking and all of that. But it got to Nigeria home. You remember the game against Nigeria also, it will not happen in that game. But I want to believe the Senegalese side must have, take one or two lessons from all of those matches and the felt like, okay, we are not going to sit back and let the Moroccans, do us as they like. So I understand where they were coming from. Looking back at what has happened prior to that day, and you really want to also win, you want to do everything possible to also win. But then, I think it was uncalled for. It is really unprofessional for the Senegal coach to tell his boys to leave the pitch and all of that. Of course, you are outdone by the fact that, your goal was disallowed. Fine, you can protest, you can talk, you can say whatever you want to say, but then not to the level of telling your boys to leave the pitch. And I love the fact that, Sadio Mane stood his ground, haven't talked to a legend of the country, Elijah Dion, and the former manager also, Claude Leroy also, he spoke to this great personnel, the personality, and they told him, see, you guys need to continue. And thankfully, Brian Diaz took the penalty and eventually did. So I think it was spot on for CAF to actually suspend Berates. But then, if you look at, the build-up to all of this shenanigans also, I think CAF also failed to do their own assignment. They should have cautioned the Moroccans, we know they are the host nation, they want to win, they've invested a whole lot in the African Cup of Nations, but then that doesn't mean you should treat your visitors in a bad manner. And I think that is not good enough for the whole of Morocco, the France, and whatever they put together. The AFCON was really fantastic. I enjoyed the football. I enjoyed the scenery, the stadiums. They were all fantastic. But then they messed it up into all of these shenanigans that happened in some of the games that involved Morocco, and that wasn't good enough for their football.
Abiodun, you said you enjoyed the game. I mean, thankfully, Sadio Mane's leadership actually paid off. But let's look at this particular championship and that of the ones the Ivorians hosted 2 years ago, and let's just oppose this two championship. Which is the best for you? Take away the officiating. We know the officiating in this particular championship is so terrible. Let's look at the both tournament in terms of standard and how the tournaments were executed. Which of it actually top it for you?
Well, in all fairness, I think I'm going to pick the AFCON 2025 hosted by Morocco. Bar the bad officiating. You look at the stadium. You look at the top. You just have to look at the streets, the way the fans came out in their numbers, to welcome and support other countries. Also was really great for me. It was phenomenal compared to what we had in Côte d'Ivoire. I was talking to a senior colleague that was at the last AFCON in Côte d'Ivoire, and I was saying, see, whatever Morocco put together to host this AFCON, really worth it. It was out of this world class stadium and all of that. So if you consider all of that, we definitely have to give it to them. And no disrespect to whatever Côte d'Ivoire put together to host the African Cup of Nations, but it doesn't come close to whatever Morocco have put together to actually host this African Cup of Nations. So, like I said earlier, bar all of the shenanigans that surround officiating and all of that, I think it was a fantastic tournament, and I want to believe the other African countries also should take a cue from whatever Morocco have done so far. You look at their under 20, under 17, virtually all of their national teams are doing well, and that is the dividends of football. You want to see your football grow, you want to see your sport grow, and if you want the dividends also, you have to also invest in all of this. So I appreciate the fact that they are currently doing all of that, but then you don't necessarily have to host to win. Of course, you want to win, but then the way and manner Moroccans, handle all of this wasn't really good for them. And I love the fact that they put together a fantastic African Cup of Nations.
So away from the whole African Cup of Nations conversation, yes, the aftermath of it is here. Of course, teams continue to move up, rankings and ladders of FIFA when it comes to, the best nations when it comes to football. And according to the latest FIFA rankings released on Monday, Nigeria Super Eagles have climbed to the 26th position in the latest rankings. And this improvement comes after the impressive performance at the recently concluded 2025 African Cup of Nations, where they secured third place. Previously ranked 38th, the Super Eagles of Nigeria are now the third best team in Africa, and the three-time African champions now sit in third place, of course, following, Morocco and Senegal, the two teams that actually played in the final. And we also get to hear from, other rankings as well across the world. Spain now very much, the number one team in the world, followed by, the world champion Argentina. And Coach Eric Chell has expressed, confidence in his teams following the AFCONs and saying that he definitely will lead Super Eagles to glory in 2027. And the top 5 teams in Africa are rounded up, by the Desert Fox of Algeria, first of Egypt, and, the Malians. But then let's look at, what exactly the Super Eagles have done in the just concluded AFCON. We went to that particular AFCON, 6 wins and 1 loss, and there's actually no draw, lots of goals, and there's actually none of our matches except the semi-final against Morocco and, of course, the third place games against the first of Egypt that the Super Eagles failed to actually, find the net. In the finals, Nigeria actually scored, but it was disallowed. I don't know how to go. But now let's talk about, Eric Chell's tactics, because a lot of conversations that have been around him, a lot of countries are actually, courting him to become, their next manager. Do you really think, based on the performance of this particular team in this just concluded AFCON, this team has what it takes to go all the way in 2027? Because last AFCON, we came very close. We got to the finals, we lost to the host nation, and now we lost again to the host nation in the semi-finals. What stops us from actually not losing to the host nation, in 2027 if we meet them in any of the knockout stage of the tournament that we hosted in East Africa?
Yeah. Well, let me start by saying, big congratulations to Shell. This was the manager when he got the job of the Super Eagles. Nigerians were asking, where is this from? He's a Malian manager who we don't know nothing about, and Nigerians reacted in a negative way. Only few people actually gave him, the benefit of that to actually do for the Super Eagles. And if you look at what this man has done since he got the job of the Super Eagles, you definitely have to support whatever he wants to do right now in terms of how he wants to set up his team, how he wants his team to play, and all of that. And we saw all of this at the African Cup of Nations. It shows this man is a progressive manager that wants to see the Super Eagles of Nigeria really work out. And if you look at the kind of players who've got in the national team also, these are, big players who are playing for big clubs in Europe. Some of them are playing in the Champions League. Some of them are playing in English Premier League, in the Spanish La Liga. So, Shell is really happy to work with these boys. These are guys who are doing well for themselves in Europe, and you don't want to mess up with the biggest football brand on the continent of Africa. So, for Shell, he's done a fantastic job in just a year of becoming the manager of the Super Eagles. Well, we finished third at the African Cup of Nations. Of course, we want to win. We want to win the AFCON. But whatever happened against Morocco, that has been put behind them, and I want to believe they focus on the next assignment, which is to qualify for the next AFCON, and of course to go all the way and probably go on to win it. So with this current squad, and I want to believe Shell is giving the level playing ground, the opportunity to actually walk his way through, putting some of the major things that needed to be done for him to have a fantastic tournament. I think we go on to win that outcome. But right now, I think the NFF need to, have a one-on-one talk with the manager, let him know what they want to do, and of course, we expect a whole lot from the manager also. So I'm really satisfied with whatever Shell has done so far. He's done a fantastic job with the national team. Before he got the job, it was Joseph Pesero, Philippe George, and these guys failed to qualify for the World Cup. He was also in charge of the Super Eagles of Nigeria and in some of our games also, and we failed to qualify for the World Cup. But then, I haven't put all of that behind us. We got to the African Cup of Nations, we dispatched our opponents, and we got to the semi-final. So it shows that this man knows his job. He has what it takes to take the Super Eagles of Nigeria to the next level. So I'm really happy with the fact that Super Eagles are doing well. And you can see, you look at the latest ranking right now. Nigeria, prior to the AFCON, we are ranked 38, and right now we are 26th in the world. So it shows there's progress. It shows there's a future for the Super Eagles. So I'm really happy for the manager, and of course for the guys also talking about the main protagonist, the players. I'm really happy for them also. Of course, we wanted them to win the AFCON, but unfortunately that couldn't happen. But then we have to celebrate whatever they've done, whatever they have achieved so far in this tournament. So going forward, I want to see more progression from the national team and of course of the manager himself.
So looking at the way the Super Eagles actually performed in last AFCON, in fact, former Super Eagles international Garba Lawa has actually come out to say every team is actually intimidated by Super Eagles attacking threat, while he was actually hailing Eric Chell's, attacking philosophy. But let's look at the team in total, right? How the team actually did perform in just completed AFCON. Which area do you really think the team really needs to work on?
Well, looking at the area Shell needs to work on, I think I will center around the midfield, because if you go back to our game against Morocco in the semi-final, with Wilfred, the captain of the team, missing in that game, his absence was keenly felt in that game. He missed Wilfred Ndidi in that game. And if you look at the age of Wilfred Ndidi, he's not getting any younger. So it now boils down to the manager to look at the players he's not in the national team right now. Of course, Wilfred Ndidi is not going to be in the national team for forever. So you need to start preparing for the next player that will take that position. And that, you have to really work hard to look for that player that will be in the same position to deliver, just like Wilfred Ndidi has delivered over the years of the Super Eagles. So, and that comes to Rafael Onyedika. We saw him against Morocco, but then he wasn't up to standard. He didn't deliver what a certain Wilfred Ndidi would have, bring to the table as far as, how he dictates the play and all of that is concerned. So for me, going forward, Erichel needs to look at that position. Like I said, Wilfred Ndidi is not going to be in the national team forever. So you need to start thinking who is going to be the perfect replacement for this guy if he decides to, retire from the national team this moment. So I think for me, in my opinion, I think a Rafael Onyedika would do that job perfectly. But then a young man needs someone that can actually play beside him. And if you look at the Frank Onyeka also, he's also not getting any younger. So there's a whole lot of work on the table of Erichel right now. So for me, I think it's the midfield generally right now. If you look at our defense, we've been solid despite missing some of our key players. Build up to the AFCON, Benjamin Frederick was injured. Isfaten Olaimo was also injured. Also, these are key players that couldn't make it to the AFCON Cup of Nations, and our guys in the defense, delivered a top-notch performance. So it shows that the manager can actually, maneuver its way to deliver when some of these, top players are not available. So as far as our defense is concerned, I'm not feeling about that because we know we've got quality. But in our midfield, that is where the problem lies. We need to start looking forward to a major replacement for Frank Onyeka and of course, Wilfred Ndidi, the captain of the team. He will not be around forever. Frank Onyeka will not be around forever. So you need to start looking towards other players also. You need to start scouting. That is the job of the manager. You need to be very proactive. You need to start thinking about, okay, who is going to be my next big star that will go on to do well for me in this position. So I think that is, the area I want Erichel to improve. Our attacking third are fantastic. Ademola Lookman, Victor Osimhen, Aku Adam. These guys are doing really well for themselves. And we have backups also. There's Chijera, UK. There's a whole lot of backup for our attacking third when some of these guys are not available, maybe due to injury and all of that. I think we are fully sorted in all of those areas. But if you talk about our midfield, I think that is where the problem lies for us. And I think Erichel needs to be proactive in terms of making sure you protect.
I want to believe that Erichel is actually listening and watching this show at this moment. But away from Erichel and of course what happened at Morocco, let's move straight to England and this time to the red side of Manchester where they win back. Patrick Dogu has praised new manager Michael Carrick for instilling a fresh mentality among the players since his arrival at Old Trafford. Carrick took over from Ruben Amorim and Marcus Nigeria, debuted with an impressive 2-0 victory in the derby against City on Saturday. In an interview with the club website, according to the match, Dogu remarked on the positive impact that Carrick has had on the team. He said, and I quote, We've got a new coach and it's been really beneficial for us. Our training sessions have been great and there's this positive atmosphere amongst the player. And of course, Dogu also noted that the team's approach was evident from the start of the match. And exactly, we all saw that game, how it actually unfolded. Manchester United didn't just actually win that game. They actually came all out. They played like a team, like a proper champion. And I mean, if they can actually play like that, the way they played against Manchester City, I want to believe that everyone will be expecting United to actually return to where they really, belong in Europe amongst the elites of football club. But what we actually saw against City right there, in that particular game, tell me for real, is it that Manchester United it's actually on a trajectory to actually come back as an elite club? Or is it just, one of those honeymoon effects that you usually get around new managers? Are you there? So basically, right? I mean, the whole game we actually saw against, Manchester United and Manchester City was actually huge. A lot of persons weren't even really expecting, the coach to actually put up huge surprise like that. And Kobe Mino was, at some points, a lot of persons were actually questioning, why Ruben Amorim actually left him cold in the team. So I was asking you, Abiodun, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so I'm asking you, the Manchester derby that we saw over the weekend, is it just for the coach? Is it just a honeymoon effect, or is it a case of, he's actually got the right mojo to actually take United back to, the elite status when it comes to European football?
Well, I wouldn't want to say it's just a flash in the pan for Manchester United, because if you look at the history in the short time when Carrick came into the position of being an interim manager for Manchester United, I think it did well. He won some couple of games in the Champions League, defeated the likes of Emery, and some couple of top managers also when he first came in as an interim manager for Manchester United before he was later relieved of his job. So if you look at all of that, it shows he's a manager that knows what he wants to do. And right now he's back with Manchester United. I think one thing that is going to work for Michael Carrick and a whole lot of Manchester United who are listening to me right now should take note. This man is ready to play the Manchester United way. And what do I mean by the Manchester United way? If you look at the former manager, Unannounced, Amorim, he's a kind of manager that is very stubborn. He doesn't listen to the advice of the hierarchy, because at some point there were rumors that, he was asked to switch back to the core defense and all of that. But he told them point blank that I'm not going to change my style of play.
But Biodun, sorry,
I want to play.
Sorry for cutting you right there. I mean, every manager should come with their own philosophy. If you win or you lose, it should be on you. If he decides to actually play the club way and they still lose, it's still going to be on him as the manager. So he was actually doing so well with Sporting Lisbon. That's why United actually brought him, right? I mean, if he weren't doing well at Sporting, nobody would look at him. He did that job there, and that's exactly why United cutted him. So I don't think it's fair for the hierarchy to actually dictate how he should play. I don't know.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But then, when A is not working, sometimes you have to, try B. Try B and see what comes out of, the B the people are asking you to try. So it doesn't cost anything for you to try an option B. But then, now it's gone. Michael Carrick is back in charge of the team. And if you look at the starting lineup against Manchester City, you could tell that this man really wants to win that game. He packed up the midfield. He brought in Kobe Mino, who has been struggling under the same Ruben Amorim. So he brought back Harry Maguire. And if you look at under a certain Ruben Amorim, he fancied the likes of Benizoro and Matches Elite. So he boils down to the style of play, just like he said once again. And I think that is where, Michael Carrick needs it for me. He's a manager that is going to change the fortune of Manchester United because he's ready to play the Manchester United way. And if you go back to the days of Starlet, he's a manager that loves to play, he likes to bombard the midfield. And you look at the Postos of this world, the Mitsubishi of this world, the character of this world. These are guys that are top midfielders. And I think that was what Michael Carrick brought him into that game against Manchester City. Look at Manchester City. They were clueless in that game. And Manchester United kept knocking on the door until they got to those 2 goals. So it shows he's a manager that was demanding a whole lot from his players, and the players are also ready to play for him. And you could see in their, in their action, in their countenance in that game. And you look at the picture that went viral after that game between him and Firmino. So he's ready to give the young guys, another opportunity also to showcase what they've got for the club. So I think right now Manchester United should enjoy all of the goodies that is coming their way right now. Michael Carrick is definitely going to improve the results of the club. He's going to improve the energy, the momentum. But then he's still an interim manager. We are not sure if he's going to take the job on a permanent basis. But for me, I think frankly, I'm loving what he's doing. And let's talk for him in the big game against Arsenal. Should he go on to win that game? Trust me, the fans will be fully behind him, to take that job on a permanent basis. But then Manchester United, like I said earlier, they need to take it a game at a time. If they go on to win their game against Arsenal, then the fans will definitely be looking forward to more good results from their current manager.
Still talking about Arsenal, yes, and the Gunners actually failed to capitalize on Manchester City's woeful performance against Manchester United by not winning that particular game against Nottingham Forest. That would have actually left them 9 points, clear of the summit. And I mean, it could have actually just, called the league at that point. But yeah, still very much for me, from where I stand right now, I think it's still very much within reach for Manchester City. And as Manchester City continue to actually have defensive crisis issues, which they seem to have found a way to actually solve a part of it by actually bringing on, Mark Gray, from Crystal Palace, as announced yesterday, an initial fee of £20 million. And of course, the deal also includes a sell-on clause. Gaze has signed a 5.5-year contract that will keep him at the Etihad until 2030. The move comes in response to an injury crisis to centre-back Ruben Diaz and Josko Gvardiol. And of course, you also know that John Stones is really still very much struggling, leaving Nathan Ake and the young Alain as the most senior centre-back that's active for Manchester City at the moment. And the former Palace captain was out of contract at the end of the season and had nearly joined Liverpool for £35 million on deadline day last summer, expressing his excitement about joining Manchester City. And Gay stated, "I'm really happy and incredibly proud to be a Manchester player. Manchester City player, I beg your pardon. This move feels like a culmination of a hard work I've put into my career. I'm now at the best club in England and part of an unbelievable squad of players." Now we're actually looking at Manchester City reinforcing. 800 million euros has been spent so far, from last season up to this particular season. Guardiola keep rebuilding his squad. This particular Manchester City, with the addition of Mark Gay, do you really think they now have a very good chance of chasing Arsenal down the wire? And if they should fail to win this league, do you really think the rebuild process would obviously land them the title come next season?
Well, for Manchester City, I really don't know where they stand right now. Because if you look at, some of the injury worries for them, John Stone, Josko Gvardiol, Ruben Diaz, these are top guys for them who are out injured. And, if you look back again, this is not the Manchester City that are the likes of Kevin De Bruyne, the young and informed Bernardo Silva, Rodri, before he picked up his ACL injury. So they dominated Europe at that time. And if you look back again, it's just like a team that is going through a new phase. So it's going to take them a lot of time before they can actually get to where the likes of Kevin De Bruyne and the likes, took the team to winning the Champions League and winning back-to-back English Premier League. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Manchester City. Of course, they've been bringing quality players, Antoine Semenyo joining from Bournemouth, Margeni, a new signing for them. Of course, it's going to add a whole lot of quality to their defensive line. But then, if you look at Arsenal, I think Arsenal are the only one that will stop themselves from winning the title this season, honestly. Because you look at Manchester City again, today, the win, tomorrow, you don't even know what to expect from a Pep Guardiola side. They are not that consistent when it comes to, delivering at the highest level. Of course, you still want to fancy them to be they want to give Arsenal a run for their money. But trust me, with what I'm seeing this season, I think Arsenal are the only one that will stop themselves from winning the title. Of course, Manchester City, will fight to the end of the season. But as far as I'm concerned, where I stand, I think Arsenal are the favourites to win the title. Manchester City will definitely, fight until the end. But I'm not sure they are ready, at least for now, to win the English Premier League.
Absolutely. Arsenal still very much the top of the Champions League as well as the Premier League table as Champions League football resumes and of course approaches a penultimate match day. I beg your pardon. And of course, giant like Real Madrid, Liverpool and Inter Milan find themselves battling to secure their position for the knockout stage. A mix of historical success and current challenges marks the critical phase of the tournament and current key standings. Top contenders teams already qualified like Arsenal, Bayern Munich, Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, and Atlanta have all confirmed their spot in the knockout phase for this particular year. Now, a lot of teams from 9 to 24 teams must actually navigate two-legged playoff to join the standard. But Champions League football resumes. Match day 7, Arsenal against Atlanta. This is arguably the biggest fixture of the night. Tell me, look at these particular fixtures that we're actually having in our hands. Real Madrid against Monaco. Yes, we might also want to look at that particular fixture because Monaco seems to actually be doing some very good work right there in France. It seems like a team that is on rebuild, and Sofati and the likes are actually doing so well there. And Real Madrid doesn't really look like that team you want to actually fancy. Yes, this is the Champions League. You want to call it their playground, but let's focus on Arsenal against Inter Milan. Arsenal already qualified. Do you think Inter Milan will pick up all 3 points today and, of course, cement their place as, the teams that will be going to the next round of the UEFA Champions League? Okay, as we continue to actually, and of course, yes, talking about the Arsenal and Inter Milan, Inter Milan's coach, Christian Chief, has expressed faith in his team's progress to emphasize his desire to adopt and improve, performance, from what we've actually seen them do in the UEFA Champions League. And Real Madrid, they've got new leadership. The man, Alvaro Arbeloa, has not really, shown that he's got what it takes to actually lead Real Madrid. Can he really manage the ego in the room? The likes of Kylian Mbappe, Jude Bellingham, Vinicius Jr., would they be willing to actually bend and, of course, do all of the things that Xabi Alonso did accuse them of not doing? Things like actually, working out in the gym and doing all other things to actually help the team. We'll definitely be hoping to actually get to see that. And yes, of course, this includes following their disastrous performance in the Copa del Rey against, second-tier side Albacete. And we'll also be looking at, fans' expectations as Monaco will definitely come out all strong. They've really shown, like I said, that a side to actually, fear. And Liverpool is also on a 12-match unbeaten streak in their own particular game. I don't know how Liverpool will definitely be doing this particular one, but Liverpool seem to be a team that you really cannot, say which team you get to actually play, under this coach Anonslot this particular season. But away from UEFA Champions League, hopefully that Arsenal will definitely get the result, or Inter Milan. If you're an Inter Milan fan, you'll be hoping, because Arsenal, this game is more like a dead rubber for them. They're the only team that's got 100% record so far in this particular season. Can Arsenal go all the way to actually win, the UEFA Champions League and the Premier League? Do they have the squad in depth to actually do it? They do. But one thing that will definitely be coming between Arsenal and winning any major title is the mentality. They do not really show. They do not really appear like a team that's got that monster mentality to go all the way. The talent is not in dispute. The quality of play they put on is not in dispute. But this is exactly that part of the season. As Arteta learned a lot, about handling the tail end of the season. We'll definitely find out as season unfolds. But away from football, let's talk about tennis, as Novak Djokovic begin his pursuit of an 11th Australian Open title and record-breaking 25 Grand Slam, by delivering an impressive first-round performance in Melbourne on Monday. The fourth seed overcomes Spain's Pedro Martinez with a commanding scoreline of 6-3, 6-2, 6-2 on Rod Laver Arena, achieving an important milestone by securing his 100th win at the Grand Slam event. Djokovic showcased his exceptional serving abilities, losing only 3 points on his first match, highlighting his dominance in the encounter. I mean, they say, the older the wine, the better the taste. Abiodun, you see Novak Djokovic still very much doing his 100, games at this point. and is still, one of those players you look at in the court and say, hey, he might just go all the way. I mean, a big congratulations to him for hitting that particular milestone. 100 match won at the Australian Open. Novak Djokovic. Tell me about this man. Of course, away from tennis, let's go straight to boxing. And Tyson Fury has confirmed his return to boxing ring in 2026, nearly a year after his retirement announcement. The 37-year-old heavyweight champion plans to take a warm-up fight before facing a major opponent later in the year. Fury has not fought since his second point loss to Alexander Usyk in December 2024. Promoter Eddie Hearn remarks on his dual challenge of preparing for elite competition while returning after a long hiatus, acknowledging the need for a manageable first fight. And Eddie Hearn has been more active on social media, sharing updates on his training and preparation. Fury, who turns 38 in August, has been training intensively, drawing inspiration from his progress and mental well-being. Hearn also noted that even though he's been away, he believes he's still in the prime. He lost 2 close fights to Usyk, so he's certainly not finished. This according to Eddie Hearn. And a lot of us are actually hoping that he could have actually, paired up with Anthony Joshua, and that fight has been put on hold because Joshua is currently taking time off from boxing following the tragic death of his close friends in a car accident. And they also emphasized that Joshua's decision on his boxing career remains personal and necessary to respect during his challenging time. Now, I don't know if Biodo is actually back. I just want to really ask you, is he back?
Yeah, I'm
okay, so, I mean, Tyson Fury is the man we're talking about now. At 38, do you really think he's past his prime as a boxer?
Well, for Tyson Fury, is a man that loves to, he talks a lot. And for me, I love the fact that he's that kind of boxer that loves to challenge his opponent. He doesn't care about who you are. He just wants to challenge you and so expect some sort of reaction from you. And I think that is what he's doing right now. Maybe he wants to come back, maybe not. It's just a matter of time. But I would love to see the bout between him and Anthony Joshua. But sadly, Anthony Joshua is not in that space right now to even talk about boxing at this moment. The young man is still in pain, still mourning his friends. For me, I would love to see that bout. But then, whoever is coming in replacement for Anthony Joshua is going to be a great watch. But then I would love to see Tyson Fury back on the ring again. Let's see what he's got, at least for the last time. Of course, we know boxing to be one sport that you don't, totally retire from. You said you retire now, maybe in 2 years to come, you might come back and, of course, be back on the ring again to take your opponent. So I think for me, I would love to see Tyson Fury. But then, I think he's got it. He's one boxer that he doesn't care about you. He just wants to do his thing. And if you win, well, you move on. If he also wins, he also moves on. So I'm looking forward to seeing the back on the ring.
So, Abiodun, let's quickly take a dash to, the boot. Let's take a dash to hit the bull's eyes and talk about a little bit about golf, where the man who just signed a huge endorsement. I'm talking about Luke Littler, who just signed a £20 million endorsement, with Target Golf. I mean, one of the sponsors of golf, just advanced to quarterfinals of Saudi Arabia that Masters with a commanding 6-1 victory over legendary Paul Lim. This win sets up a highly anticipated rematch against Gian Van Veen following their encounter in the World Dart Championship final. In a strong showing, the 18-year-old, Littler quickly established a 4-0 lead against Lim, demonstrating his powerful scoring. Although Lim managed to actually snag a leg, Littler ultimately finished the match on top. The upcoming quarterfinal will be the first time Littler and Van Veen meet since the former's impressive 7-1 victory in their previous showdown, which crowned him the first back-to-back world champion in a decade. Littler noted the subdued atmosphere at the global theater as that debuted in Saudi Arabia. He acknowledged the challenge of adjusting to the near silence during play, but express confidence in his ability. As long as play well. He said, as long as you play well, you win for 90 minutes. And in the end, he actually said that there's definitely there's always going to be just one winner in a game against him and Van Veen. Tell me exactly. He said that. Who do you think he's talking about? Is he going to be the undisputed winner or Van Veen, who is in an impressive form? He has done a lot for himself, in the last 12 months in the Word of God and in the Word of that. And that's exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode of Sport Republic. Do well to actually join the guys later this evening. I'm talking about Locker Room. Afis and Jerry will be taking us through the world of football, and they'll be breaking down every single details of all of the events that we spoke about and even more later this evening. And of course, from here, it is me saying, good morning to you. And up next is David Edwin coming up with the midday news. Don't go away.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria,
The Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail these developments, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface. exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
I guess this is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Former AGF Abubakar Malami rearrested by DSS over alleged terrorism financing. Federal government charges Ozekume for forgery. Vice President Kashim Shettima commissions Nigerian pavilion in Davos. Odigye Oyegu says ADC obedient political alliance poised to oust APC in 2027. Nigerian army dismisses reported planned mutiny over poor welfare. Obi condemns police, says shift actions shows Nigeria can defeat crime. MNJTF commander pledges end to Boko Haram insurgents in Borno State. In the world of business, banks report higher loan default rates in Q4 of 2025. And in sports, 24.6 billion naira earmarked from Moshood Abiola Stadium facelift. In entertainment, Ukeria Nunobi sues cleric over relationship claims. And now the news in full. The Department of State Services, that's the DSS, has arrested former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami, a senior advocate of Nigeria, outside Kuje Correctional Center in Abuja, where he had fulfilled bail conditions for a money laundering case. Malami, his wife, and son were granted bail by the Federal High Court last Wednesday in the sum of 500 million naira each, with two sureties over allegations of money laundering involving 8.7 billion naira. The DSS reportedly acted on multiple petitions alleging terrorism financing against Malami following the discovery of arms at his Kebbi residence during an EFCC search. The federal government, has filed a criminal charge against a senior advocate of Nigeria, Mike Ozekume, for alleged forgery and use of false documents in a disputed property case in the United Kingdom. The case was brought before a federal high court in Abuja by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, on behalf of the Attorney General of the Federation. Ozekume is accused of presenting forged documents, including a Nigerian passport, to support his claims of ownership of a London property. The charges include giving false information, using forged documents, and attempting to deceive a public authority. Still on some legal matters, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has fixed Thursday, January the 22nd, for the commencement of trial of rights activist Omoyele Sowore over an alleged false claim against President Bola Tinubu. This followed Sowore's arraignment by the Department of State Services, that the DSS, on a 2-count amended charge, including cyber stalking, to which he pleaded not guilty. After taking all the arguments Justice Muhammad Umar adjourned until January the 22nd for definite hearings. Meanwhile, Vice President of Nigeria, Kasim Shettima, has formally opened the Nigerian House at the 2026 World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, stating that it reflects the country's renewed seriousness, readiness, and resolve to take its place as an active participant in global economic conversations. According to him, Nigerian House is a response to the lapses of the past and reflects the country's intention, seriousness, and advertises both its readiness and resolve to take a frontline seat in the discourse of the global economy, not as observers, but as participants with a clear sense of purpose and place. In a statement by his spokesperson, Stanley Wokocha, Shettima noted that while nations do not prosper in isolation, Nigeria's future growth depends on deliberate, structured engagement with the global economy. The Vice President described it as extraordinary day in the history of the nation's engagement at the meeting point of global political leadership, policy thinkers, and corporate enterprise, with Nigeria having its own sovereign pavilion at Davos for the first time. Meanwhile, he explained that though the Nigerian House may have been conceived as a whole of government platform, its true essence must come from the private sector. The government having opened doors, created frameworks, and de-risked the environment. In another development, the federal government has launched a national housing strategy, land reform, public deficit. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, the National Council of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in Ilorin, Kwara State. Nigeria's housing deficit is estimated in tens of millions, making it a pressing socio-economic challenge. As part of the strategy, the Renewed Hope Housing Program aimed to deliver 77,400 affordable homes with 100 units in each of Nigeria's 774 local government areas. In the meantime, local contractors under the Indigenous Contractors Association of Nigeria, IACAN, carried out a block of the Federal Ministry of Finance in Abuja on Monday, alleging the federal government's failure to honor agreements to pay over 4 trillion naira owed for completed projects. Speaking during the picketing, IACAN President Jackson Wosu said the renewed action was caused by accumulating debts, worsening cash flow pressures, rising bank defaults, and asset seizures being suffered by contractors who borrowed to execute government projects. According to Wosu, the government has failed to honor the agreement to pay contractors whose project details had been submitted and verified. He added that payments finalized before the closure of the payment portal at the end of December never reflected in their accounts. He further dismissed claims that 80% of the debt had been settled, stating that at least only 30 to 40% of payments had been made, with warrants stopping in May 2025, while contractors continue to execute projects without corresponding payments, thereby pushing total liabilities beyond 4 trillion naira. Moving on, the African Democratic Congress, that's the ADC, is confident that its collaboration with the Obedient Movement will dislodge the All Progressive Congress, APC, from power in the 2027 general elections. According to Chief John Odigwe-Oyegu, a former APC national chairman. Odigwe-Oyegu made a statement while welcoming members of the Obedient Movement who defected to the ADC in Edo State. The move comes weeks after former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi formally joined the ADC, strengthening the opposition coalition. The ADC chieftain described the influx of obedient movement members as a sign of Nigerian readiness, particularly the youth, to pursue leadership change and national rebirth. He emphasized that the party's goal is to save Nigeria and create a new nation through the ADC. In another development, former senator representing Kaduna Central, Shehu Sani, has dismissed claims of a political alliance involving former Governor Nasir El-Rufai, Senator Suleiman Abdul Kwari Ashiru, and opposition parties, describing any such move aimed at unseating Governor Uba Sani in the 2027 general election as one that will fail woefully. Sani made the assertion on Monday while addressing a press conference in Kaduna State, where he said the opposition lacks the grassroots structure and popular support needed to challenge the ruling administration across the state. Expressing confidence in Governor Uba Sani's prospect of securing a second term, the former lawmaker attributed this optimism to what he described as unprecedented achievements recorded by the administration in governance, security, infrastructure, and inclusive leadership. According to him, opposition political parties in Kaduna State exist largely on paper and have little or no presence at the wards and community levels. Meanwhile, a former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has commended the Nigerian police force for swiftly arresting the suspect in the murder of a housewife and her 6 children in Kano State. Acknowledging the grief that the killing have provoked and condemning the incidents, which he described as a devastating tragedy, Obi said the incident has left the nation in deep sorrow. In a statement, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate said the horrifying murder of a housewife and her 6 children remained a deep and painful sorrow in the heart of the nation. Commending the police for apprehending the perpetrators of these heinous crimes, he said if Nigeria continues to witness firm, consistent, and intelligence-driven responses from the security institutions, the nation will undoubtedly see a meaningful reduction in crime across its communities. Well, away from that report, the Nigerian army has dismissed as false and misleading the report that soldiers were planning to a mutiny over poor salaries, allowances, and welfare conditions. It insisted that the army authorities remain firmly committed to the welfare, discipline, and professionalism of its personnel. In a statement refuting the online report, the Director of Army Public Relations, Colonel Apollonia Anele, described the report as a deliberate attempt to sensationalize issues and undermine public confidence as well as national security. Anele stressed that at no time had there been any threats of mutiny within the Nigerian army, adding that mutiny is a grave offense under military law and is completely alien to the ethos, discipline, and professionalism of the Nigerian soldiers. The army further faulted the report for relying on anonymous and unverifiable claims circulated through non-official channels, stressing that such narrative do not reflect views or conduct of its personnel, who are trained to channel grievances through established military procedures. Meanwhile, the statement clarified that promotion increments are only a component of military pay and should not be misrepresented as total earnings. Moving on, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has expressed deep concerns over the alleged abduction of 163 worshippers during a Sunday church service in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State, describing the incident as a reflection of Nigeria's worsening security situations. The opposition party, in a statement by its publicity secretary, Ini Ememobong, urged the federal government to focus on rescuing the abducted worshippers rather than engaging in what it called performative crisis engagement. The party's leadership said its thoughts are with the families of the abducted worshippers who had been plunged into fear and uncertainty. The incident has sparked controversy, with the Kaduna State government and police denying reports of the abduction, while the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has confirmed the incident. Moving on, the force commander of the multinational Joint Task Force, that's the MNJTF, Major General Saidu Audu, has expressed confidence that the end of Boko Haram and other non-state armed groups operating in the Lake Chad region is near. Audu made this statement during a courtesy visit to Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum in Maiduguri, the state's capital, as part of his familiarization tour following his assumption of office on November the 13th, 2025. He appreciated the state government's consistent support for MNJTF operations and discussed strategies to intensify efforts against the insurgency. The force has developed a comprehensive strategy to address Boko Haram and other non-state actors, focusing on tackling the fight directly to their enclaves. Recent operations include airstrikes, have resulted in significant setbacks for the terrorists, with over 40 militants neutralized in recent attacks. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, that's the NSCDC FCT Command, has arrested 112 alleged vandals of critical national assets and infrastructure in 2025, according to Commandant Olushola Odumosu. The breakdown of arrests includes 9 suspects in January, 3 in February, 2 in March, and 1 in April. The NSCDC has vowed to continue protecting national assets and infrastructure, warning vandals to desist or face the law. The NSCDC has also announced plans to prosecute offenders under the Cybercrimes Act with penalties including up to 10 years in prison. Well, you're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories that made it to the bulletin and more, in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumor. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator right on this white table. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to you.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right then. Joining us also virtually is Mr. Frank Ayala. Mr. Frank is an economist and also a public affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Frank, I want to establish communication with you. A very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining the analysis segment of the Midday News. I would like you to unmute your mic so we can establish communication first.
Okay. Good afternoon, Solomon.
Well, thank you so very much for joining the conversation. All right, then, let me start off with you, Mr. Frank. Interestingly, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, that's the NSCDC FCT Command, has just declared that they've made about 112 persons alleged vandals of critical national assets and, of course, infrastructure in 2025. Well, this is according to the commandant, Olushola Odumosu, who's made this known to newsmen. Interestingly, this is a conversation that Nigerians should carefully also be a part of. Vandals who make away with national assets, infrastructures, and all of those stuffs that we see. Do you think that as it stands, this level of arrest might also deter other people who want to tow this direction? Some would say because of the extreme poverty in the land that has caused these people to go vandalizing properties and, of course, assets of Nigerians. What's your take about this?
Thank you, Solomon. For me, crime, there's no justification for crime. No matter the angle anybody is looking at it, crime is a crime. The national asset belongs to everybody and to Nigeria. That includes our children unborn. So nobody has the right to go and vandalize national assets. After the question we should be asking after the arrest, what next? Are they going to be prosecuted? If they are prosecuted, are they going to send them to jail? Are they going to make an open prosecution? Are you not going to know what is happening to those people that are being prosecuted? Because those are the signs that people will say it's okay for people that did it before they were punished. So there is no need for that people to go and do it. But
let's put this out there. Let's put this out there. The NSCDC has also announced plans to prosecute offenders under the Cyber Crimes Act, of course, with penalties including up to about 10 years imprisonment. So there will definitely be persecution. But the questions that are being asked is the fact that even after this level of prosecution of these persons, we still see some Nigerians go this way of vandalizing assets, of course, that are being built by the government.
Because we as a Nigerian, we've lost interest in this country. We lost the hope in this country. We are not more patriotic enough to steal national assets as our own, as part of our own lifestyle. How? If they are saying they've arrested over 100 something people, when you say January last year, is it 1 year not enough to start the prosecution? Have they started the prosecutions? Which of the courts have they been prosecuted? So those are the questions. We don't just throw numbers around. We need to know. We need to start seeing the workings of the numbers. We have arrested people for last year. We are already on the 20th of this month. When are we going to start seeing them being prosecuted?
All right, then. Well, huge question there. Let me bring this. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here, Barrister. The NSCDC clearly has said that they will be prosecuting, but big question raised by Mr. Frank Ayala there, stating that these arrests have been made since last year. January, February, March. I mean, in January, they had some numbers. March, April, February also they had. Why didn't they prosecute up till this time?
As far as I'm concerned, that is not the solution to the problem.
What do you think is the solution to the problem?
Arresting people for vandalizing whatever is not the problem. How many of your political leaders have you arrested for vandalizing our properties, our money? How many of them have you arrested for looting our treasury? You are arresting these people. You are forgetting that you don't care for them. So they are looking for what to eat. But that is a sign of poverty in your country.
Barrister, looking for what to eat does not guarantee them going to vandalize properties.
Hold on. Your leader that vandalized our treasury, David, who arrested them? As I'm talking to you now, 210 trillion naira is missing from any NPC, and nobody is accounting for it. Who stole that money? David, who stole that money? Who has been arrested? Because you see, people, helpless people that they don't have a voice, they vandalize property, they vandalize it. That money could be used to take care of those people, give them a better life. That money could be used to better Nigeria so that you don't have such occurrences. The people that vandalize those, is it not to sell it and then have money in their pocket to eat? Is that not what they did? Are they going to eat it? No. When you see things like this, go and check yourself.
But that's also a crime, that's also a crime.
Look, yes, you made them. I told you here that the society prepares the crime and then the criminal commits it. David, do they vandalize property in America? Tell me. Do they vandalize things like that in UK, in Canada? Please answer me. Okay. Do they loot that kind of money anywhere in the Western world? That 210 trillion naira missing from one government institution and nobody is talking about, nobody is accounting for it. Rather, the man at the NPC told us that the money was misplaced. You misplaced that kind of money. And nobody has rendered account of what happened. And you are blaming people. If those people if they had 3 square meters, if they had means of livelihood, would they be looking for something to vandalize? No, tell me that in America, that's what they do. They vandalize the national asset and all that. Nobody will care for such things over there because the government have taken care of them. David, the government gave them welfare system. David, people are looking for 3 square meters a day. They can't find it. So you look. You are going to arrest more. I see this one. What do you call your name? You will arrest more. Until you start arresting those who looted our treasury, arrest them so that you balance the equation. You cannot arrest only those people because you see that they have no mouth, they can't talk. Well, nobody to fight for them. But the real people that are destroying national assets, you can't arrest them. David, you cannot arrest them. You and your government, you can't arrest them. So you want me to clap for you now? You have arrested people. Thank you. You have arrested people.
We're also not trying to validate the fact that this is a crime.
Start from the beginning. I told you here, if you don't want them to do those things, take care of them. David, take care of your people. They will not have time to go into criminality. This is money you are looting. It's the money you could use to better Nigeria, for God's sake. Or am I not making sense to you? 210 trillion naira, and nobody is talking about, nobody is accounting for it. What kind of country is this? You are asking people because they vandalize what they. If those people were taking, if they are working in factories and all that, will they be looking for what to vandalize? Tell me, will they look for what to vandalize? Nigerians, Every time you breed a bunch of criminals and you turn around to arrest them. Are you not the one that created and they gave back to them? When you have impoverished people with no means of livelihood, what do you expect them to do, for God's sake? What do you expect them to do? Tell me. Many businesses are closed down because they cannot afford to even meet NEPA tariff. They can't pay NEPA bill. They can't pay NEPA bill in their working place, and they have to close down. And now you are blaming them. Meanwhile, you are looting the treasury. You are looting the treasury, and nobody is arresting you.
Well, we cannot look past the fact that, yes, there are ripple effects when such level of misappropriation is clearly being seen by the people at the top. But let's come to another conversation, Barrister, even though I would say you did not answer my question. But let's come to another conversation. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has expressed deep concerns over the abduction of 163 worshippers during a Sunday service in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State. Well, interestingly, the local government chairman of that particular area have said nothing like that happened. But on the other hand, Christian Association of Nigeria has clearly confirmed that these happened. In fact, we have reports that about 9 of these worshippers were freed because, according to the story, they were either old or frail to not make that trip, so they had to let them out. What do you make of the fact that even government at the local level can deny such? Should it be true, truly?
They are trying to cover their own atrocity because they are complicit in these things. They are trying to cover them. I don't know what they are covering them for. Can you cover a 6-month-old pregnancy?
What is it covering them, Barrister?
They are doing it so that they give Nigeria government a good image. That is all. Don't you say? Wouldn't you hear what they say? They are laundering their image in America. They cover it so that America will not come again.
At the expense of the lives of Nigerians?
That is what I'm telling you, that your government does not care for the people. So that's why people are vandalizing their property in revenge. If you care for your people, do you need to cover such things? David, if you care for Nigeria, if you care for Nigeria, should anybody kidnap anybody in Nigeria?
But then again, that's on another level. Former senator, I'm talking about Shehu Sani, did say that Kaduna State is getting it right when it comes to security. So where is he getting his own reports from? Stating that, of course, opposition does not have any voice in Kaduna State. So what 160 Nigerians that went worshiping on Sunday.
Everybody is saying whatever just to be relevant. Everybody just talking so that he can be relevant one or the other.
This is for the optics and relevancy.
But the fact remains that things are not there. There is insecurity in Nigeria. Is that not true? Covering it does not make sense at all. It is this type of behavior and attitude and utterances that makes the people to be disenchanted. Go and do opinion poll. 80 to 90% of Nigerians don't believe in Nigeria again because the government have neglected them. So how do you now be how can you be patriotic to a government that don't care about you? Please tell me. How? A government that does not care about you, how can you be patriotic to that government? Just tell me how it happens. Tell me how it happens. And just one. You know what is somewhere in Sokoto? You know what Donald Trump did? Yeah, under your watch. In our country, terror came from nowhere. Without they came in Nigeria. Drove them in that village, and they are living in people's homes. When terrorists are people that are in Africa, what that God for
what barrister comes in local government happiness not true. Then again, the Christian Association of Nigeria is confirming that this is real. Who do we believe here?
Sometimes when you stay too much in the dark, you will eventually start seeing some certain things you're not supposed to see. I think Shehu Sani need to know that he's a very respectable Nigerian. There are things that I don't expect him to defend. The same Shehu Sani should go from Kaduna to Abuja by road. Then after which you should go and check his BP to see if his BP will remain the same. So for me, I think the government they are deluding themselves in a way that thinking that Nigeria, they don't know what we are thinking. Or it's only they that went to the classroom to go and study. See, if they have come to like this kind of life at 1960, where there was no social media, there was no camera, there was no video, people will listen to them. And this is the problem I think this current administration have. When you have lived in denial for too long, you now see that abnormality to be a normal thing. My brother, as long as we are in this Nigeria, we all know what our security problem as we stand today. So, Shehu Sani for me is actually lying. He's trying to serve the master that he believes in. From there, you get one or two things. Maybe some of them are broke anyway. No, when you are broke, you are trying to bend the rule.
You also share the sentiment that he's trying to be relevant?
He's trying to be relevant. Unfortunately, even with his master, they are not relevant to Nigeria as it stands today because things have really gone south. In terms of security, things have gone south. Nothing is working as it stands today. Nothing is working. They know. But they are still trying to say, okay, can we place the president and see how we get our out of his pocket? Unfortunately, the old man is also allowing to them because he's also desperate to retain the office. So he's trying to do anything to get anybody to switch base. For me, Shehu Sani should do better, should do more. Should do more.
Mr. Frank, concerns are being raised really because if the police is saying on one hand there is no abduction of this level in Kaduna State, and the local government chairman of the said area is saying the same thing, and then Christian Association of Nigeria is coming out to say, look, this is not true. Nigerians who went to worship, Christians who went to worship, were kidnapped. Should we believe a particular set as against the security operatives that we're supposed to believe, so to say, in this situation?
Chibok they were taking, the government denied. When that thing they were taking, the government denied. Am I correct? When Kankara boys were taken, they were over close to 300 or thereabout. That's the number now. Like Mohammed denied it. The then Minister of Defense also said it was not true. So government have never hold on to a responsibility. And that is a failure. And that is what has created the trust deficit we have today. Where government come to tell us what are not visible. We are in this country today where those dark children were taken under Buhari. The initial report was a fake news. When Takarabos were taken, the story was it was a fake news. When those security people that went to church about people in a war, the initial response of government was a fake news. So how do we now also know? How do we also now believe them that they are also not lying? So they have a precedent of lying to Nigeria. They have a precedent of telling Nigeria white as against when it is black. So the police can tell us all sorts of stories. Today, the major problem we have in Nigeria today is the policing system and the judiciary. So nothing, I think there is nothing those two agencies of government tell you that you take with a piece of salt.
All right then.
Please.
Let's bring this conversation.
The police today is our problem.
Yeah.
The police today is our problem. The judiciary has come to compound the police problem. Before you now put INEC. We have 3 sets of people that are destroying Nigeria. The INEC that select the wrong people, that allow the wrong people to get to the office. The police that provide the security for those wrong people to do what they want to do. The judiciary that stamp the illegitimate to become legitimacy.
Right,
so these are a problem.
Let's take this conversation to the studio here while we wrap up. Barrister, the police clearly on this same situation did say that they do not have verified claims of any person who was missing. Now, I want to play it back to the fact that the president, when he rejigged his chief of staffs, he did say to them, Nigerians would not take any excuses. How much of a lacuna do we have when it comes to information, plus the reality of insecurity in Nigeria, should Nigerians consistently hold on to? Is there hope in any way, particularly for Nigerians now, living around the northeast and, of course, the northwest central of the country, and, of course, even every other part of the country where insecurity has become heavy?
If we are going to bank on what they are saying with their mouth, that means you are not serious with your life. You want to plan your life with what they told you, Abi? That means you are not serious, seriously. Mention one thing they told you that has come to pass. Just one thing this administration told you that, yes, you say, yes, this is what they promised us, they have done it. Somebody told you that if he cannot give you light, that you should not vote him. Where is the light? Up to today, we are still struggling with 5,000 megawatts of electricity. After 65 years of independence.
Well, they said that was that's about a distribution company. Man.
What did that?
They generated enough.
No excuse. You have no excuse whatsoever. You have no excuse whatsoever. This other one that has 40, 50, 30. Are they not government? Is it not government that is running those countries? Please. They are not even half of our population. What is the megawatts of electricity in South Africa here? Egypt. And the rest of them. Is it not a government that made provision for those things? So when you are telling me that somebody said they gave them, which order? How many orders have they given? Which one was obeyed? David, which one has been obeyed? Before the girls at that school, Kankara, is it where, were taken away. Yes. Security agents were in that school providing what security. Until the last minute, somebody gave order that they should leave, and immediately these guys came and kidnapped those girls. The new Minister of Defense told us that he will find out who gave the order that those people should live there. Up to today, have any name been given to you?
Well,
even the president said that he wants to know who gave that order. Up to today, did he find out? So if you have not taken care of what happened before, how do I now believe that you are going to take care of what is happening now or what is going to happen in the future? You can see what I'm telling you. Nothing, they are not serious. They are all about themselves. When it comes to Nigerian matter, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, David. Some people are out of school. Look at how many number of children that are out of school in Nigeria, especially in the north. But somebody from the same north had the audacity, the wickedness to go and be spending $5 million to pay for his own children's school fees in Switzerland.
Oh, well, Barrister, because of our time, really.
These are people that you are listening to.
This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agumo, a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and of course, a political and public affairs commentator and analyst. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, we had with us Mr. Frank Ayala, an economist and also a public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Frank, thank you so very much for being here also on the Media News Analysis segment.
Thank you. It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you so very much. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Media News will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Power and opinion scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Glad to have you back. It is still the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has signed the state's 2026 appropriation bill into law, approving a 4.4 trillion naira budget aimed at driving development and improving living conditions across the state. Our correspondent Oyeka Ogolo has more in this report.
Ikeja, following its passage by the State House of Assembly earlier this month. The signing ceremony drew top government officials, including the Deputy Governor, members of the State Executive Council, and lawmakers from Lagos State House of Assembly. The 2026 spending plan totals 4.44 trillion naira. A breakdown shows 2.1 trillion naira has been approved for recurrent expenditure, while 2.33 trillion naira is allocated for capital projects in the driving development in the state. Governor Sanwo-Olu says the budget prioritized included major investment in roads, construction, public schools, healthcare facilities, housing, and security, as the state works to ease the impact of economic pressures on residents and business.
Sharing prosperity, meaning that it's an inclusive government. It's a budget that must carry everybody along, irrespective of what part of the state, what division in the state, what sector. You must feel governance, you must feel the essence of why we're in government in one form or the other. I want to assure you that this budget will be implemented responsibly. We will put up our A grade to ensure that accountability and value for money is created, such that at the end of the day, Lagosians will feel the benefits, of this great work that the Lagos State House of Assembly has done for us.
The governor also praised lawmakers for what he described as strong legislative outside, saying the slight increase in the budget reflects confidence in the state's capacity to deliver meaningful projects despite current economic challenges.
The budget has been well scrutinized, and I can say here today, and the budget has been approved by the Lagos State House of Assembly, and we have approved 4,444 billion and 509 million naira.
It is evidence that the infrastructural renewal process in Lagos cuts across the nooks and corners in Lagos State. Nobody is left out with your Team Plus agenda.
Investments in health and education also remain central to the budget's shared prosperity agenda, reinforcing the administration's firm belief that human capital development is critical to sustainable development. These interventions are targeted at improving healthcare delivery, strengthening educational outcomes, and equipping Lagosians with the skills and capabilities required to thrive in an increasing competitive global economy.
The Lagos State government says implementation of the 2026 budget will begin immediately, with priority projects expected to roll out across key sectors in the coming weeks. I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you, Yeka, for that report. Moving on to other stories, the federal government has opened application for the 2026 Petroleum Technology Development Fund as a PTDF Overseas Scholarship Scheme, offering Nigerian graduate students the chance to study in the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Malaysia. This was announced on X by the Special Advisor to the President on social media, Dada Olusegun. Further information on the Scholarship Board's website noted that the scheme is open to MSc and PhD candidates in discipline relevant to the oil and gas sector. It added that beneficiaries will receive full support, including tuition, return air tickets, accommodation, and living allowances, health insurance, and bench fees where applicable. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni.
Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here in Voice of the People Television. Let's get to some business stories. Banks have recorded an increase in loan defaults by households and corporates in the fourth quarter of 2025, reflecting growing repayment pressures on consumers and businesses. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, disclosed this in its Credit Condition Survey report for quarter 4 of 2025, which revealed that lenders experienced higher default rates on secured and unsecured household loans, as well as across all categories of corporate lending, including loans to small businesses, private non-financial corporation, and other financial cooperation. According to the survey, lenders reported higher default rates for secured, unsecured, and all corporate lending types in quarter 4 2025, reflecting sustained financial strain on borrowers amid prevailing economic conditions. Moving on to sports from the business stories, we go to sports. The federal government has allocated 24.9 billion naira for the upgrade of the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja as part of the National Sports Commission NSC 203.6 billion naira budget for 2026. The upgrade includes 18.8 billion naira for the first phase of rehabilitation of the stadium's main bowl, 5.8 billion naira for the High Performance Center for athletes, and 65 million naira for internet connectivity. The 2026 sports budget represents a 300% increase from the 78 billion naira allocated in 2025, reflecting the government's efforts to revive Nigeria's sports infrastructure. And from there on, we'll straight to entertainment, where veteran Nollywood actress Ikere Aninobi has threatened legal action against the founder of Fresh Oil Ministry International Church, Sam Okwe, over claims that they were romantically involved over 5 years. The dispute follows the circulation of a leaked audio in which Okwe and other cleric Martins allegedly discussed sexual relationships involving Aninobi and their church leader Chikere Nwafo. Okwe, who had previously ordained Aninobi, apologized publicly, calling the recording disturbing and expressing embarrassment over the remarks. However, Aninobi condemned him as a monumental global shame and in an Instagram post denied the allegation, which she said caused her emotional trauma. Well, with that, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are. the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's a brand new day, and I'm sure you're excited already because I am. So yes, don't forget, I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So yes, get ready because we are about to ride together through stories that inspire music that moves and people who make a difference. So yes, we're going to talk about a lot of stories today, the things that has been happening throughout the week, and a lot of things have been happening. And first off, yes, we're going to talk about Nigerian-American academic and linguistic Dr. Uju Anya has publicly shared details of her personal journey through marriage, love, and self-discovery. So offering a candid account of how her understanding of her sexuality evolved over time. In a widely discussed interview, so Dr. Anya explained that she was genuinely in love with her former husband, that, that their marriage was real, meaningful, and deeply affectionate. She emphasized that the relationship was not a facade and that her feelings for him were sincere, so countering assumption that her marriage existed only as a cover for her later same-sex relationships. So, however, Dr. Anya revealed that as the years passed, she came to recognize a profound and persistent attraction to women, which she could no longer suppress. So about a decade into the marriage, she said she had an honest conversation with her husband, explaining that she felt a need to be with a woman. So the couple reportedly attempted to navigate the reality through an open arrangement before ultimately deciding to separate. Following the end of the marriage, Dr. Anya later entered a committed relationship with a woman and eventually married her, describing the decision as one rooted in personal truth, growth, and emotional fulfillment. Okay, I want to talk about this basically in the aspect that women, I don't say women supporting women now because this is now something different. Because you having sexual attraction with a fellow woman, to the extent of getting married to her, and she's Igbo for that matter. And this is, it's funny to me because when God created, man, he made woman out of the rib of man. You understand? So I don't get where they said, woman has to be with a woman. It's a man and a woman. But who am I to say that? She's okay. It's fine with that. So yes, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Some people are even happy. But I don't know. I don't know what is going on. But people are happy. Some are saying this is not right. But I think, to me, if you ask me, it's really, the world is turning into something else that people now feel so comfortable, doing things, and they feel like it's a good thing. I don't have issues with her saying that she has not. After all, a lot of people, have been in divorces, and it's I can recall 2025 that a lot of people have been into, divorce, a lot of divorces, and it's normal. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But the fact that you're saying that you want to be with a woman is where my question comes in. Like, are we now so comfortable with man and man getting married, woman and woman getting married? It's really crazy. All right, let's see what people have actually come out to say. Some are saying that this is not right, and so let's take some comments of what people are actually coming out to say concerning this. And Cheesy Abig said, good for now. All right. Another person said, what an amazing woman. Okay. And Emeka Bute said, many have bad parental backgrounds, still have lived good lives and homes. Whatever you choose to do as an adult, just do it and enjoy yourself. Heal from whatever past you are coming from and keep moving. Life goes on. Okay, and Betty Afolami said she's drop dead gorgeous. Okay, and King Solomon said Auntie Uju. I don't have issues with her. You get what I'm trying to say? She's trying to find herself, basically. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But when you're saying you're getting married to a woman, it should bring questions, right? I don't feel like, am I the only one saying this? It's funny. Maybe we're not saying that, okay, that we don't need the man, we don't need the men in our lives again right now. We just need women. Do you understand? You know, you're not dating a woman is so comfortable. You're not getting married to a woman is now comfortable. Really? It's a lot of them. I actually want us to see this video because this is where she really emphasized a lot of things and what she has been going through and her, the steps she took in getting married to a woman and stuff like that. So, but let's see what she actually said before we move into more and more comments of what people are saying about this. Let's see this.
Was dating other women because I was bisexual.
Yes, of
in
course.
the marriage.
Yes. Why are Nigerian men annoyed with Ujwanya?
My dad was just a womanizer.
When she was 10, her mother left her marriage.
Not only was he physically abusive, he was neglectful. She was love-starved, sex-starved, and also publicly humiliated.
In America, Uju became a feminist.
Today, I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist for decades.
She ended up marrying a man.
It was not a fake marriage. I was legit in love, excited. The sex was fantastic.
Then in the marriage, she realized, I seem to be attracted to and love women.
10 years into our marriage, and I'm like, I need to be with a woman. He's like, you want to fuck bitches? Go ahead. Sorry.
2024, she married her long-term partner.
My wife, Dr. Syria Lang, my dream woman, my sweetest.
She actually said that in her former marriage that she was good, everything was good, but at a point she noticed she needed to be with a woman. Man, I'm telling you the truth. I think this is a spirit because there's nothing you want to tell me. Like, how do you feel so comfortable? Hey, God, there's nothing we will say. I'm not here to, say bad things or, say bad words, but it is like, do you get it? You having to be with a woman, it's crazy, even the thought of it. And I feel maybe growing up, because she said she had a very bad parental, growing up, she had issues, saw things that her parents passed through, and her mom was starved of sex and the rest of them. I understand, in as much as we have some men that are not really in that good shape and good, have good thoughts and stuff like that. We also have good men that would want to take care of you. So I think, if you ask me, it's a spirit, a bad spirit for that matter, that you tell me that you are actually very comfortable to be with a woman. What is this, for crying out loud? Okay, a lot of people are still talking about this, and we need to see what people, because a lot of people are coming out and saying, she's good, she's nice, she's beautiful. I don't understand. No, you are talking basically of what you are saying. You are not even saying things concerning what she has said of she being with a woman. Really? Please, let's take some comments on what people are saying about this. We have a lot of comments and let's take some. And yes, somebody said, Pretty Oluchuku said, love is where you find it. Okay, love is where you find it, but where woman day? Hey, God. And when you find one, make it your home. Okay, and Blossom Martin said, you can actually love and appreciate her without idolizing her for Nigerians or making her an example for our girls. No, thanks. All right. And Jennifer said, this is probably one of the most honest ones I have heard. Well done at Chideti, and thank you for your transparency and honesty. Well, she's honest, but I think there's something wrong somewhere. You can't just stay and start loving a woman. That is crazy. All right. And Ebo Sayere said, a lost, confused soul. Actually, this is how I say it. Oh, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, Oterias, for Christ said, she takes pleasure in unrighteousness. Little does she know what waits her when she passed on from this earth. People fear your Creator, God, the Father, and His Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, the Judge of the whole earth. Repent from all sin and be truly born again. I tell you now, but except all right. And another person said, I wish that people who don't believe in God have their lives easier. So maybe we'll be tempted, but it's the reverse. It's the reverse. Thank God. All right. And somebody said, repent before the Lord. God, people should tell me that I'm dreaming, because what is all this? Like, people are now so proud of themselves, to come out and say, oh, I'm in love with a woman, or oh, I'm in love with a man. Like, where are those days where people feel so scared to do things that, you understand what I'm trying to say? But right now, everybody's coming out to say what they want to say, and they don't feel sorry about it. Wow, that's really interesting, because I see someone that is so lost saying things like, I actually love my husband, but we found out that we are not good to get together, and then I had to get along with a woman. Wow. And you're trying to tell me that you loving that woman, it will still be the same thing with what you saw in your former marriage. Okay, it's good for you. All right, let's take more comments because it's really, really funny. And somebody said, she's very beautiful and she's so pretty. And another person said, so good to see you here, still reeling over my interview with you for my final project. Thank you once again. And Ujwanya said, thank you. All right. It's a lot of things. I don't know how people feel so comfortable doing this, but it's okay. It's you. But I just feel that I don't know, like, you people should have some self-respect, actually, because that is what I say it as. All right, and that's it for that, because tell me why you feel so comfortable you're actually being with a man, and then you're not feeling comfortable again, you need to get a divorce, and you actually went on to stay with a woman. And I'm like, okay, is it now that when God created us, he's not saying that Eve will be with Eve, because what God created was man and woman, and he said, the man should be with the woman is a helpmate. Come on, like, why people? Hey, God. It's a lot of things, but well, people are saying that she is proud and she's okay, that she has actually come out to say what she had in mind and what she has to say, and the rest of them. Okay, for those of you supporting her, it's all right. It's good to you people, and I pray that you will also meet your own fellow woman to actually be your husband, because we are not turning the women to the husband, and the work of the husband is the husband, and the work of the wife is the wife. But we are now, interchanging the whole thing, and not maybe you are not calling God your creator. Something else is there for you. All right, then. We are talking about a lot of things today, and it has to be our next gist. I'm sure you are excited about this one, because I am. So, guess what? Nigerian singer and songwriter Damilola Afolabi, popularly known as LAX, has officially announced his engagement to his partner Ella, delighting fans and colleagues alike with a romantic declaration of love. The Ginger hitmaker shared a heartfelt video on his Instagram page showing him leading Ella to a flower-decorated riverbank before kneeling and proposing, with Ella tearfully accepting and marking a significant personal milestone for the couple. So the engagement clip captioned to loving you forever always quickly drew congratulatory messages from followers across social media, celebrating the singer's move from chart-topping performer to a committed life partner. So Lax, who rose to prominence with hits like Caro, and later found his label Rasaki Music, has shared his joyful moments from his private life with the public, adding a romantic chapter to his ongoing journey in the music industry. And who is not ready? This is still January, and we are overwhelmed, happy, excited about. Come on, they say bling bling, because what is all this? Later now they say precious, you are too vain, allow me to be vain. Tell me who will not love this setting. She's setting. She's even plotting the ring. You get what I'm trying to say? Love is a beautiful thing. See, in as much as people are still shouting that, hey, they're divorced, hey, people where they marry. Now you never find the man. Now you still never find your woman. I'm telling you. So tell me, this is actually beautiful, and Lax is actually going to make a good husband. You get what I'm trying to say? But yes, but tell me, let's talk about the settings. Let's talk about this relationship. Let's talk about this thing, because what is all this? And somebody will not tell me, after putting all those settings, putting all those decorations with all the flowers and every, all those beautiful things around, and you tell me she will say no. For where? They don't bother away if you try it. But come to think of it, it's actually beautiful. This January has been a lot of good news, a lot of good things happening, and it's beautiful. We have had a lot of engagements, a lot of marriages, and come to think of it, 2026 is still lighting up. Like we've had, babies, we've had houses. Everybody, and these are celebrities this year. And they talk about, I say, una pity also. Because last year, 2025, una just they do things, plenty things. And this year, we're 2026, never even just they start, una don't start. But it's actually beautiful seeing you getting married to somebody that you've always wanted to. You see, love is a beautiful thing, and doing it with the right person is actually beautiful. It's not everybody that will still get married and they will be with the person that they love. People are actually doing it out of pressure. But I think this is not out of pressure, but this is actually beautiful. It's beautiful. And yes, a lot of people have actually come out to say congratulations to single acts, and a lot of fans and our people where they prepare for their own. This is some people say, oh my God, Alex has left me. Oh, sorry. He has actually found his missing rib. And yes, let's take some comments of what people are actually saying about this. But come to think of it, love is a beautiful thing. I'll say that over and over again. Let's take some comments of what people are actually talking about this. And yes, somebody said, Z Opera said, which one be at last again? And another person said, you and who? And somebody said, you've been done the wait. All right. And Ole said, make una find one relationship, put me now. Oh, so sorry about that. And Ole, Martha, God will give you yours. And another person said, which one is finally at last? How long have they been together? Beg. Okay. We have a lot of comments, and a lot of people are actually talking about this. And on some of our online fiancés, I also putting out there saying, oh my God, I want to... but then, see what it is. Lax is getting married, and please rest in Jesus' name. Leave them to enjoy their relationship. And somebody said, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And somebody said, finally, I'm so happy for them. Yes, I'm happy too. And Chacha said, oh, my people. And Cute Sharon said, I would love to see it. I love to see it too. And another person said, Nami, happy paso, congratulations. And yes, congratulations to LAX. And official Edo said, congratulations to them. Mine is coming very soon. Amen. To those of you that are waiting for this 2026, it is your yay. Somebody say amen. And yes, somebody said, see waiting one man, one enjoy forever. Bro, why you... Miss Glory, why are you so sad that he's enjoying... Well, come to think of it, they have been in the relationship for a long time. So why wouldn't he allow him all these online fiancés and hotties? I beg you. Shebi don't tell and say don't they engage now. So make everybody give it. Clear road. Stay off and keep off. All right, we have more and more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And yes, another person said he loves her out loud. And that's beautiful too. And official Lasid said he has finally seen Caro. Actually, you get what I'm trying to say. And another person said, which one be Allah's? All right. And another person said, congratulations to them, Franklin. See what others are doing. Why are you people calling out somebody's son? I don't understand you. No start. Oh, hey. Want to put pressure for which person body? Franklin, don't listen to them. Oh. And the special Toby said, may it last, amen. Oh, may it last, amen. And congratulations to them. See, I've been saying this over and over and over again. This is 2026. You see, this year, be so intentional. I'm telling you, when it comes to love, be intentional to all our men. Because you can't come and say, I want to get married, and then you get married, and then out of the blues, they say, no, I'm not interested again. I want to get a divorce. And no. Love is beautiful, and doing it with the right person is good too. So while you are chasing that love, be intentional about it. And also, no try talk, say person pressure you. Take your time. While you're being intentional, still take your time to check out waiting you won't go stay with forever. You get what I'm trying to say? Because forever is a whole lot of time to go and spend it with the wrong person. So shall they careful? That's what I want to let you know. So to our ladies too, please try be in love with the right person. With everything, because being with the wrong person is like staying in hellfire that is on earth. So shall be careful. All right. And yes, we are still talking about a lot of things, and we are still saying congratulations to LAX Lax, and beautiful relationship to him and his girlfriend Ella. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about a lot of things, and this, our next gist, is about a lady has actually gone viral after revealing why she hired a private investigator to conduct background checks on her now husband after the two met on TikTok. So a story that has been widely shared. According to her, their relationship began online and quickly grew serious, but concerns surrounding online romance, scams, and safety, prompted her to take extra precaution before fully committing. So she explained that despite developing strong feelings, she felt it was necessary to verify his identity, lifestyle, and claims to ensure she was not being misled. So the woman disclosed that she engaged the services of a private investigator. Hey, Father, there's nothing I will not see. There's nothing Musa will not see on the gate. All right. So she actually engaged the services of a private investigator to independently confirm her partner's background, including his personal history and credibility, so before taking the relationship further. So she added that the investigation returned positive results, giving her peace of mind and strengthening her trust in the relationship. So social media users have already since reacted and mixed opinions, with some praising her for being cautious and responsible. So while others debated whether hiring an investigator was excessive or simply a wise step in modern online dating. See, Shebi I talk and they say make everybody they careful waiting they want the date this year. See, I don't want to come and be here. They beat me. They give me one leg. I beg go. And I actually support, in as much as, we don't want to look like we are being too suspicious or anything. I think saying what this woman do a good thing, because this is someone she has not met before. But then when they started going out, she actually hired, an investigator to check this man she wants to spend the rest of her life with. It's important. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's very important to see. Don't go and spend your life with somebody that you don't even know his character. Maybe if they don't slap you once, you go know as you want to take run. You get what I'm trying to say? But people are saying that, is it necessary? Please, it's necessary. It's necessary. You have to check. I used to tell you that marriage is more spiritual than the physical eyes we use in seeing this. It's very important. So yes, a lot of people don't come out and say, this thing where this woman do it necessary. But me, I don't get issue with what she do. She try. She even do it. Even if not me, I go even wash my eye well. Go ask questions. Go the person be there. Because yes, now you go know whether all right. You see, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning what this lady has done. Actually, if she did the right thing, getting engaged with a personal investigator that actually went to check up on her now said husband. So yes, let's see and hear from what people have actually come out to say concerning this. Let's take some comments. And yes, Joy Anobi said, I would have hired JC Statham. Oh my God. Do you get what's all this? All right, another person said, I am happy for you and yours. Then another Temi Relatayo said, you did the right thing. And another person said, where is my own Clarissa? Oh, okay. Oh. All right, another person said, a very smart girl. Yeah, so she's smart and she played her game very well. Because you cannot tell me that you want to go, you don't even know where the person is from. You don't know where the person, see, if you're dating, to my ladies, please. I know that you guys love, love is a beautiful thing and you want to always be in that kind of position. We get all these things, but not go just put all your body, your soul, your mind, your spirit, and your kilo day. Calm down. Do you understand? Everything has to be taken bit by bit, step by step. See, as this lady, that very smart move. You get what I'm trying to say? In as much as her head still did the game. So your head should be in the game. Now later they will come and they say, Precious, you don't they talk. Precious, you don't they talk too much, but I'm saying the truth. It has to be said. You get what I'm trying to say? To all our ladies, this year, please shine your eye. It's very important. And to the men too. More now they know it I want to date. Be very careful. Know this kind of person. Know this lady. Know where she's from. Know the things she does, the things she likes, the things she doesn't like doing. There are things that this is where all these things comes in the talking stage. You get what I'm trying to say? No, we say, person tell you say, I love you. You don't go. Say, okay, mount see your family. Go, calm down. Don't be so it be. It's a gradual process, and you have to take it bit by bit. Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say, because we have a lot of comments of what people are saying about this. And yes, somebody said, if you know, investigate and reinvestigate. Bye, bro. Like, now you go later see Shege. Shege, banze. And congratulations, may your home be blissful. Amen to that. And Queen said, someone should please buy breakfast for me. Kilo day, this early morning. All right, another person said, that's it. Oh, the troubles this would have saved me from, at I know Diva, all right? And Shoes by Democrat said, you did well, but hope you paid the investigator better money. I tell you, not be lie, yo. Not be lie. All right, and another person said, please, I need some private investigator urgently, but in Ghana, with all seriousness, so I won't go and say yes blindly. I beg go. See, no need for blind. You saw those blind dates, what are they do? Shine your eye, especially these blind dates. Is where this investigator is really needed. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And somebody else said, if not me now, the investigator go just track me. Go. So you see, I am King Dinero. Now, wow, God help you. And your girl Shani said, very necessary. And another person said, they trust echo investigators. Okay. And Udo Sweet said, it's been a while I heard that word, private and investigator in Nigeria. So in Nigeria, so we get investigators and all this anyhowness is happening. So another person said, she knows what she wants. I think this should be a norm for everybody. We have more and more comments. Let's take more comments. And somebody else said, we have a lot of comments, and people are actually talking about this. It's actually beautiful seeing this. Because see, make I tell you the truth. Not be as just say one day, say, I want to just get married. It's not like that, you might fall in love with that person at that moment, and everything is just, cozy, everything is beautiful, everything is sweet, and the both of you are understanding. Maybe if you don't go spend 2 to 3 months, your eye go open. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Not be so love, they start, they sweet now, so not be so it take be forever. They are going to be ups and they are going to be down. And the thing that matters the most is during those times, how are both of you able to navigate through life? Because it's very important. You get what I'm trying to say? Because you get people where you go there with, maybe in another time when you they vex, they do another thing. They will tell you, say, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to. People have, different characters. And you'll be like, at that moment when the person is sad and stuff like that, they really want somebody. And you feel that, okay, I want to talk to this person. He's feeling sad and she's feeling sad. I think I'm going to be the person that has to calm the person down. And your eye go open when you go tell you, say, I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to be on my own. And you go know by that time, you go know whether you go fit, continue or bear waiting you don't already enter. But if you enter, boy, sister, you don't enter be that too. All right, and we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are talking about. And before we go, move over to our next story. And yes, another person said you should have hired Daniel Rega as private investigator now. Is well with you. And another person said, who go come investigate me too? And Henry Chika said, this is what Mr. Donald Trump Agbana doesn't like. Okay. And an authentic Jim West said, a very wise woman. And another person said, the way husbands cast now. Even second wife no go still reach some lady's hand. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, we have more comments of what people are saying about this. And Marty Berry said, love is sweet, but background check is sweeter. Very sweeter, very important. They play. And Thrifty Binty Moore said, smart moves and congratulations. Then Chidima Buchi said, lol, do we have private investigators in Nigeria? take and play first. And Precious Ibade said, smart moves. And Onyinye Joy 3030 said, before you hear, you only asked if I was married. You did not ask me if I was happily married, bro. Kai, by that time, Seth, your eye go first blow. My God. When you know investigate, you don't know anything. You don't know anything about this person. This person, and see, come to think of it, the way our men these days they behave, you go feel say this man never marry, but he will, he will look so young and come to speak to you and then, baby, I like you, and you don't know say this man don't marry one side, though. You just they smile, they give up, and then you start dating. Just to think of it, and maybe after 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 1 month, you don't they notice say this man don't marry. Your eyes go first blow, you go come back to your senses. So you see, very, very important that you as a lady, you as a guy that is about to, be in a serious relationship and you want to turn your relationship a serious one, shall be very, very careful and be very, very, very careful. Yes, I'll say it again, be very careful. No, you need to know everything about this person you are about to spend the rest of your life with. Yes, yes. And that's it for that. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we have a lot of juicy gist to talk about more. And please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Yes, welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight. And I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agamanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And say we don't talk about a lot of things and a lot of stories, a lot of love. And yes, next on our list today, we're talking about popular businesswoman Moyo has ignited widespread conversations on social media after a post attributed to her surfaced online in which she stated that she would rather be with a 40-year-old divorced man than a single man of the same age. So the statement, which was shared, quickly went viral and drew mixed reactions from users who debated her reasoning and the socialite expectations around marriage, around age, and around relationships. So according to the post, Moyo suggested that divorce at that age may indicate life experience and emotional maturity, while prolonged singleness could raise questions for her personally. So the comment has since triggered intense discussion across platforms, with some social media users agreeing with her perspective, arguing that divorced men may be more intentional and self-aware, while others criticize the statement as unfair and dismissive of single men. As of now, the claim remains based on the social media posts and screenshots. So I want to talk about the fact that men who are at that age, 40 years as a divorced, you get what I'm trying to say? You being divorced at that age, she's saying that it's understandable that you have gone through emotional things, you've had experiences, but now you've been single for over 40 years. So my question is that people that actually, is it not better to stay single and not married than getting married and divorced? If you ask me, because I don't know, she said she prefers it that way, maybe because of the experiences that person has had, you understand, than staying single for over 40 years and you've not had. See, this life is by choice. A lot of people won't want to, stretch themselves to come and staying inside problem and headache and the plenty of all those plenty things. It's a lot of things. It's better to stay. See, a broken engagement is better than a broken marriage. Well, I have to say it, yes. It's better you stay single and be having peace of mind and go and marry and go and be having glass and still divorce on top, and you still stay with the stigma and everything. I know that people go through the experiences and a lot of all that, but if you ask me, I don't like that type of. See, it's better you're single and you will find your better person. Yes. You find the person that loves you and everybody has their own special person that loves them. You understand? Just that you have not found yours. It's as simple as that. So, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning what Moyo has said, you understand? And a lot of people has reacted to that. So, we'll take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. Let's say this. And yes, somebody said, day 2 of me showing up everywhere until my brand. Okay. And another person said, someone finally said this. Really? So women supporting women. I don't understand. How would you feel so comfortable with a man of 40 years and you understand a divorced man of 40 years and a single man of 40 years, you cannot, is well with you. All right. Official Teddy said, you can marry an older, younger person and marry right. Of course, you can also marry an older and younger person and still marry wrong. Actually, that is just the truth. So it not even matter with the age and everything where you want, they shout up and down, say, hey, I want marry. Now lie yo, if you get people way old self, they will give you basketballs every day. I'm telling you, and you will still marry a young person and still feel at peace. That it's life. Somebody say, I like as God, they take share problem, give everybody. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments and people are talking about a lot of things concerning this. Let's take more comments and see what people are actually saying. And Amanda Onaji said, at 40 self, they find who go born for them. It's not love anymore. All right. And Shady Links Empire said, Babanla, red flag, I don't recommend. Okay. And Daisy Rizzi said, Lord, okay, till you cry blood. See, divorced men, God, I beg you. A divorced man, you go learn. Okay. And then come to think of it, you getting so relaxed with a divorced man at that age. I think even that divorced man will have a lot of issues with his life because come to think of it, the person has to navigate through life, heal from the past relationship. You get what I'm trying to say? And not want to make same mistakes again. Do you get it? So it's not if you weigh these two things, it's not even okay. You can even get married to a single 40-year-old man and still be having headache. So it's for you to pray for your own. I'm telling you, because nobody they trust love again. In as much as love is a beautiful thing, love still is in that love. You still have to have sex. That's just the truth. And another person says, single 40+ men are wailing in the comments. If now woman unable to their age, shame her. In her age, shame her. All right, and official Zara said, don't judge her. She gets her reasons. Actually, nobody is judging her, but we are saying that if it's like this, I don't think that's a right perspective from her, because trust me, nowhere there you say that is safe. If you can even get married to a 40-year-old man plus and that is divorced and still have issues with the person, it happens. Yes, it happens. All right, another person said, life no get manual. Sometimes it could be financial reasons. And another person said, single man at 40 years, what age you want to take do school runs? Hey, father. See, my comment section people, when I don't get joy at all. You people will come with all the whole bus and the bus and everything. You people should be coming down. No, let somebody have peace of mind, because I don't understand. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And come to think of it, you getting married at a young age is actually beautiful. You get what I'm trying to say? But when the love and the marriage doesn't come, will you kill yourself? No. It's not after all, it's not everybody that will still end up in a marriage. Yes. And somebody else said 40 years single in Igbo land is normal. Actually, I get it. And somebody said, now you sabi abeg. Okay. And Afisma said, they play. See, it's actually beautiful. Who won't love the fact that you get married early, you know, have your kids early so that you could take them to school, you know, still have more time to enjoy life and the rest of it. But when it doesn't come, will you kill yourself? No. It's normal. See, I don't like the fact that she's saying that she can't be with somebody that is 40 years plus and still a single man. You know whether the man don't meet his own? Yes, his vibe might not be same vibe with the other people. So leave them to their own distance and let them go and find their own. All right, and Ms. Ihechi said, if the table turns around, hope you won't start screaming gender-based, because what kind of mentality is this? And Domingo Loso said, Lord, and Ayomi said, like, you mean no woman cared enough to be with you, even if it's to dig gold. Even if they dig that gold, self, will you be happy? You will still be chopping breakfast now. People should be coming down at Ayomi. And on Sus Prince 1 said, God, please give her what she wants. Amen. And the Food Networking said, person where they use beat the one where them divorce. He go there inside cooler for you. Okay. And we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying about this. But trust me, getting married early is a beautiful thing, but marrying right is also a beautiful thing. So that all this whole wahala and also staying single when you have not met the right person is a beautiful thing too. It's peace of mind. You people should stop dragging this thing up and down. I don't know why. It's as simple as that. You can't force somebody to be in a relationship. So because a person there 40 years and never still settle down, you know, if you marry that person, you never they ready. Oh my God, you are not ready. That's just the truth. All right. And that's it for that. We have another story, and we'll talk about this last story before, you know, we call it a day. And come to think of it, the next story is a story has been actually circulating online and has sparked intense debate about a post claimed a marriage that ended when a woman brought her late sister's 6 children into her matrimonial home. So the post, which was shared, alleged that the husband decided to pack his belongings and leave the marriage following the decision. So reportedly citing the sudden responsibilities and lack of prior agreement. So the situation has since gone viral, drawing attention to the emotional and financial strain such a development could place on a household. So the viral post has generated mixed reactions online, with some users sympathizing with the wife for stepping up to care for her late sister's children, while others argued that the decision should have been jointly discussed due to its impact on the marriage. As of now, you know, the claims still remains concerning the social media stuff, and screenshots and online on all those things that concerns it is still online. So my question is, this has to be something you have to speak to your husband about. Get me, right? Because a lot of women will want to, you know, carry along the family. And I have people that actually come to visit. You get what I'm trying to say? Have their mothers visit, have their siblings visit the home, have their, you know, relations come around to stay with the family. But I think that some men don't really like the fact that they carry the whole family to the house and, you know, get to stay with them. Some men know they like them. Some men like the peace of their wife alone. So this thing has to be something to be discussed with your husband. See, you discuss this with your husband. As the man too, you also discuss with your wife. If that's what you want, you understand? Because a lot of people don't they get issues in their marriage because say their mama, even if their mama come visit, daddy mama come visit, the problem don't decide the marriage. So it's a lot of things. But come to think of it, this lady carried her late sister's children. I understand the fact that she wants to be all nice, all good and everything, but I feel that she has to discuss this with the husband too. It's very important. This is where understanding comes in. Yes, this is where understanding comes in. So basically, a lot of people have talked about this, and we'll take some comments of what people are really saying about this. So let's take some comments and see what people have brought out their own experiences and said about this. Let's take some comments. And yes, Amicable Luxury said, I don't want to hear marry a kind man here, because if the woman is kind enough, she would have communicated this with the husband, and both of them will find a solution around it. And 6 whole women to the house with no prior info in this period where feeding is so expensive. Actually, it's very important. Feeding is so expensive, and come to think of it, you don't know how capable the man is to handle the whole 6 children. So Omar Billion said, "Come on, okay, all right." Another person said, "Not only Elon Musk fit take care of 6 kids for Nigeria." And Good Sweet Jerry J said, "Now 6 kids is too much. At least take 1, split the other 5 amongst the families." Do you get what I'm trying to say? Okay, but what if the lady doesn't have a family and this is the only, you know? So we have to analyze this in so many ways. But what I'm trying to say is that she would have spoken to the husband. I think it's more better, and we don't know how they could just figure out a way around it. You get what I'm trying to say? It's very important, and most times women do things without, you know, letting their husbands know. I think that part is where the husbands get angry and they don't really. All these things they cause divorce. So make they try, they do good things and behave well. I don't know why, but then it's actually funny. A lot of men don't like the fact that the wife brings in the family, or they just like their peace of mind with their wives, and it's very important. All right, to those people, I pray that they fix their marriage, and that's all I can say. All right, and this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. Don't forget to follow us on all social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Till next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. So, see you next time and bye for now.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please the sport.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibanichuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your likes meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah. See that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo, and girls
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go say o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resiliency no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands. Come out from mago ways.
Talk true when you see am. Security concern na all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 to 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. We begin the African news from the story where President Donald Trump has offered to restart the United States-led mediation between Egypt and Ethiopia over the Nile waters and the Grand Ethiopia Renaissance Dam, that's the GERD, describing the status as truly understandable but warning against the risk of military confrontation. Trump said in a letter addressed to Egyptian President Abdel El-Sisi that resolving tensions around the GERD was at the top of his agenda. He linked the issue to his broader push for lasting peace in the Middle East and Africa. Trump wrote that he was ready to restart U.S. mediation between Egypt and Ethiopia to responsibly resolve the question of the Nile water sharing once and for all, adding that his team understands the deep significance of the Nile River to Egypt and its people. According to him, Washington's position was that no state in this region should unilaterally control the precious resources of the Nile and disadvantage its neighbors in the process. It also stressed the need for an outcome that secures the long-term water needs of Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. In another development, United States President Donald Trump has flayed Britain over its deal to cede to Mauritius the sovereignty of the Chagos Archipelago, including an island with an important US-UK airbase. Trump described the move as an act of total weakness and great stupidity, saying it underlines why he wants to acquire Greenland. Washington had last year approved the deal which gave the Indian Ocean islands to Mauritius, but retained UK's control of Diego Garcia base under a 99-year lease. However, Trump reversed that, expressing shock that the United Kingdom, which is America's brilliant North Atlantic Treaty Organization ally, is currently planning to give away the island of Diego Garcia, the site of a vital U.S. military base, and for no reason whatsoever. He stated that there is no doubt that China and Russia have noticed these acts of total weakness, adding that the UK giving away extremely important land is an act of great stupidity and another in a very long line of national security reasons, while Greenland has to be acquired. Meanwhile, the United Nations Human Rights Chief, Ravina Shamdasani, has warned that under no circumstances should the horrific violations committed during the capture of El Fasher in Sudan's North Darfur region be repeated as fighting escalates in South Kordofan. Addressing newsmen in Geneva, Shamdasani said UN High Commissioner Volker Turk ended a 5-day visit to Sudan on Sunday, during which he witnessed the impact of violence on displaced civilians, including at a site in northern state sheltering about 20,000 people. Recalling that the capture of El Fasher in late October was characterized by widespread summary executions, the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, dehumanizing treatment, and abduction for ransom, to describe it as an 18-month siege that deprived civilians of food, healthcare, and basic services. According to Shamdasani, Turk urged all parties of the conflict, including in the meeting with a Rapid Support Forces delegation, to ensure that the crimes committed during and after the takeover of El Fasher were not repeated in Kadugli, Dilin, and the wider Kordofan region. And from that, we move straight to Uganda, where Uganda military chief Mahuze Kainerugaba says he was praying for the death of fugitive opposition leader Bobby Wine and gave him 48 hours to surrender to the police after a contentious presidential election. Kainerugaba, who is Museveni's son, is widely believed to be his preferred successor, made a series of threats on X against Wine late on Monday, referring to him by the derisive nickname Kakobi. He stated that if Wine does not surrender to the police within 48 hours, he would be treated as an outlaw and rebel and handled accordingly. In another reference to Wine's National Unity Platform Party, Kainerugaba added that they have killed 22 NUP terrorists since last week, and that he was praying the 23rd was Kabobi. Wine has said he fled a military raid on his house hours before veteran President Yoweri Museveni was declared the landslide winner of last week's presidential election. Still in Uganda, available documents show that Uganda has charged over 100 members of its biggest opposition party with various offenses, including unlawful assembly related to violence over last week's election. According to the NUP lawyer, Kato Tomosini, no fewer than 118 members of the NUP were taken to various courts in the capital, Kampala, and charged with offenses that included unlawful assembly, conspiracy, and unlawful possession of election materials. The East African country's veteran 81-year-old leader, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, was declared the landslide winner of the January 15 polls with 71.6% of the vote against the 24% of his opponent, Bobby Wine. The pop star turned politician and his National Unity Platform Party have rejected the result, alleging widespread irregularities, including ballot stuffing and forced disappearance of polling agents and intimidation by security forces. Wine's whereabouts remain unknown after he said he had escaped a raid by the military on his home. And in Zimbabwe, opposition and civic groups say they are prepared to legally challenge any attempt to amend the constitution with the aim of extending President Emmerson Mnangagwa's terms beyond the current limit. Government officials had confirmed that the draft constitutional amendment bill was ready for cabinet and parliamentary consideration. However, critics say the proposed changes are a partisan effort to extend Mnangagwa's rule to 2030, a move they argue will violate the 2013 constitution, undermine democracy, and threaten national stability. Speaking under the aegis of the Constitution Defenders Forum, convened by former Finance Minister Tendai Biti, the group said they are ready, legally, civically, and peacefully, to oppose what they describe as a political project designed to override constitutional safeguards. The group cited sections of the Constitution that governs presidential term limits and amendment procedures as clear barriers to any such extension. Meanwhile, Mnangagwa has repeatedly declared that he is a constitutionalist and will leave office when his tenure ends in 2028. Still on election matters, the Constitutional Court of Central African Republic has validated President Faustin Archange Touadera's victory in a disputed December 28th presidential election that handed him a third term. President of the Constitutional Council, Jean-Pierre Wabert, declared Touadera president-elect in the first round with 77.9% of the vote, even before provisional results were announced on January the 5th. Tadera's opponents had alleged fraud, I beg your pardon, but the government denied that. Tadera's main rival and former Prime Minister, Anicent Georges Dolongweli, received 13.5% of the vote, according to the final results from the Electoral Commission. The Constitutional Court said it rejected an appeal that Dolongweli had lost after the announcement of provisional results. Last week, another competitor and former Prime Minister, Henry Maria Dondra, who got 2.97% of the vote, acknowledged Tadera's victory, saying he decided not to appeal. Meanwhile, opposition parties in Botswana are preparing a no-confidence motion against President Advocate Boko, citing his handling of the country's collapsing healthcare system and other failed promises. The move, announced by Kisentagilis Gaboswang of the Botswana Congress Party, comes in the wake of Boko's recent surprise visit to Princess Marina Hospital in Gaborone, a visit that critics warns risks being dismissed as political theater rather than genuine intervention. Gaboswang accused the president of failing the country, saying that he declared a public health emergency without first familiarizing with the realities on the ground. According to him, the opposition will table the motion when Parliament resumes this year, adding that though people say the party does not have the numbers, they will not be deterred as they have a rock-solid charge sheet. Away from that report, and in Kenya, a group of female motorcycle riders known as the Border Girls are helping bridge a critical gap in maternal health care across Western Kenya. Trained not only in motorcycle riding, but also in basic maternal health and patient care, many of the women are nurses or community health workers with a simple but vital mission to transport free of charge pregnant women in remote areas to health facilities for checkups, scans, and safe deliveries. Launched in 2022, the initiative operates in Siasa, Kisumu, and Homwe Bay counties, where long-distance, poor roads, and transport costs often prevent women from accessing timely medical care. For many expectant mothers, the presence of a female rider provides an added sense of comfort and security, according to a mother from the region, Maureen Achieng, who says that she preferred being taken to the hospital by a woman. She added that she and her family feel more confident with a female rider other than a male motorcyclist. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, sir, and welcome to the African News segment.
It's my pleasure, David.
Thank you so very much for being here. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njwe. Mr. Martins is a financial expert and financial advisor, also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. David, and my friend on the studio.
Thank you so very much for joining us. Well, also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist, a legal practitioner in Uganda, and also a business associate as well. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the analysis segment of the African News.
Very good afternoon to you, David, and the rest of the team. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining us. Also joining us is a Zimbabwean who is in Kenya. Okay, I understand he's not joined yet, but we're expecting him. And I'm talking about Dr. Masimba Mavasa. He's a Zimbabwean, also in the UK presently, I must say. But let's start off this conversation from Uganda, and I'm going to start off with you, Barrister Edward. Interestingly, conversation surrounding post-election is what I want to ask you right now. What is the situation, the body language of Ugandans after election, and of course after President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni have been declared unopposed incumbent winner of the last election?
Thank you, David. Sorry, I think we were to discuss this matter yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think network was an issue. The mood and actually the situation in hand in Uganda is totally not, it's not a positive because, a country where you get people have waken up to go and exercise their rights. They have waken up to actually elect their leaders. And at the end of the day, you are denied the rights. It means that alone makes you not actually even to be such a person who's willing to be in such an environment. So the environment is totally not all that good. People are in fear with the pronouncements of the CDF, who's now the son of the president, who has promised and threatened. And even as we talk, not even threatening, because there are so many people who have been arrested, so many who are mourning, so many who are lost. And we are yet to understand what the motive of this regime is. And we are also trying to ask ourselves, is the world leaving us as Ugandans alone? Because we have not seen any international community, be it those powers who have actually been too much aggressive in other areas, talking about this issue. It is just only the few civil societies who are trying to actually talk about it and try to discourage the torture and psychological torture in the country, which is brought by the military as we talk.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister Edward. Concerns are being raised about the fact that, yes, there's an alleged rumor that the son of President Yoweri Museveni is most likely going to take after him. Is Uganda gradually sliding into a dynasty dictatorship where secession is decided by threats rather than the ballots, like we're supposed to have in a country that says it has democracy?
Not that alleged. This is directly what Mr. Museveni is actually hardly working for. For sure, telling you that in Uganda there is only one tribe called the Bahima, where Museveni is coming from. That is the only tribe which is celebrating, even after the elections. So you see, normally when you have elected a right person, you would get celebrations every corner in the country.
Yes.
But you can see the mood of people in Uganda. So ideally, the Bahimas have become the dynasts, and now they are the ones who are taking charge, and we are really waiting for that day. Because I remember some 2 years ago when Museveni said, he actually said in one of the functions that he will retire and leave his son, which is going to actually happen. So this is the way to go. So we shall be living in a country of dynasts, a country where no voice, no freedom, a country where you are ruled by military, by a gun. That is what we are right now in Uganda. And we're also praying that one day, one time, probably the Ugandans will get back their rights and move on with their lives.
That the situation does not degenerate to that level. Let me come to the studio before I go to Kenya. Barrister This is something that is really, really alarming. And like you heard the barrister in Uganda say, the mood in Uganda is clearly dampened by the results, clearly not the will of the people. But I want to come on the part of where the West clearly have been silent on the matter, particularly on the human rights abuses that have been occurring in that particular country. Is this clearly an act of effectively legitimizing Museveni's impunity? Because this is what it's all about. I mean, you would recall that the UN clearly said that the mood before election was a repression mood in Uganda. Is this silence loud enough to the views and the ears and eyes of everybody all across the world?
Nobody is in support of what Yoweri Museveni have done.
So why the silence from the West?
But because of this sovereignty, the so-called sovereign, you know, over there, they respect such things. And so, when they are not talking, they are expecting you. You, who is the person bearing the brunt, they are expecting you to react, then they will come in. That is how it is done. They cannot just come into Uganda and then start harassing Yoweri Museveni if the people are in sync with what he has done. So if you don't like it, then there should be protests and lockdowns.
Now, Barrister, another question I want to ask you before we move to Kenya is the fact that the military head, who of course is the son of the president, has branded opposition leaders as terrorists. The question now is this a deliberate move to justify the extrajudicial killings that have been ongoing in the country since before elections and post-election?
Of course. When you want to hang a dog, you give it a bad name. They will call him all sorts of names just because he dared to oppose Yoweri Museveni in an election that's supposed to be free and fair. So such things, you should not be surprised. That's the father. Like father, like son. It is left for the people of Uganda. That's what I'm saying here. It is left for them. Because they say, as you make your bed, so shall you lie on it. If they want what Yoweri have done to continue, all well and good. Oh, well and good.
Oh, well, let me take this conversation to Kenya, where Mr. Martins is joining the conversation. I'm going to come to you on the part of the business angle, because before now, the UN did say that the mood at which Ugandans are before election was a repressional mood that is not good for that election. But political repression, a lot of times, have discouraged foreign direct investment. With these kind of elections, and of course the result being announced and President Museveni winning landslide, is this clearly going to bring some level, from your perspective as a financial advisor, would it bring some level of confidence when it comes to investor confidence, foreign investment confidence in Uganda, from your perspective?
Thank you, Mr. David. Yeah, when an investor is looking to a country or an environment to invest, first of all, the fundamental key is the political hygiene in that environment or in that country. And when there is political turmoil in the governance and in that state or in that country, you find investors, the people of goodwill who wanted to grow the economy of such country, they will pull off, because now insecurity, political insurgents, or you can name it, this will affect the growth of the country. Secondly, the youth we see in the street, these are jobless young people who want to they are facing issue of hand to mouth. So in such situation, you will find that investors, they fear, because they will come and begin a corporation or in industry, then the next day within a week it is vandalized or theft. And in these cases, even you find the terrorism takes the way because it is politically promoted. So basically, in such a scenario, it is hard to invest in a country where there is no political stability or where security is insatiable. To state that how the Uganda should do, if if Bob Wine cannot do this alone, he needed when they release Besigye from the bar or from the prison, the people of Uganda should seek what we call referendum. They need the changes where a president should go for 1 term or 2 terms, then he leaves the stage. In that way now we're gonna see the engine in democracy. This will attract the investors. What is happening in Uganda is not different in what is happening in Tanzania. Regardless, even if we are right now here in Kenya, we can say we are democratically growing because and the 2 terms are over. He exited the stage. From the people we elect another president who will take over. So you find here in Kenya, regardless of the bureaucracies and such kind of politics which comes and go, here it's a place good for investment. But where there is political insatiable and such kind of scenarios, you find the investors are pulling off.
All right, then. Well, let me go back to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is still with us. Now, a question I want to ask is, right now, Bobby Wine, opposition leader, and of course, the candidate of the last election, opposition candidate of the last election, is in exile. And of course, the military chief is clearly looking out for him and asking him to surrender. How much of a threat is Bobby Wine to the existence of these governments that have been elected again to run for another term in office? Why should the military chief be looking for Bobby Wine, from your perspective?
David, number one, what matters in an election or in a country is democracy.
Right.
Where there is no democracy, we tend never to go to our proper ways of even actually in a rule of law. So Uganda has shown the world that there is no democracy. And the panic of the chief of staff, the biggest man in the country, and to make things worse, is a son to the president. When he issues such threats to the candidate, he does not just reissue, he's acting on behalf of the father, meaning that all the threats are meant to actually harm opposition. So it is one way of actually making opposition never to be there, threaten anyone who wants to stand up in such a democracy to actually step away. So Bob Wine's threats, even as we talk, actually the family is not in. We are happy he escaped immediately after the elections, just to save his life. But we are still questioning why the military is still guarding, surrounding his family. Because as we talk, just a few minutes ago, the family was actually crying because they have lost even the food in the house. There is no food, there is no water, because these are all things which have been denied. This is actually a person we consider as a presidential candidate. So those are things we need to ask ourselves. Does Uganda need, as Africa, does Uganda need a support of all Africans? Does Uganda require at this point to come together as Africans? We see how can sort out these kind of issues. Because African Union coming to endorse the candidate of Museveni, the election of Museveni, it shows you that we still are backward, even on our own institutions. We do not actually respect what we call democracy. We do not actually respect rule of law. So as we continue, even as Africans, we need to look at ways of coming and handle our own matters in hand before we even seek for any support from international communities, international bodies. We are capable. The fear Museveni is actually giving, not only in Uganda, Museveni is actually giving this fear and it is spreading. I'm not worried. I'm not actually surprised that this kind of rule of law will come up to Nigeria. It might even be there because I see Museveni is extending the seed everywhere in Africa, which is actually unfortunate for the leaders who lead us at this moment.
Quite unfortunate, really. Let me come back to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, Barrister Edward in Uganda did say that Museveni is becoming a virus that might affect every other African state, and that, again, should be a concern for Africans. Let's talk about the fact that the AU, African Union, have endorsed the election of Museveni. First off, there is a concern about the fact that even though the UN statement clearly states that the military presence in that country is a reason for repression on the part of voters, how much of an impact would the affirmation of AU to that kind of election have on Africa as a continent?
I don't think the AU is bothered, and I don't think they should be bothered. It is a matter for Ugandans. This is their internal affairs. On what ground will anybody interfere when the people of Uganda are quiet about the whole thing? And so, if they don't approve of what happened, of course, they should go and protest.
Are they really quiet, Barrister? Because as it stands, the young people, even if they take to the streets, you hear the head of the military clearly stating that an opposition leader, presidential opposition leader, is declared wanted and should present himself in the next 48 hours. So with these kind of threats, Barrister, what can an ordinary Ugandan do? Anybody who is afraid of what the security agencies will do or say before going on a protest will never go on that protest. Go and check all over the world. People that meant to go on protest, they don't care. It's just that they will embarrass the government when they start making noise and arresting people and all that. The whole world will see what is going on there, and it will attract their attention. The people of Uganda are still docile, and so help will not come from outside. Well, I like the fact that you said that it is best to go on protest, and I'm going to move straight to an interesting conversation that is about emerging in Zimbabwe. As we speak, Barrister, opposition and, of course, civil groups in Zimbabwe are prepared to legally and at all costs challenge any attempt for the legislators to tweak the constitution to allow President Emerson Mnangagwa go beyond the term limits that he's currently in. In fact, as we speak, the bill is with the legislators. This particular kind of conversation of tweaking the constitution to allow the incumbent stay in power beyond the time limit, this is happening one too many in Africa. How can this be stopped, Barrister?
You know, evil character is very attractive. It's very attractive and very, very important to those who want to go through that route. They need to copy what they saw somewhere. I told you when Paul Biya started this that it is now the trend in Africa. Every other African leader has caught the bug. It's like a virus spreading all through African states. And so, except African youth to come together and do that thing that happened is it not in Tunisia? Arab Spring. That's what they are calling for now, and that's the only solution to this nonsense. African youth should rise up and let us have one revolution in Africa for once. It's about time. That is the only solution, because that's what solved the problem in the Western world in those years of impunity and arrogance. A woman was told in France that the people have no bread to eat. And she said, okay, if they don't have bread, then they should go and eat cake. Is that not what caused the French Revolution? So, this same arrogance that is going on in Africa today, except they rise up, and that is the youth. nothing will change.
But then,
David,
Barrister,
nothing will change.
legislators, before I go to Kenya, legislators have said that this would only strengthen the progress done so far with the Emerson Mnangagwa's led administration. And of course, that is not threatening any national stability. How much of these should the people believe? These are legislators that were elected by them.
Look, there is a proverb that says that an able man knows himself. He's just waiting for somebody to tell him, then you now say that you are abusing him. What do you expect from a compromised legislature? No, what do you expect? Is that not how they did it all over the place? They first of all tamper with the constitution. After that, they will not tell you it's for national interest. It's for national interest. And you ask which national interest? Who is going to benefit from this interest? That is what is going on in Africa. I said it has become a trend. And unless a very powerful force push that evil, it will not go away. That's the truth. The youth of Africa should rise up. Their future is at stake here.
Oh, well, then, let's take this conversation to Kenya. And of course, before we move to Uganda and wrap up the conversation, Mr. Martins, this conversation about tweaking the constitution again is at the front burner, and it's about happening in Zimbabwe. Well, civil society groups have come to say, look, at every single space that we have, we will kick against this because efforts to extend Mnangagwa's rule to 2030 will not happen in Zimbabwe. The legislators, like I said earlier, have said, look, this is not going to trample or undermine democracy. It's only going to consolidate on what President Emerson Mnangagwa has been doing so far. What's the position with this kind of conversation of rejigging the constitution to extend the tenure of a president?
Thank you, Mr. Edwins. To focus on democracy, mostly democracy is run by the constitution, and that's why you can see majority of the president or incumbent, they come and start amending the constitution to suit their personal or to pass their personal bills through a constitution. But you find in most cases this constitution amendment doesn't follow the due process. You find like now referendum is there is no referendum. You find there is no public participation on that amendment. So when a country want to amend their constitution to meet their democratic values and the principles, they should call a referendum or public participation. Because you find these people or this fella, they come and amend the constitution to suit their personal interest, but not the public interest. I think I've interacted with the various constitutions across East Africa and Africa at large, and the United States, the one that we are dealing in here. You find the first chapter or article of our constitution, it says, the sovereign will rest with the people of the republic. Right. So you find the people are the key. Any constitution which doesn't start with the power of or sovereignty, power of the people, that the constitution should be taken back to the kitchen and bring that which suits our taste. Right, if that constitution doesn't address the issue facing the people, that constitution is not solid and it is invalid. So the best thing to do with the constitution is to bring the public participation, so that these people are the one that has given them job to run their affairs, to manage their tax. So if the constitution is not self-centric, is not republic-centric, that constitution is invalid.
All right, then let me take this conversation quickly to Uganda, where we'll wrap up this conversation. Barrister Edward, interestingly, the bill in question is already with the legislators, but opposition has said that, look, this same man tried this thing in 2013, and he's trying to try it again in 2026. How much of an impact would these have should it find the light of the day in Zimbabwe? Plus, from your perspective, do you think that the legislators clearly would dance to the tune of the president, or is there the possibility that a protest might stall this bill from being read or being debated in the House?
Yeah, for sure. It's very difficult to defeat the agenda of the president. At the end of the day, I remember even in Kenya, it has gone through trial. There was what we call a finance bill, which I'm happy that the Gen Zs from Kenya stood up, and it was actually removed after the president surrendered on that kind of a legislation.
Yeah.
Also talking of Uganda, the military bill was brought to parliament, where it got its way because all the legislators were on the side of the president. So I'm just seeing the same thing coming up even from that country. You know, what I'm just trying to copy up from one of our elder in the studio, we need to do what we call a revolution as Africa. Africa needs a revolution to rescue their democracy, a revolution to rescue the rule of law. We need a revolution to rescue our human rights from the so-called the hyenas. We also need a revolution to rescue our accountability in Africa. Africa needs leaders who are accountable, leaders who respect the law, leaders who feel humanity is part of life. We should always respect humanity. But as we look at Africa today, all our leaders are for their own interest. They have no interest in their own people. And no country in Africa, I can say, probably right now, the citizens are really feeling safe in that reason.
But a huge question now would be, is Africans truly ready for that kind of revolution? Because again, when we say revolution, you find some other people have to be weaponized by poverty, not dance to the tune of wanting to have that revolution. But this is really where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to all of the panelists on the table today. And from the studio here, we had Barrister Darlington Agumo, who joined us. Of course, is a legal practitioner and, of course, a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, Barrister Edward, thank you so very much for joining the conversation this beautiful afternoon. I want to say a big thank you to you. Barrister Edward is a legal practitioner in Uganda and also a human rights activist as well as a business associate. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Also, thank you so very much, Mr. Martin Siriri, for joining the conversation. Mr. Martin is a financial advisor and a financial expert and also a public and political affairs analyst, the CEO of WorldGate Insurance Agency. Thank you so very much for being here, Mr. Martins.
Thank you, sir, and you're welcome.
Thank you so very much. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News. Fighting in South Sudan after opposition forces push to take back Juba. These and more after the break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Fighting has erupted in Panyume, a small town of South Sudan's southern border, just the day after a senior opposition commander ordered rebel forces to advance on the national capital, Juba. Spokesman for the rebel Sudan's People's Liberation Army in opposition, Colonel Lam Gabriel, said the clashes began as opposition forces launched an offensive to seize control of Panyume. He said government troops were retreating south towards Morobo County headquarters, roughly 21 kilometers away. According to him, details will follow shortly as the SSPDF are being pursued towards Morobo County headquarters. Meanwhile, former Rukona County Commissioner Gablak Nya claimed that the town had fallen to the opposition, which he said were advancing towards Morobo and Yi, suggesting a coordinated northward and southward march. From that story, we move straight to some business story. Uganda's central bank said the country's gold exports leaped 75.8% last year from the previous 12 months, helped by record prices that attracted new dealers into the sector. Gold has surpassed coffee as the East African country's biggest export and source of foreign exchange. According to the Bank of Uganda's Executive Director for Research and Economic Analysis, Adam Mugume, in 2025, Uganda shipped bullions worth $5.8 billion, up from $3.3 billion in 2024. He partly attributed the increase to the soaring international gold prices. Uganda has emerged in recent years as a processing and trading center for gold shipped in from neighbors, including Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and other areas, as it produces little gold of its own. The price of gold rose over 64% in 2025 as global geopolitical tension drove a surge in demand for a safe haven metal. Still talking business, Malawi's energy regulator hiked the price of petrol and diesel for the second time in 4 months on Tuesday to prevent fuel shortages and preserve scarce foreign exchange. The cost of petrol was hiked by almost 42% to 4,965 kwacha, that's about $2.90 per liter, while diesel was increased by about 41% to 4,945 kwacha per liter, the Malawi Energy Regulatory Authority has said. President Peter Mutharika, who returned to power last year, is trying to turn around the economic fortunes to the donor-dependent Southern African country. His government is also trying to negotiate a new support program for the International Monetary Fund structure its debt and boost dwindling international reserves as part of turnaround efforts under the predecessor Lazarus Chakwera. Fuel shortages were a major source of public frustration. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Senegal's national football team has returned to Dakar as champions of the African Cup of Nations AFCON, with President Bassirou Faye at the airport to welcome them late Monday. The president praised their single-minded focus throughout the continental tournament, disclosing that while watching them play during the entire competition, the country felt that they had this mission in mind and in their hearts to bring back this cup and make the Senegalese people proud. Faye added that the team did it historically, playing beautiful football, and were incredibly fair and exemplary both on and off the field. Therefore, the country can only be proud of them. Though Senegal players have received criticism from some commentators for walking off the pitch in protest to a penalty decision, the jubilant fans in Dakar had nothing but praise for their Teranga Lions and gave them a heroic welcome. It was Senegal's second African Cup of Nations win after a 4-2 penalty shootout win over Egypt in 2022. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not painting it all, please the sport.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch that. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
They often say school na scam, especially when we see people making money through other means, while graduates are still struggling. But is education really a scam? While it may not bring daily alerts, education remains a lifetime asset. As veteran journalist Igbalani Omoniyi puts it, education is a lifetime asset. So, no matter how rich or connected you are, there are certain tables you cannot sit at or decisions you cannot influence if you are not informed. That's the power of learning. It sharpens your mind, shapes your voice, and strengthens your value. Good afternoon and welcome to another beautiful edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we unpack the stories, ideas, and policies shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. On today's program, we examine Nigeria's growing global influence as the Oxford English Dictionary adds several Nigerian origin words in its latest update. Later on the program, we will also look at the legal battle involving the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and former Minister Uche Nnaji. But first, let's begin with our first conversation of the day. The Oxford English Dictionary has added several Nigerian origin words in its latest update, highlighting Nigeria's growing global influence in language, culture, and cuisine. The December 2025 update features over 500 new words and revised entries from English varieties around the world, with Nigerian English prominently represented. Among the newly added Nigerian words are popular expressions like abeg and biko. Food items such as amala and moi moi, everyday terms including yansh, Bami market, and Ghana must go, including internet slang such as DM, brain fat, and chalk. Earlier in January 2025, the Oxford English Dictionary expanded its lexicon with 20 Nigerian words and expressions, highlighting the growing influence of Nigerian English, pidgin, and street slang on global vocabulary. These additions included everyday terms such as jakpa, agbiru, and eba, a staple food made from cassava flour, as well as entries like 419, referring to internet fraud, and abi, a common conversational tag. The dictionary says the addition reflects the increasing global reach of Nigerian culture, language, and lifestyle. Now, joining me to unpack this conversation is Dr. Kingsley Ugwuanyi, who is a lecturer at King's College, London, a research fellow at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and a consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes. Good afternoon, Doctor, and thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. And it's not too late to say Happy New Year, Doctor.
Happy New Year to you as well. Same to you, as we say in Nigeria.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Doctor. All right, let's begin with this conversation. What is the significance of the Oxford English Dictionary adding Nigerian origin words in its latest update? And why is this development important for the recognition of Nigerian English and pidgin on a global level?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, it is significant. If I would just start by saying that the truth is that Oxford English Dictionary is one of the most prestigious English dictionaries in the world. Because of its age, because of its coverage, and because of its widespread use, it prides itself as the definitive record of English language. That might be contestable, anyway. But it's a very reputable dictionary. That's what I mean by that. And when a dictionary of such reputation includes Nigerian English words in it, it shows global recognition. It shows that Nigerian English is a prominent member in the Committee of Global Englishes. But beyond that, one other thing it shows is the attitude of Oxford English Dictionary, which recognizes that English is not one. All right, there is no one correct, only one variety of English that you regard as legitimate or correct, and the other varieties are wrong. No, every variety of English is legitimate.
Okay, let me ask a follow-up question on that. Are you saying, talking about variety of English, are you saying both British English and American English, they are all legitimate?
And Nigerian English.
And Nigerian English included.
Yeah. And Jamaican English and Indian English. Every variety of English has a history, and this is something that people miss a lot. There was a time in history when what we call USA today did not speak English at all. If we even decide to go a little further back into history, there was a time in history when English was not spoken in what is called England today. All right, English. So English itself originated as a West Germanic language, right? Even though it has gone several transformations, it is not English as we speak it today that invaded England many centuries ago. So, but what I'm trying to say with that is that it's about history, right? English travels, and languages generally travel. And when they do, they acquire new identities, they acquire new characteristics, and all of these new varieties are authentic, they are legitimate. So what this is telling us, if you look at the words in Oxford English, they are characterized as Nigerian English or West African English. That is where you find evidence that this word is also used in other West African countries. Yes, so in terms of significance, yes. And in terms of legitimacy, absolutely a big yes.
All right, Doctor. Talking about West African English, which you of course mentioned now, which you have said right now, as the consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes, what criteria does the Oxford English Dictionary use to decide which Nigerian words and West African words are added? Why now? And how does this update reflect the growing global influence on Nigerian culture, music, and cuisine?
Yeah, that's several questions put into one. All right, I'll try to do justice to that. One, the first thing you asked is what criteria does the OE, the Oxford English Dictionary, use in deciding which words to add? And there are several criteria, as you mentioned. The word criteria is plural already, isn't it? But one thing I would say is that one key criterion is use. They want to be sure that this word is in use, and this word is in use and has been used for a sustained period of time, and that this word is not just found in one small area of the country, but it's a word that is used widely, as widely as possible across the country. So the OED has an internal system or corpora that flags up new words, all right, that are not already contained in the dictionary. And when these new words are flagged up, the OED editors try to trace which countries are these words coming from, all right? When they do that, they go to corpus or different corpora to look at evidence, examples of how these words are used. And based on the context, based on usage, and based on also explanations from a wide range of sources, they try to come up with definitions, initial definitions of these words. And this is compiled by OED internal editors. So what they do after compiling this is that they now have, for each country, for Nigeria, Ghana, and several other varieties of English, they have consultants like myself. I consult for Nigerian English, right? What they do is that they now send me a list of the words they have found, and they would need my opinion, my expert opinion, in terms of their usage, in terms of their meaning, in terms of their whether there would be how the definitions given, whether it would cause any controversy, right? And I'll give one example with that. You know, when we were working with the word JAND last, which was published in the December 2024 edition. And by the way, OED now will be publishing a set of Nigerian English words every December.
Wow, beautiful initiative.
Going forward. So we were looking at the word JAND, which actually means to travel overseas in search of greener pasture, isn't it? And when we were trying to do that word, I now did tell them that even a more common, more current word is Japa.
Yes, right? Sir. Definitely, Doctor.
But it's not enough to say this. They need to see evidence. They need to see evidence that this word. So it's not something that Kingsley will just come up and say, we need to add this word. No, I don't have that power. And that's not how language works. OED is based on evidence or based on use. If, for example, if you told them, oh, let's add this word, they're not going to take it. They need to do their research. And by the way, every user of OED can suggest words. There's a form on their website where you can fill up and say, okay, this word is not in it. Can you add this word? All right. And I can send you this form if you want to include it as part of the interview somewhere in the comments. Or anybody can go there and add a word, add the meaning. It doesn't mean they are going to take it, but they are going to have it in the list of words they are going to consider. If they find sufficient evidence, they are definitely going to add it. I'm not sure if I've addressed all your question, but
yes, definitely, Doctor. I just wanted to ask, as a follow-up question to that, which of course mentioned now, do you think that this recognition will change how Nigerian English is perceived internationally, especially in academic and professional spaces?
Well, yes, Yes, I think so, but it is not going to be automatic. All right, it's not going to be automatic, right? Yeah, and it's going to change the perception also about how Nigerian English is perceived locally. Because when we talk about how people perceive Nigerian English, we tend to think more about how Nigerian English is perceived internationally, but we forget to say that to recognize that Nigerian English is not also always perceived positively, even locally in Nigeria. There's a local Nigerian adage that says, if you don't love yourself, nobody will love you. If you don't keep your house, nobody will keep your house for you. So charity begins from home. So we have to recognize that this is actually, in fact, the public discussion about Nigerian English started, I would say, in 2020, January 2020, which was the first time the OED added a long list. I would say it wasn't the first time Nigerian English word was added, because if you think of a word like, even Nigeria itself, a word like naira, a word like fufu or juju, they've been in the dictionary for many, many years, right?
Wow.
A few of them, right? But they started a project to cover not just Nigerian English, but many other varieties of English more broadly. That was in 2020. And that was when this public discourse about Nigerian English, what it means, whether it is legitimate, started. So when a dictionary of this reputation, like OED, adds Nigerian English words, it always sparks public discussion, like we're having now, isn't it? Without this addition, I'm not sure we would be having this conversation. So it sparks this public discussion about Nigerian English, and it raises awareness that there is something. Because one of the things people, and many Nigerians are very confused, that when they hear Nigerian English, they say it's pidgin, right? But it's not pidgin. It's not pidgin. Pidgin is different, all right? And if you look at the context, if you look at the examples in the OED, in the context where these words have been used, these words are not pidgin, right? They are English words, even though some of them might have been borrowed from pidgin. Because when people think of the word, for example, I beg, all right, look at the first sentence in the. I'm just looking at the OED in my computer now. The first sentence example of the word "I beg" is, "They won't arrest me. Oh. Why should they? Am I fighting anybody? I beg.
I beg.
Not going anywhere."
In fact, Doctor, Abeg has gone to the music industry as well. There is a musician that whenever he sings, when he goes forward, goes back, he will just say, Abeg.
I think I know that. Yeah, so that's the thing. So this word actually started its life as pidgin, right? But it has now been borrowed. Nigerian English borrows from pidgin, borrows from Yoruba, borrows from Igbo, borrows from Hausa, borrows from all languages across Nigeria, including pidgin. But pidgin is structurally different.
Okay, Doctor. So what us through the difference between Nigerian English, pidgin English, and other varieties of English in the lexical context? And then how does this contribute to cultural preservation?
All right. A straight, simple answer. Nigerian English originated from Portuguese, right? One of the earliest European merchants to visit Nigeria were not the British, they were the Portuguese. And Nigerian pidgin emerged out of the interaction between Portuguese as a language and other Nigerian languages, especially in the coastal regions, in what we call southwestern Nigeria or southern Nigeria. That's why pidgin is very popular in the south, is in the Niger Delta areas. So, but Nigerian English originated from English, all right? That's why you see several, for something like Abi, for example, and even Pekin is a Portuguese word, isn't it? It's not English, right? So, but if you look at the structure of the syntax, what we call syntax in linguistics of pidgin is completely different. Now, you can see in Niger Delta today, there are children, there are people whose first language is pidgin. All right. That's why we are saying that pidgin has now creolized. It's now a Creole, right, in that area. So they can speak pidgin. But then if they speak English, they will not be able to understand fully. I don't know if you watched, there's a recent video of, I'll give this example, a recent video of Pastor Paul Enenche, going to preach somewhere in Nigeria. I don't know if it was Benin, I can't remember, but somewhere in Nigeria recently, and he was preaching in English, but his preaching was being interpreted in Nigerian pidgin.
Wow.
All right. So that people, the wider community, will be able to understand him. This is an example, one example to show that these are two completely different languages. It's not everybody who uses pidgin actually can use English, and the other way around is also the case. So even though you have several words, I mean, when it comes to about individual words, there are several words to use in English. We say that Nigerian pidgin is lexified by pidgin. So that's the case. And when you talk about popularizing Nigerian culture, Nigerian music, especially popular culture like music and movies, and we know, for example, there's this argument that what popularized Nyash, right, or Yansh, as some people pronounce, is Nigerian movies, all right, but also maybe recently Nigerian music as well, because we know several Nigerian musicians that use these words when they sing, and this is popular not just in Nigeria but across Africa.
Wow.
So we see also that one of the examples for Nyash is actually from Kenya, all right, in the OED. So this is telling you how also the cultural dominance of Nigeria, not just across Africa, but across the world. We know Nigerian musicians, you can think of Rema, you can name them Davido, you can think, I mean, there are many, right? They are breaking grounds, I mean, making history across the world. And their music is becoming increasingly popular. And they sing in pidgin, sing in Nigerian English, and these words are infused.
All right, Doctor. Talking about that, which is very, very pivotal, like you mentioned now, Nanja do the carry last. Thank you, sir. It will be a great way to end that conversation. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now. And when we return, we'll turn our attention to the Federal High Court in Abuja, which has fixed February 26 to hear a preliminary objection filed by the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in a suit brought by the former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, over alleged certificate forgery. When we come back, we will explore the implication, the challenges, and what this case means for education governance in Nigeria. Please stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet.
Oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We are very glad to have you join us again. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal growth and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed February 26 to hear a preliminary objection filed by the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, against the suit brought by former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji. Justice Awa Yiwa adjourned the case to allow proper service of the objection on the Minister of Education and the National Universities Commission, NUC, who were not represented in court. The objection was filed by UNN alongside its Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otuaya, the Registrar, a former acting Vice-Chancellor, and the Senate of the university. They are asking the court to strike out the suit, arguing that it is statute-barred, wrongly filed, and that the court lacks jurisdiction to hear the matter. Nnaji had approached the court following allegations of certificate forgery, is seeking court orders to stop UNN from tampering with its academic record and to compel the university to release its academic transcript. He also wants the Minister of Education and the NUC to use their supervisory powers to ensure compliance. Now, still with me to, of course, discuss this wonderful conversation is Dr. Kingsley Ugwai, who is a lecturer at King's College, London, a research fellow at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and of course the consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes. Let me just go straight to the point, Doctor, because of our time. What does this case reveal about record-keeping practices and transparency in Nigerian universities? And how significant is the role of the Vice-Chancellor, the Registrar, and the Senate in matters involving academic transcript and student record?
Matthew, I'm happy you didn't ask me a question about the legal battle and the dimensions. I am not a lawyer, so we focus on the educational aspect of that issue. Now, just to before I started to take us a little back memory lane. Now, this is not the first time this is happening. The issue of certificate forgery is very, very common, especially among political leaders in Nigeria. We can think of the case of in 1999, for example, when Nigeria returned to democracy, we had two very big cases, the Salisu Buhari's case and the Van Enwerem case, certificate forgery, inconsistencies in record and all that. Then we also remember the case of Kemi Adosu, who was Buhari's Minister of
Finance. Yeah.
left because of issues of that had to do with NYC certificate. We can think of Obiora Okonkwo in Anambra. We can think of Uchennaji, which is the most recent one on which we are talking about. Now, one thing that this shows, one of the things that these politicians, and it may not be them now, it became public knowledge because these are politicians, they are public officers, but it may not. It's definitely not only them. There will be several other cases, right? But what is happening is that these people are exploiting the weak record-keeping practice in Nigeria. Because this is very simple. It is very, very difficult. I live and work in the UK. It's very difficult for me to just sit up and say, okay, I attended University of Southampton, for example. It's one email to Southampton University will just say it didn't happen. However, we have to give credit to the University of Nigeria, which is actually also a university I'm affiliated with.
I wanted to mention that, Doctor, which is actually the university you actually worked before moving to the United Kingdom.
Not just work. I'm still affiliated with the university, and that's where I had my first degree as well as my master's before I moved.
Doctors with a first-class distinction and with a very good grade.
That's by the way. So we have to give credit, and by that I mean for them to be able to come up. This is my league many years ago to come up and say, okay, our records show that this guy Uchennaji, the information what they gave to the what they gave out is that this guy was admitted to the university many years ago, but he did not graduate. So there's record. At least they were able to find the record that he was admitted, but there was no record that he graduated, even though he's still insisting that he graduated, and he has gone to the court to ask that the university should not tamper with his. I don't know what that means. I do not know that universities go ahead to tamper with people's academic records. I doubt if that is the case. But what I found, the case that he actually approached the court before he resigned. I think I approached the court in September 2025, but he resigned in 2026. Resigned might suggest culpability, but it must not always mean culpability. The case is still in court. We're going to see what the court says about it, but the university has already come to say that this is what their records are. And speaking directly to your question about record keeping, about the role of vice chancellors and registrars and universities, all we can say is, if you keep record, let the record be straight. And now, surprisingly, I'm still very much in touch with the Nigerian universities. So many of our records are still being kept manually and in big files, which is...
So is the opposite the case in the United Kingdom, sir?
Absolutely. Record keeping has to be digitized. We have to make use of digital facilities, digital tools that the technology has given us to digital. It makes it easier. It is easier for the thing. It is easier for it to last. It's easier to be transferred. For example, if you write to Northumbria University, where I did my PhD in Newcastle upon time, to give you my academic record, you can get that in 24 hours because it just needs them to pull this off from the database and email to you, as simple as that.
Doctor, the opposite can be the case in Nigeria, because if you want to get your transcript, it's going to go through a lot of process. In fact, to do processing to universities abroad or something, to get your university transcript, it takes time and takes a rigorous process.
I know.
So let me just ask, Doctor, what lessons should educational institutions and policymakers draw from this case to avoid similar disputes in the future?
So now, if one of the things is just keep their records straight, because if people know that the records are there, right, it is difficult for anybody to come and claim, so I attended this university, because they know that if once you claim that, one email will be sent to the university and they will reply and say, you didn't attend. For example, this issues of Uchennaji's case, former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, will be a big lesson to certificate forgers. They will know that even though it's been many years this happened, the University of Nigeria was able to go to their archives to pull up the information and say, this guy did not graduate from our university. So if that was the case for every situation, right, they wouldn't do that. People would be careful of doing that. But again, beyond that, the history of certificate forgery in Nigeria is the history of big men, right? Like we say in Nigeria, nothing happens to them. In the end, it's found
Sometimes
out
it's
that
being swept under the carpet.
many of them, for example, the case of Enwerem, for example, nothing happened to him, right? Even though we know it was proven that there were inconsistencies in age, personal declarations, name, and all that, which is criminal record. If you forge anything about your name, it's criminal record. Sorry, criminal case rather. But nothing happened to him. I think it was only Salisu Buhari who was charged and who was actually imprisoned for 2 years.
So what should be the reformation that you want to see, Doctor?
First of all, digitize your record, keep your record straight, make it easy for people to access, make it easy for alumni to access their information or for anybody to access their information from the university, and also punish the offenders. If you punish offenders, it will deter people from committing the same offense. One of the things that makes crime and last in Nigeria is that those caught are not punished. If people are caught and punished, intending offenders will be careful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kingsley Ugwai, a lecturer at King's College London, a research fellow at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, the consultant to Oxford English Dictionary on Nigerian English and other West African Englishes. Thank you so much for joining us on Edu Dialogue.
Thank you so much, Matthew, and do have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abioduola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Apala. Keep watching VOP TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, momore. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello guys, my name is Tosibi. Keep watching for TV. VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o,
mo gbé ọ̀gá o olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello people of God, this is your favorite girl Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV and you will be blessed. Love you. Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is T Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory.
How glory. Irú yìí ò sí Yakawe. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, feel. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Glad to have you join us again. The federal government has signed a renegotiated agreement with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, describing the move as a major step towards restoring stability, trust, and quality in Nigeria's tertiary education system. Presenting the agreement in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said President Bola Tinubu personally drove the process to ensure accessible, quality, and uninterrupted academic calendars across federal universities. Dr. Alausa explained that the agreement prioritizes dialogue over industrial disputes, addressing long-standing issues that have disrupted academic activities for decades. He announced a 40% upward review of the remuneration package for university academic staff, approved by the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, and scheduled to take effect from 1st January 2026. According to the minister, the salary review includes a consolidated academic tools allowance to support research, journal publications, conferences, internet access, and professional memberships. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has opened sales of application documents for the 2026 UTME and direct entry admissions for the 2026-2027 academic session. According to a statement by JAMB's registrar, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, applications are invited from qualified candidates. Generally, applicants must be at least 16 years old by 30th September 2026, but underage candidates may be considered under strict evaluation if they meet high academic standards. JAMB says UTME registration for all candidates, including foreigners, run from Monday 26 January to Saturday 28 February 2026, while EPIN sales run from 19 January to 26 February 2026. For direct entry candidates, application sales and EPIN vending start 2nd March and end 25th April 2026 at JAMB state and zonal offices. The University of Lagos has announced its readiness for its 56th convocation ceremony, scheduled to hold from January 14 to January 25, 2026. At a press briefing in Lagos, the Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, disclosed that 16,506 graduating students will be conferred with degrees and diplomas. These include 10,585 first-degree recipients, 5,782 postgraduate graduates, and 140 participants from the University of Lagos Business School.
The university has continued to strengthen collaboration, expand student exposure to competitions, internships, and global learning opportunities, and deliberately created environments that inspire innovation critical thinking and inquiry. We have retained our first position in Nigeria, co-shared with the University of Ibadan in the 2026 Times Higher Education ranking.
Meanwhile, other distinguished members of the university's management and faculty charged the graduates to uphold the values of excellence, integrity, and leadership, urging them to serve as worthy ambassadors of the University of Lagos wherever they go.
University of Lagos, we already have an entrepreneurship center, and our students, as we had during DBT, that they're being supported even to develop, their own projects and also to develop their businesses. And some of their businesses are also being registered for them by the University of Lagos. So we want our students to not go out of the university and start seeking employment. We want them to go out of the University of Lagos and be employers of labor.
Anybody that is graduating from here has been skilled. What I will counsel them is don't be in a comfort zone. Knowledge moves, knowledge is evolving. So continue to reskill and upskill. Make sure that you work with professional bodies and regulatory bodies. That's how you know current trends, direction of things, and also continue to upskill and reskill in those areas.
As the institution intensifies preparation for the convocation ceremony, expectations remain high that the events will once again showcase the University of Lagos' commitment to producing globally competitive graduates. And that's a wrap for Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored Nigeria's growing global influence, highlighted by the Oxford English Dictionary's inclusion of several Nigerian origin words in its latest update. We've also discussed the ongoing legal battle involving the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and former Minister Uche Naji. From language and culture to education and governance, it's clear that conversations like this are essential for shaping informed, empowered individuals and a stronger education system. For more insights and in-depth conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events happening in your communities, we'd love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos via WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Oguswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversations shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education remains a lifetime asset. Bye for now.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija they wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Niger promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am more. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Niger, complaining no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be Ogbonge Niger, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am more. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am more. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People. Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People.
All right, welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where stories shape the narrative. And today we're dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Kaduna Church abduction reports spark confusion. And sincerely, we just have to talk about this particular conversation because it's about the people. And where we're getting different information, as regards to the numbers of people that were adopted is quite a worrisome conversation here. And of course, all eyes on Kano State. Kano governor meets Tinubu amid diversion talks. Okay, I think this particular one is a very serious one for Kwankwa Sia's group and of course Kwankwa So himself. Join the conversation with experts inside the season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Outrage over Katsina plan to release 70 bandits. A prominent socio-political organization have expressed outrage over the Katsina state government planning to release about 70 bandits as part of a peace deal with armed groups. The groups described the move as reckless and danger to national security, calling the federal government to halt this action. Of course, and away from that particular one, Nigerians must get value for tax. CNS leader tells federal government. The spiritual head of the Cherubim Seraphim Agboje's conference worldwide, Samuel Akintobi, has urged the federal government to ensure that revenues from the new tax system are managed transparently and used for the benefit of ordinary Nigerians. Akintobi made the call during a church annual general conference, and of course, he cited this particular conversation because the previous tax or all of the taxes we've been paying, of course, we've been asking, what do you do with the taxpayers' money? And that's the reason why he's actually coming up to say, if you are to take tax, if you are to bring up your new tax, bill or tax laws and all of that now, we want to actually see it reflect in the life of the common man. That's all we're saying here. Okay, let's move to the CBN's conversation now. Nigerian's economy shows sign of stabilization. CBN projects 4.49% growth. Okay, is this particular just a projection, or is this real enough? The CBN has actually made this assertion, and of course has forecast a stronger economic growth and lower inflation for the 2026, driven by key structural and monetary reform. According to the CBN macroeconomic outlook, the country's GDP is expected to grow by 4.49% in 2026, while inflation is projected to moderate to an average of 12.94%. External reserves are also expected to rise to $51.4 billion. All right, and a quick one to Sokoto's conversation, which I will be relating to that of Lagos. Sokoto market fire, governor pledges a stronger emergency response. Sokoto state government has actually promised to improve emergency response after a fire ravaged the old market in Sokoto. Governor Ahmed Alihu commended the firemen and traders for containing the fire and pledged to support those affected. The incident destroyed 50 shops and goods worth hundreds of millions with no life loss. The government has actually promised to strengthen disaster response in major commercial centers. And of course, that particular one is what I want to relate with what happened yesterday, you know, at Apapa, somewhere around the Tinkan area, where a particular truck, you know, fell, and the diesel was actually, you know, spilling over from the bridge down. And we had so many people coming to scoop that particular, you know, diesel. That was quite, you know, a very, very, you know, disturbing situation. When I saw that footage, I was just calling on my colleague. I said, this is really risky. How did we get here? And of course, some of them told me, they said that this is to let you know the level of hunger in the land. But if the government actually has, you know, a quick, you know, a response unit as regards to emergency response unit, where whatsoever it is that, you know, happens in the states, they get there on time, I think they will be able to actually, you know, send people off from there. And of course, we expect police to always be available at all time in almost all their, you know, their regions. And, you know, when they say they are a divisional police, you know, they should actually go all out, not coming out to say you are doing a stop and search for just, you know, the commuters. You should actually move around, because for such situation, at least that particular situation lasted up to an hour, that people were actually scooping diesel, and there was no sign of any government official there. So we just want our government, our governors, to really do better, you know, in this new year and moving forward. When it comes to anything emergency in the country, be it fire outbreak, be it accident, whatsoever it is, we just want them to actually, you know, put so many structures in place. Everything shouldn't just be about elections. That's all we're saying here. All right, and away from that particular one, ADC obedient collaboration to unseat APC in 2027, says Oyegun, a chief attain of the African Democratic Congress. Chief John Odiage Oyegun has expressed confidence that the collaboration between the party and obedient movement will dislodge the All Progressive Congress from power in 2027. Oyegun made this statement during the mass defection of obedient movement members, of course, into the ADC in Edo State. The development comes weeks after former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi formally joined the ADC. And let's come to Lagos quarters again. Lagos governor charges councillors to drive grassroots development. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has urged councillors to perform their oversight function and promote grassroots governance. Sanwo-Olu emphasized that local government is where citizens form their strongest impression of governance, leadership, and democracy. He encouraged councillors to see their tenure in terms of lives touched and legacy left behind. The governor's charge came during an onboarding and retreat program for councillors in Lagos State. And of course, we're all aware that it's getting close to that particular time of the year again, where we have unprepared, you know, every downpour. Yesterday, it was quite sunny here. When I got home, everywhere was actually, soaked as regards to the area. Flooding has actually started again, and this particular one took off from Ebute Metta as a resident actually appealed for drainage construction. The resident of Ebute Metta in Lagos State has actually appealed to their council chairman to construct reliable drainage system to curb persistent flooding in the area. The flooding has made a movement difficult for residents, including school children, and has affected small businesses and family welfare. The residents have actually battled with problems for over 20 years and are urging the authorities to provide a lasting solution. And finally, DSS rearrests Malami at Kuje prison after bail release. The Department of State Service has actually rearrested former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami CN, shortly after his release from Kuje Correctional Center. DSS reportedly acted on several petitions against Malami bordering on alleged terrorism financing. A security source confirmed the arrest, citing the seriousness of allegation and need for thorough investigation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOB TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOB TV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation. Cardinal Church adoption reports spark confusion. Of course, we're talking about the numbers here. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the program at Still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Reports of an abduction of over 100 worshippers in Kaduna, Nigeria have sparked confusion, with the Kaduna State government and police command denying the claims. According to the chairman of the Northern Christian Association of Nigeria, Reverend John Ihab, a suspected bandits stormed two churches in Kumi Wali community and Kajuru local government area, adopting 172 worshippers, with 9 later escaping. However, the Kaduna State Police Commissioner Al-Aji Muhammad Rabiu described the report as mere falsehood and challenged those spreading the reports to provide the names and particulars of the alleged victims. While Reverend Ayab claims that 163 worshippers are still in captivity, the police and government official insist that no such incident occurred. The chairman of Kajuru local government area, Dauda Madaki, has also denied the report, saying investigations shows no evidence of an attack. The state commissioner for internal security and home affairs, Sule Shuaibu, corroborated this, stating that the religious leaders who interacted with residents found the report to be false. We're now being joined by Mr. Delifanimo, a seasoned reporter and, of course, a senior political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
For having me.
How's it been, sir? How was the day?
Well, we're sojourning on.
Hope you've not seen the rain, sir.
I felt the rain.
Oh, you felt it, you didn't see it. I think that's fine. Before we go into this serious, confusion in the country, I'd like us to talk about the first news story I took as regards to the outrage over Katsina plan to release 70 bandits as a reward or an agreement of a peace deal with the government. And it's quite disturbing for me, because we've gotten to a point where governments now are having peace deal with armed groups, which I don't understand why government should be having a peace deal with armed groups. These are groups that are not either the Nigerian army, neither are they Nigerian police force. Neither are they will I say, the JTF. Of course, we have JTF in the north. Neither are they also, will I even say, the Amotekons, the vigilante groups. You know, we have different levels or groups of security outfit, both military and paramilitary. You know, including the Nigerian police force. But our government have gotten to a point where they're actually making a peace deal to say, okay, since you've actually agreed to do this or to release this or to give us peace in the community, we'll release 70 of your people to you. Sir, how did we get to this point?
I had the opportunity of commenting on this earlier today at another forum. And my comment is, I've not seen anywhere in the world where you negotiate with a blackmailer. Because the table is no longer even sided. If you negotiate with somebody who has been a criminal, because all these bandits, whatever name you call them, kidnappers, they are basically terrorists. Because there is still fear in the state, you know. And so, if you have people like this, and somebody somewhere is trying to talk about a peace deal, what peace can you have with somebody who is, you know, it takes a killing to become a serial killer. And these people, they have killed as many times as you can imagine.
They are not even remorse about it.
And so, killing. The other day I saw a video where the proceeds of ransom was being showered on the mother of the kidnapper. And the woman was dancing. The younger sister was sitting beside her. The other members of the gang also came and they were spraying words of notes on the mother. So, these are criminals. Sometimes they want to locate it within the premises of, after all, they gave amnesty to Niger Delta guys. For God's sake, anybody that is saying that must be suffering from mental ill health to begin to locate the modus operandi of terrorists as against these Niger Delta guys, that they felt changed by the state, and for good reason. When they were kidnapping to make a statement to tell the expatriates. They kidnap mostly expatriates.
Expatriates, yes. That was what they were known
leave
for.
Our country.
Leave our country. Leave our community.
And the moment you pack your rig, they release their victim.
Yes.
Without collecting a dime. But these guys, these so-called bandits that are called terrorists, they have made themselves lord of the manual in their areas of operation.
You know, the most painful part now, they even take the ransom. They still kill some of the...
That's what I'm saying. And then you now acquiesce to their demand and say you are releasing 70 of them that are already in captivity. Those 70 will go back to these trenches and populate those who want to continue to kidnap you, kill you, rape your women, and maim people. So the best thing is government should take action, route these people. If these 70 in captivity have been profiled and there is a prima facie case against them, let them face the law. And when they are convicted, they shouldn't put them in the jail that they are familiar with. If they are from one part of the country, they should move them down to the other part of the country where they will now infiltrate the prisoners and then indoctrinate them to join their force. So this is the only way. The only way is the hard way. And that hard way is, if you find them operating, exterminate them. If you catch them through intel, let them face the law. And this idea, you see, that is why these people are enjoying all this, is because there is a willing collaboration between the community, the government, and politicians to shield them from justice. And you see, I have seen at close quarters some of these people. They are so lily-livered. The only thing that is sustaining them is because they know that they have godfathers who are their supporters, who are giving them support, supply arms to them, giving them financial support, and shielding them from justice. If you open up the space and whoever is caught, look, there was an example of this thing that wanted to happen in the southwest, sometimes about 3 years ago, when Makinde was in his first term. They said militant arm of OPC, and they were flexing muscles. They want to create a Yoruba nation. And the next thing, they went stupidly. They went to Agodi government house on a Saturday when the speaker was not on seat, house members were not on seat, the governor was not in the office, the whole place was deserted, and they came with their ragtag, gun wielding army and said they wanted to come and overthrow government. Is that how to overthrow government? They rounded them up. Today, they are still in Agodi prison because the community will not condone such. If we had condoned them, by now they would have metamorphosed to something dangerous to the southwest.
Seriously.
So when you see some of these people festering, it has the willing collaboration of the community and even the elite.
Let me try and link something here as regards to this conversation. I saw in the news that the Nigerian Army gave a report that all through 2025 that there was no pipeline vandalism in the Niger Delta, which can actually give the new Niger Delta militants that just got amnesty, more soft landing to show that instead for them to actually destroy the government properties or what have you, they also protected it. But that being said, the same issue that we're talking about, a government, having a peace deal and wanting to release about 70...
That's not a peace deal. It's a way of capitulating.
So they called it, And I remember also sometime last year, around October or thereabout, we had reports from the Nigerian Army. The infantries were actually, crying out that why are they reintegrating these bandits into their midst in the name of, they are now repented. And that's the reason why whenever they go out for anything, they don't succeed as regards to that particular operation. Before they get there, someone has actually informed them. And this thing is still one of the biggest problems we have in this country. Yet, the governments don't see reasons why they should take these people off. But let's link it with this particular situation. Now, the DSS is actually, rearresting Malami as regards to saying that Malami is part of the sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria, and they say they have a lot of facts as regards to this particular one. So just like you mentioned that some of these people, are being backed by some godfathers, and that's the reason why they're not being arrested. Now, let's get to the topic of the day. And the topic of the day.
No, before we go to the topic.
I just want to link everything before you reply,
touch that Malami case.
No, you will actually link it, sir. So the topic of the day is about underreporting and not reporting at all. We've had several cases where we have an insecurity situation or the bandits strike here or they adopt here and they don't even report it. As at the time that we had the issue of the Kwara State ongoing, something actually happened at Nasarawa. Nobody reported it in any TV station. But today, the government is actually saying, the Nigerian police is actually saying that why people saying it is 175 or 163, there was nothing like adoption. So I want to react to all of this particular situation.
Now, you see, let me start with the underreporting of incidents. You see, journalists are not everywhere. They are not magicians. We rely solely on what you give us. And that will be the lead for us to go further to investigate. Now, most of these places are soft target area. Communities that are far flung from modernity. Communities that are far flung from the city center. So sometimes issues happen there and journalists don't get to know. Most journalists, they reside in the urban center. They rely on information from the hinterland that they will now do a follow-up, either going through the official quarters to ask the state police public relation officer, or the CP, or the area commander, and in some cases, you go to the army brigade. You know, you ask questions from the army public relation officer and all that. But you see, there is a lot of rumors too. People fly kites. Politicians at this time. You see, the pattern is always the same. When it's close to election, a lot of propaganda, a lot of misinformation, a lot of fact misrepresentation would always fly around.
So do you also think, sir, that this particular session did not happen?
I am not. You see, unless there is every proven indicators to show that this actually happened. But I've seen in some cases where there is this red herring from politicians and those who want to use it for maximum mileage.
Don't forget that Christian Association of Nigeria actually, came out to make
Do you know what they wrote yesterday? They said Christian Association of Nigeria owned up to those to that kidnap incident. How can own up to a kidnap in a church? That's the way you have to look at some of these things. You see, I'm sufficiently equipped based on experience and exposure. I was news editor, I was assistant news editor, I was a features editor in my career, I was a business editor at the middle level before I rose to the top. So I know the filters you need to sieve some of these stories. These days, you sieve sponsored stories as lead of a newspaper. And I've had opportunities of faulting some of these newspaper reports. You imagine, there was a day I was on air and somebody came up with the fact that because they want to introduce petroleum tax, and one reporter, I don't want to mention the name of the newspaper, wrote a story generated from beer parlor.
When you actually say beer parlor, that it means that it's about emotions.
And the next thing, he wrote that story based on his own emotion,
yes,
and opinion, and gave it to an editor who should be sacked for leading that paper with that story. And when they were doing paper review, everybody was holding on to it. I said, I beat my chest on my honor. That story is fake. And it's not going to happen. 3 months down the line, how much is petrol? He predicted 1,500 as the per liter price of petrol.
Meanwhile, you predicted here that it was going to go down.
I predicted that it would come down.
Yeah.
So who is vindicated?
But Mr. Dele,
that's the kind of thing we see now.
Mr. Dele, as regards to the underreporting, I lived also in Kaduna, amongst the northern part of Nigeria I lived, but I spent a lot of years in Kaduna. And Agua Extension, to be precise, that's southern Kaduna, Kudende, which is close to Kakuri. Now, I have been there for a while, and during this period, 2020/2021, it became so serious that these people...
That was when El-Rufai was the governor.
That these people were actually coming in to do point and kill in my area. I was paying the state command, a special force there. They resume at my property at 8 p.m. and they close at 6 a.m. I was paying them monthly to protect my flat. That was how bad it was. But guess what? They were picking people in my community and in my street. That was the reason why some of us were to sell some of our properties and we left. Now, are you aware that some of these incidents, it doesn't get to the papers the next morning?
The question is...
So why do government, the Nigerian police, get to shield some of this information?
Nobody shielded information at that level. Because it is even more precarious now. It is almost becoming impossible to share such information in this age and time of citizen journalism.
For everything that happened in my areas at the time, we never saw any in Nigeria.
Do you know that anybody is a journalist today? Once you have Android in your hand and you are able to capture scene and then you report, it becomes breaking news.
Mr. Fanimo, you cannot even pick up your phone when that particular situation is happening.
No, I'm not saying you should take a recording of the incident.
I'm telling you what we experience.
I'm not saying you should take recording as it is happening.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is they will leave certain things in their trail after maybe they killed, and the body will not be retrieved immediately after they had left. and then you can take photograph of people mourning. And then if there is any part of the building that was destroyed, you can take photograph. And if you are not brave enough to take photograph, you can make a report inside the confines of your room and say, we have seen a lot of that. Even our television stations are even encouraging it. They give you hotline where you can report incidents. That's enough. NTA has it.
And see, Mr. Fadimo, the truth remains that no matter how you want to make some of this distress, call,
You're not saying making calls.
Yes. Now, even if you make some of these reports, we got to a particular point, and this is the reason why I actually decided to talk about this topic. We got to a point where the Akimi is like a ballet in Lagos, Yeah. The Akimi would call for the other council heads and tell them not to raise some of these conversations so that they don't put fear in the body of people and they don't make it look as if the state is not safe.
There's a crisis.
There's a crisis, And we keep on having this issue. And the Joint Task Force, which they call them JTF, to an extent, we also heard that some of them actually know the people that are rich in some areas and they give these same guys information. And these are the same people that will come back and meet us with the government officials, the force, that in case people need local guns. Of course, in Kaduna, they
withdrew all the arms and ammunition.
Yeah, so they tell you if you need just for your own protection. And so many things actually happened in the north. And that's the reason why this particular conversation is quite dicey. But of course, you said you wanted to reply to that of Malami's conversation.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
You see, when a law enforcer becomes the breaker of the law, what do you want to say? We knew at least Malami was a lawyer to somebody I was working closely with. I don't want to mention his name. He's so rest in peace now.
Okay.
When the man had problems with AMCON. So Malami was not in the league of the best of lawyers in Nigeria. He was not in the league of the likes of Afe Babalola, the likes of Olanipekun, the likes of Zekome, the likes of this man, Yusuf Ali.
Don't you think they are senior colleagues?
It's not a matter of being senior colleagues. Fagbemi will likely be on the age bracket with Salah and Adigboyega, who became son under Afe Babala's chamber. All of them will be contemporaries, and we was not part of this league. Even as Lateef Fagbemi is as Attorney General today, he cannot lay claim to a fraction of what was allegedly seized from Malami. How can a 29-year-old person be saddled with such a humongous wealth? Which means somebody must have been the financier of that boy. Which job did he do since he came to this world? Even if you are doing Yahoo, you can't have that kind of money. You understand? At least Oshpopi was about 30 years old when they caught him with all those things.
Yeah.
So the question you ask yourself is, if such humongous wealth, ill-gotten wealth, is allegedly located around the chief law enforcer, Attorney General of the Federation, then we should allow somebody like Emefiele to go scot-free. After all, Emefiele might claim that he doesn't know what he's doing because he's not a lawyer. But Malami cannot claim not to know what he was doing when he was doing all those things.
Because ignorant in law.
And don't forget, apart from this, you recall that soon after he left office, he distributed SUVs to sheikhs, imams, and traditional rulers.
That's what is surprising enough, actually. Because you have to do that if you still want to, climb.
But the question is, where did they get those money from?
They don't question them in the north.
No, I'm not. You see, I understand the culture of the north. I have worked around the north, and I know that even there's a culture in the north that people here don't know. If you send somebody on errand, you don't bother to ask for the balance when he comes back.
No, why?
They introduced it into the military. My father was once a paymaster, so I understand all of this. Now, you see, it's a very sad development. It's not something that we should toy with. if 212 billion is what these people are looking for, and they are allegedly locating it around a chief law officer of the state who is supposed to prosecute people doing such thing. I mean, it's like the whole judiciary, the whole legal system had been crushed by that attitude.
Okay.
And this is just a fraction of what this man, when you factor those money he has been spending, buying SUV, buying all that.
His son, his wife, they are all linked to this particular one.
You'll be surprised that what we are looking for at the end of the day may be well over 500 billion. And just because it was not the president, it was not the vice president, just because he's Attorney General of the Federation. What if this man had been finance minister?
Wow.
What if this man had been CBN governor? Only God knows what would have happened to this country. The problem I have with this country is perhaps God should just take part of the humongous wealth that he has bestowed on Nigeria. Maybe we'll get serious, because all these monies, 80 billion here, 200 and something billion here, 1 trillion there, when you put them together, UK cannot absorb it for 6 months. That place will go under. Even the humongous corruption in this country, I doubt if America can sustain it the way we are sustaining it. But it's just that we have unlimited access to God-given resources, and we're abusing it.
All right, let's
because we're abusing it, that's why there is widespread poverty in this country.
Let's take it through political routes. I understand that Malami actually said he wants to become the next governor of Kebbi State. And if
they don't stop him, he will become governor.
And some people are actually saying this might be a witch hunt. But I want to give.
No. We have to address that.
No. You will, sir.
No. I don't want to lose track. I'm angry. I don't want to lose track.
Okay, please go ahead.
These politicians or politically exposed people. Why is it that their mantra is "Why me"?
Why me? Did you even steal it? If you stole it, it should be you.
Why are you not running away from "Why me"? Before you came to that office, we have had several attorney generals. Why you?
Why you?
This morning, your son that is 29 years old, that is superintending over these properties, what was his pedigree? Where did he work? Even if he had worked in NNPC since he was born till 29, could he have amassed such wealth? And then, because somebody is trying to stop you to come and account for the country, you are saying because you want to contest as governor. Which governor? That person would practically be cutting the loot of that state to another country to save for 8 years. And he will not care if anybody is
dying. But notwithstanding, in moving from that particular conversation to the next conversation, Oshomole actually made a assertion. He said that if you move to the APC, you are safe. And we can actually say that.
Those things were probably, he never imagined this kind of things.
Well, if he actually decides to come back to APC or to move to APC.
This one is already exposed. He cannot do anything. He would have to face the music.
Yahaya Bello was exposed, sir. But now the same
he still has a day in court.
The same EFCC said until court proves him guilty otherwise.
That is it. That is it.
So that means before, just like usually, whenever you are to talk about these issues, that means they don't also have the evidences. Because you made a particular assertion sometime last year. You said before the FBI, the CIA wants to arrest you.
That means your case file has been closed.
Your case file
and that's why they will tell you,
whatsoever you say
you are advised to remain
silent. You understand?
Because whatever you say shall be used against
but in a situation where our Nigerian, either the EFCC, ICPC, it is when they arrest the person, they just want to open the case. They want to start doing investigation, and that's the reason why we have disparities. That's the reason why sometimes.
In fact, cases are won and lost at that level.
Okay.
Look, let me give you an example.
Okay.
The former governor.
All right, sir.
Was slammed with, I think, 113 or 131. I can't remember the exact number of a charge against him. And he went to court, and the court freed him. This same person traveled out of this country. He was trailed for money laundering, and he was arrested outside this country, and he was taken to UK. That person hired a Queen's Counsel, equivalent to our son.
Yeah.
And the Queen's Counsel advised that the longer you stay on this case, the longer your years of conviction. Because he has studied this case file, everything. Nobody was asking him when he was arrested that where did you keep this? Do you have a house? It's also place. They were showing him evidence.
They already have
that, you know, this is your house. This is the proxy. This is the proxy you use in buying this house. This is how you wire this money from Nigeria to this destination. So the thing was very clear, and immediately he pleaded guilty. And he served out his term. And when he came back, he came to a rousing welcome.
Okay. Talking about our welcomes here, let's move to Kano State quarters now. You know, I don't know if the governor of Kano State would be welcome, just like you talked about welcome. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has actually met with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the Aso Rock presidential villa in Abuja amid speculations about his plan.
That's just window dressing.
To the APC.
The game has been concluded.
You understand? No. So since you talked about the welcome, and of course our second conversation was about that particular welcome. But I want to ask you, what do you think about the move? One, and secondly, how would this particular one affect Kwankwaso? Are we about to see another river state in Kano State? And of course, you would agree with me that so many people are actually speculating that Kwankwaso does not hold waters the way he used to actually control the northern bloc. So I would like you to react to this as we,
You see, when you look at ADC, you know that ADC is populated by serial losers, serial election losers. And there is an evolving litigation that is likely to come up.
Yes. As regards to the
ADC does not meet the requirements of the Electoral Act. But some people will be talking from their heart, from emotion and sentiment. They are not looking at it now until that landmine begins to explode on their feet.
Some might actually say this is coming from the APC,
Wherever is it coming from? Why did you allow it to come? So you wait until somebody come and touch your house and then there's fire before you start shouting, "It is Deleo that came to burn my house." Why didn't you prevent that house from burning?
Okay. So what are you saying about
Yusuf is already in APC. You see, when I was made the chief executive of Leadership newspaper in Abuja, the first lesson my chairman, may so rest in peace, Samunda Isaiah, told me is that anything you see in the afternoon where people are invited and there are chairs and table and canopy is just a manifestation of what had been decided overnight.
Okay.
So this one that we are seeing is the ceremonial part of what has been decided more than 2 months ago.
Okay.
So let it roll.
So congratulations to the governor of Kano State, and congratulations to Kwankwaso. I don't know how this particular one would be, how he would actually take this one. But here we are. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Thank you so much for being part of the program today, sir.
Time is never enough.
The time is never enough, sir. All right, if you love the world of sport, I'd like to stay put. Coming up next is a locker room where they will do justice to sport presentation. Don't give up, because it is not over. Talk time doesn't last, but talk will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Hudo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day. The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng.
Are you ready for the extraordinary?
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Zs no wan work. Na quick cash dem dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen? We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resiliency no go walk.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
We are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here is to
All right, another beautiful day to talk of football on the locker room on Voice of the People television. So much going down the exciting world of football, and it promises to be exciting on the locker room. I am Jerry Apeliohai, reporting for football duties, and this is where the biggest stories and meet real talk and sharp analysis. And today we break down the headlines shaking the game right now, the moments, the decisions and the controversies everyone's talking about. Plus, we'll dive deep into the key calls or debates and defining moments that could that did shape the AFCON 2025. And of course, the UEFA Champions League resumes today with so much to look forward to as far as the big boys being separated from the men is concerned. And joining me in the studio to peruse all of this and more, we have Hafiz. I like to call him the Algerian. It's great to have you join us on the show this lovely, beautiful day on the locker room.
So let me introduce myself as Hafiz bin Abdul Omar Maris. Good evening, Jerry, and good evening to the viewers out there. And you mentioned something, in the intro, talking about controversies. AFCON has ended, but the controversies are still going on. I mean, we haven't really had time to talk about the final, but wow, what the final was, and it's still going on. It's like the action did not stop on the pitch alone. From the fans, even to the journalists and all of that. I don't know if you saw the Nigerian journalist, that was scolding the Moroccan journalist that why would you walk off? Why would you threaten, the Senegalese journalist? I mean, yes, kudos to Morocco. They hosted a fantastic tournament, but on their own part, personally, I mean, CAF needs to check into that. And maybe this is all going to boil down to what Aziza Doshuala said, that look, you can't continue to be CAF headquarters. Other countries should actually step up. We can't continue to have this. It's not shaping African football very well. But yeah, the UEFA Champions League also back, and I'm glad to be here to discuss everything with you, Jerry.
All right, of course, I've been doing my own private investigation about what actually happened in Morocco. And some of my journalist friends, some of them are already back. Some came back today. And with the updates they gave me, they said Morocco is a very beautiful country. That there are people,
was snowing.
Yeah, they say their people are very hospitable, and
are you sure?
They say they are not that violent people.
Is it the same people that were dragging towels with the Senegalese
the only thing that marred the whole thing was that desperation set in
That everything that happened on the pitch within the final was what happened there. That they didn't take it outside. That they were still playing with the Senegalese people. That they even accosted them and said, Senegal, you guys, they were just telling them that what happened in the pitch stayed on the pitch. Of
course.
That they didn't take it out of there. I said,
I saw Nordin Amrabat, Sofiane Amrabat's elder brother. He used to play for Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia. He was interviewing Sadio Mane. He was telling Sadio Mane that, okay, now that you've won your second AFCON, are you going to win something with Al Nassr? And Sadio was looking at him like, oh, I know you. And again, I also saw some, Nigerian journalists, like you said, also doing, interviews after the game. And Moroccans were coming to, accept them. But then desperation had to set in. And of course, the talking points from that final, Jerry, is still even going on. The penalty, was it intentional? Was it intentional, Jerry, from your own perspective?
Yeah,
is that how to take an intentional penalty?
Yeah, I think that was intentional on part of Brahim Diaz.
To miss?
Yeah. No, not to miss. Not to miss, definitely.
To play it.
To play it that way.
To win it and play it.
Yeah, he was going to somehow embarrass the goalkeeper. There was already controversy. He was trying to make fun of the Senegal team.
But should that be done in the final?
Yeah, Javi Renard said that if he were to be every other game, that he would have been angry, scolded the player, and told the player to apologize. But doing that in the final, that's an insult to the whole nation.
I mean,
that you should not do that. And I agree with Javi Renard on that.
But there are a lot of question marks there. When that penalty was missed, did you notice that normally if a goalkeeper makes a save from a penalty, you see the defenders going to rush, the players going to rush him, It's like everybody went on with the business. And people that were saying that Brahim Diaz cried after missing that penalty, it was not immediately. He was still going on. Then maybe later it just dawned on him, what have I done? And started crying. Because I don't understand. But then maybe Maiwa will have something, is to break it down to us when he jumps.
Maybe, I think we spoke about it yesterday. But if you think about it, I think Brahim Diaz should be called aside and given some lashes. I'm
very sure it's the next available flight to Madrid.
Because even if you take a look at the trajectory of Edouard Mendy, the goalkeeper of the Senegalese side, former Chelsea goalkeeper, I think he didn't do his research very well. You don't do that to Mendy. Players who have tried that before.
Aguero tried it.
The almighty Aguero.
Your former player, because you played at Manchester City too. Yeah. Your former player, he did that. And
almighty Aguero tried it and he regretted it against Edouard Mendy. I think he underrated Mendy and tried to take advantage of him, make fun of him, but it really backfired, 100% backfired. I think the only players, there's some players who play Panenka and it works for them. I don't know. There are very few of them. Very few. Not every player.
Panenka himself. Maybe there was a time, I think it was a Copa America final. Yeah, Alexis Sanchez, he did it against Argentina for Chile. Sebastian Abreu in 2010, when he took the deciding penalty for Uruguay against Ghana in 2010. He also tried the Panenka. I think Eden Hazard has also tried it sometimes. Even Kylian Mbappe has tried it. I think Kylian Mbappe even tried it this weekend. So there are some players that they just have that confidence that it will work for them, but it doesn't work for everybody. And I think Brahim Diaz learned the hard way.
He learned definitely the hard way. And of course, with 5 goals from the tournament, and I think a lot of people are surprised that the CAF 11 officially is out. And definitely much talk about the Confederation of African Football, African Cup of Nations ended over the weekend on Sunday, following Senegal's 1-0 extra time triumph over host Morocco in Sunday's final. And tournament victor Senegal naturally dominated the selection, contributing the most players after their impressive campaign culminated in a second AFCON title. Nigeria also saw 3 Super Eagles players recognized for their strong individual showings. Strikers Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman earned their spots after pivotal roles in Nigeria's 3rd place finish. Osimhen netted 4 goals and provided 2 assists, while Lookman contributed 3 goals and 4 assists, highlighting their significant attacking influence. Defender Bruno Oyemachi completed Nigeria's representation at left back. However, the omission of Calvin Bassey has raised eyebrows, especially given his robust displays in the knockout stages, including the Nigerian semi-final against Morocco. And Cal's defensive choices largely favored the finalists, with Senegal and Morocco dominating the backline The midfield also heavily featured Senegalese players, reflecting their consistent control throughout the tournament. Senegal's Edouard Mendy was named in goal, alongside teammates Crepin Diatta, Mamadou Sangare, and Idrissa Gueye in defensive and midfield bets. Star forward Sadio Mane was crowned player of the tournament for leading the Teranga Lions to glory. Egypt's Mohamed Salah and Rami Rabia also made the best 11, with Morocco's Nasser Mazraoui included despite the host final defeat. Morocco did secure individual accolades, with Brahim Diaz winning the Golden Boot, Yassine Bounou named the best goalkeeper, and the host receiving the Fair Play Award, which went to Achraf Hakimi, who I feel doesn't deserve it. With that disgraceful showing of throwing the towel, it was even part of those who was throwing the towel.
No, but there's a flip side to that towel throwing, because I saw other videos where they showed that it was actually the fans that were agitating, Achraf Hakimi, because they were pointing as him. He didn't hear. So he went there, was like, what are they, talking about? And he pointed at a bottle first. And they were like, no, not the bottle, like, it's a towel that I should take it. And he just listened to them. He didn't know what they were talking about. He just listened to them. Okay, chew it. Then a certain Diop, the Senegalese left back, came in and he put it back. And he was just trying to explain to Senegalese players. But for me, I don't see that as very,
it is that if you are caught, for instance, you are caught going to the port to steal meat, and you now say it's my brother that said I should go and take the meat.
The fact is that you tried to steal it.
As soon as you went to the port, you were caught. The meat was not yours. The towel doesn't belong to him.
I know.
It doesn't belong to him. So why throwing the towel away to another fan? Had it been, it was his own personal towel. Yes, maybe he was trying to give it to a fan. That could be.
What didn't cover them in glory was that it was not the only one. I mean, this player, there was a player that was actually actively fighting another player just because of the towel.
Even ball boys.
They were beating it's their job. Man. Even the security man was trying to say you should return it.
I think ball boys are trained to be
according to the name, ball boys, right?
Their own is just after the balls.
Yes.
I'm trying as much as possible to be fair to the ball.
I don't think the ones that came in were actually like ball boys. I think they were the ones that, maybe they were in charge of the towels and all of that.
No, these were ball boys. They were all wearing uniforms.
Okay. No, those ones too wear uniforms.
Yeah. They were looking like ball boys. They were ball boys who were supposed to be at least giving balls back to the players. They teamed up and started, they were dragging the goalkeeper.
Credit to Yevan Diouf, the goalkeeper. I mean, he stood there. He was trying to support me. So he's trying to tell me that the goalkeeper should drown in the rain, and the gloves might be slippery, and the ball too, might be slippery as well.
Such a player gets the fair player.
No, I think it was the hosts, Morocco themselves, because they got the least yellow cards. But my question is, which
yellow card?
Which referee was dared to give them the yellow card?
Yeah.
I mean, 22 fouls against Super Eagles of Nigeria, Jerry, and no yellow.
No single yellow. The plan was to make sure they get.
I don't understand. I mean, seriously, the Moroccans, they are not beating the allegations anytime soon, because it was clear. Yeah. I mean, you saw from the very first game, that penalty, the dubious penalty against Comoros, the penalty against Tanzania in the round of 16.
Cameroonians were complaining. They've been favored.
I mean,
it was really obvious.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria, yes, they outplayed the Super Eagles. They outplayed the Super Eagles. No, we have to be honest.
Busy defending.
No, come on. They were beating our press.
They were busy defending.
In fact, they were the ones pressing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If you look at the statistics in that, if you look at the statistics in that game, you will know that Super Eagles didn't really play. Rachel has done a wonderful job, but to be honest, Jerry, that's Super Eagles' worst game at the tournament. They didn't get to play very well. But the referee was the one that I think he undid their good work.
Were settled for. Could you see they played 3 defensive midfielders in that game?
Yes, because their first choice centre midfielder was injured. Actually, their first choice centre midfielder was injured. The plan was to make sure the Super Eagles didn't play 3 defensive midfielders. But it's tactics now,
bro. How far?
It's tactics now. When they saw the threat from Lookman,
like 6 defenders. They had 6 naturally minded defenders.
They saw the threat from Lookman. They saw the threat from Iwobi.
Well,
it takes 3 DMs to stop them now.
Kudos to our fullbacks. Bruno Imachi, he actually pocketed your Achraf Hakimi, the African baller.
He didn't pocket. And don't say mine. Don't say mine. That's the African baller.
The Achraf Hakimi was toothless. Was toothless in that game. It was as if he was just passive.
He wasn't toothless. Was it toothless?
He was passive. Yeah. What was his contribution?
I think what I'll give Bruno.
Was he a threat?
He was. On the right side, he was. I think
as far as Bruno Yamachi was concerned,
he was going forward and coming back.
He was not
the only one there. It was Brahim Diaz. Brahim Diaz was there now.
The Achraf Hakimi will know on a good day.
He didn't play anything different from what he has been playing so far in the tournament.
Bruno Yamachi pocketed.
No, it hasn't been high level. It hasn't been high level this tournament so far.
Pocketed Achraf Hakimi.
Should I tell you the person that actually pocketed? Should I tell you the person that pocketed Achraf Hakimi in the game is El Hadji Malik Diop.
Even Bruno Yamachi too.
No, Bruno tried. Why?
He did very well.
You know,
he was fantastic in that game.
You know why I said Bruno was exceptional? Why? He was. I just said it. He was exceptional. Why? Because
that's the adjective I want to get.
No, honestly, for him, that formation did not work. The tactics did not work. He was exposed, right, and he was still the only one going down the flank alone, coming up against Brahim Diaz and Achraf Hakimi. It's not easy now.
That's why.
And I mean, if he's, him being named in the CAF 11 for the team of tournaments. Big shout out to him because he was not the starting left back. You remember, he was not the starting left back, and then he came in and he made the position his own. I mean, even during the third place, he was still there. So for me, I think Bruno, what a tournament! Yeah. What a tournament is that? And he will hold his head up high and.
Even Shai Samuel, I think he should. He did very well too.
Yeah,
Shai Samuel was awesome. He was a beast.
He was. Why? And this is a player that most Nigerians not even believe in so much because he was not. He's not the starting right back.
Yeah, he was not.
He's not the starting right back.
I will not blame them.
And of course, I mean, going into the tournament as well, people were like, Olaino is supposed to be the one to be called and all of that. Then the first game against Tanzania too, he had somewhat of a poor outing. So the people were like, this
he
guy
got better with each game.
All the Nigerian players got better with each game, starting from the second game against Tunisia. Even you were surprised that they turned up like that against Tunisia. Yeah. So because you were expecting the Tunisians to actually be tougher than the Tanzanians.
Let's look at the CAF 11 broadly. Yeah. Victor Osimhen ahead of Brahim Diaz, who won the Golden Boot.
Brahim Diaz was going to be there somewhere,
but he's not there. Victor Osimhen is there.
Well, if I'm to make my own list, Victor Osimhen, yes, it should be the number 9, of course, because I don't think any striker actually outplayed him. In that tournament, maybe a certain El Kabi, but El Kabi, he fizzled with time. I think after the group stages, he wasn't there. And yes, Osimhen with his 4 goals, of course, and he was also very, very instrumental to the wins of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yes, he's going to be there. Salah, of course, Salah on the right-hand side too, he did really, really, really well. But for me, if you don't want to put Brahim Diaz in the 10, maybe you put him on the right-hand side and Sadio Mane, of course, on the left-hand side. Very, very instrumental, all and off the pitch for the Senegalese team. And to be honest, he's not even their captain. He's not the captain, he's not the man with the armband. That was Kalidou Koulibaly. So for me, I think those front 4 is sorted. Then you should come to the midfield. I'm surprised Iwobi was not even mentioned in this one.
Yeah, against the likes of Idrissa Gueye.
But Ademola Lookman is there. Ademola Lookman is there. I think that should be good. And this Bassi one, Jerry, I don't understand.
Yeah, Kevin Bassi should be there.
I'm saying Rami Rabia. If Rami Rabia can be there, Kevin Bassi should be there. Because Kevin Bassi don't come on.
They want Rami to represent, the
North Africans, the Egyptians. No, there's an Egyptian there already now. Salah is already there. It's not about representing your country. It's about what you play.
How come Morocco doesn't have much players there?
I wanted to even ask you, Yasin Bono or Edouard Mendy, keeper of the tournament?
Because Mendy won the
don't say because he won.
Yeah, that's it.
Bono only considered 2 goals.
That Panenka save was
Bono only considered 2 goals.
Yeah, I know.
And he didn't consider upwards
against
the final.
A team that was well protected.
The last goal he considered before this final was in the group stage.
Mendy was not protected like Bono.
Now, how would you say that? He had one of the best defenses in front of him now.
How many goals that were cancelled against Morocco?
Koulibaly. What?
Goals that were cancelled against Morocco too. So.
How many goals were cancelled against Morocco?
Bono was well protected.
How many goals?
Bono was protected. I think just because he was protected, anything Morocco, protection they enjoyed from the
clean sheet? Clean sheet normally is not supposed to be a metric for goalkeepers.
Yeah.
Clean sheet is not supposed. It's supposed to be saved and save percentage, right? But look at the save. Check out the saves. Look at the saves he made in the final now. Bono was fantastic.
Had saves too.
Mendy had saves, but I think Bono had more. Bono was fantastic. Seriously. I think for me, Yasin Bono actually should
be ahead of Bono.
Because of the trophy.
He won the trophy.
But look at that goal that Papigay scored. I mean, Bono couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't. But shout out to Edouard Mendy too.
Yeah, Ademola Lookman, Mohamed Salah, a lot of attackers. A lot of Salah, Lookman, Mane, Victor Osimhen. They had to just put all of them there.
Yeah, I think this was an AFCON that actually brought out the best of attackers. I mean, the attackers came on, they showed up.
They really do well.
I mean, look at the quality of the pitches. It showed that you can
attackers enjoy themselves.
Yes, attackers enjoy themselves. Play fantastic football. Look at Amad Diallo. He got 3 goals. Look at Brian Mbumo. It was fantastic for the Cameroonians. Attackers really showed up, in this tournament. Look at Mahrez with 3 goals. Nicolas Jackson got goals too. So it's not like back in the days of AFCON where it's the defenders that will shine because of the quality of play. But this was the quality of play was fantastic. The pitches, enhanced everything. I mean, if you can have 8 of the top 10 teams in Africa, in the quarterfinals, it shows that the big boys actually came up for this one. Maybe the only negative side was that there was not really much of an upset. And in this time around, it shows the golf equality when you are playing on, world-class pitches. It shows that there's golf equality in your football, not like we see in the World Cup qualifiers where a certain Botswana will host, you see the pitch looking
Zimbabwe will draw, hold Super Eagles.
Do you understand?
Lesotho will be shining
let's put Lesotho against Super Eagles in this AFCON. They will not do it again. That's what I'm saying. Look at that game played in Polokwane. Look at the standard of the pitch.
Look at South Africa. They made standard pitch and they were...
You see?
your fellow countryman.
How many countries do you want to tie me to, Jerry? You tied me to Algeria, you've tied me to Morocco, now you want to tie me to...
At the point, I thought you were Mozambican. I thought you were from Mozambique.
It's my fault for saying that there should be upset. And I don't want to say shame to me, but egg in my face, there was not much of an upset at this AFCON. But I'm sure we all enjoyed the AFCON.
All right, let's talk about the controversies in this tournament. A legendary Senegalese striker, El Hadji Diouf, has says the winners of the recently concluded AFCON Senegal and the Super Eagles of Nigeria, who finished third at the tournament, are the best 2 teams during the tournament. In what looked like a swipe at the host Morocco, who were beaten finalists at the tournament by Senegal, a final marred by poor officiating, which led to Senegal staging a walkout when Morocco were awarded the late penalty before returning after 10 minutes. And Morocco missed the resultant spot kick, stretching the game into extra time, where Senegal got the winner in the opening minutes of the 30 minutes time added on. What if there was a conspiracy like, okay, since there's controversy over this penalty, why not waste it? Let's play penalty shootout. But since that Senegal changed the script, when that goal came in from, great.
It's even funny that Diouf is speaking like this. I mean, it's actually a swipe. We all know because...
Was it right that Senegal and Nigeria were the best teams in this tournament?
Senegal, Morocco, and Nigeria, they were the best 3 teams.
In the pecking order, Nigeria...
If you want to put it, Senegal, the quality of football.
Yeah.
Senegal, Nigeria, Morocco.
Okay.
Let me say Senegal, Morocco, Nigeria.
Senegal, Morocco, Nigeria.
Senegal, Morocco, Nigeria.
Morocco
because outrightly, before this tournament started, honestly, if you had asked a lot of people, who do you see would win this tournament? Yes, aside, the normal patriotism in Nigeria, of course, they will tell you Senegal. You look at their squad. They had, in fact, the most complete squad at this tournament. They have the squad depth. Everything is there for them. So they were outright favorites, right? The Super Eagles of Nigeria, even Nigerians were doubting. Now look, from these World Cup qualifiers, we don't know the kind of play. I mean, when the list came out, you knew your reaction when you were seeing some names that they were not familiar with. Like, what is the VTL doing? What's the NFF doing? We're even trying to tackle them and all of that. Then the Moroccans too, they also have the squad depth. And when you look at the play, to be honest, the Super Eagles overwhelmed everyone. But the Senegalese didn't really surprise us because we knew what they could do and they did it. Even the Moroccans as well. So for me, I think yes, they were the top 3 teams. Of the tournament, they're the best 3 teams. But yes, I know El Hadji Diouf is actually trying to, take a swipe at the Moroccans, of course, saying that it's the Super Eagles and the Senegalese. But we all know that Morocco, they are there somewhere. But then poor officiating just
when you're playing
everything for them.
When you're playing as console game, assisted. There's an option you have to speak assisted.
They have to be semi-assisted and assisted.
Yes, semi-assisted by the referees. Anyway,
I mean, they can't beat the allegations. That was what I'm saying. They played well, but I mean, any small thing.
Did they really need all of those things to make it to the final?
If it was to be a poor team, you will say yes, maybe that okay, you guys are actually not playing well. Then the referees are aiding you, but they were good. They were playing well.
Morocco has been unlucky.
They didn't really need it.
The last tournament, they had a very poor performance in spite of the quality.
Of course.
And the last AFCON before
this.
Yes. So maybe they decide, since we're always unlucky, let's make our luck.
I mean,
let's make our luck this time.
It's going to be, if they decide to open this case against the Morocco, it's going to be long.
Unfortunately, CAF is not saying anything about Morocco.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Anyway.
Come on. They might host the next AFCON.
They don't want to.
They are not hosting the next AFCON, we know. But they might host the next AFCON after that.
And
these guys are hosting. They are hosting some games in the World Cup in 2030. They are hosting the WAFCON.
They might pull out.
I can only fear for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Maybe the players are still coming out to complain from the last one. Only God knows what will happen in this next one.
All right. Diouf, who was among those who convinced Senegal to go back to the pitch, gave his assessment of the tournament, praising the winners, Senegal and Nigeria, for their performance.
I'm surprised by Diouf.
Yeah.
Because
Diouf used to be the hothead back in the...
Of course.
Would have
so if he's giving something like this, you shouldn't be surprised.
He's not a big boy.
But I'm surprised because, yes, just like you read, he was the one who actually... I saw a clip where he was convincing, Mane with Claude Leroy to go and call the boys back.
Yeah.
So why is he taking a jab?
He already told him what to do. That don't regret. Just make sure go.
But Jerry, do you know with all of these clips and all of that penalty incidents, that intentionality thing might be a topic. It might be true. It might be true if you look at it.
Since it's already
but I don't think you will do that. Look at the Moroccan fans.
The Moroccan fans may have a different agenda, but there might be a message. Okay, waste it. Let's go to penalty shootout.
Will you do that without involving the fans?
How many fans do you want to talk to? Do you know how many fans were in the stadium?
You pass it to the team of the stadium. Supporters now.
Man,
they'll pass it with it.
How many minutes they need to make a decision?
That's what I'm saying. That why would you want to do that to hurt your people?
No, they already knew that. Okay, this conspiracy anyway. Okay, we are going to get to the penalty shootout. Yes. So there's still time.
But did you get to the penalty shootout?
But Goye had a different plan.
Exactly. So why did you take your chance? You could have said no. How did you say no? Because you will still win anyway.
Because they were assisted. The referee assured them that don't.
But Jerry, sure, you know they will
get to penalties.
Jerry, you know they will win that way.
Did they cancel a goal in that game? Okay.
The Senegalese goal now.
The Senegalese goal.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm going to cancel.
Which for me was too soft.
I'm going to cancel on that goal. Any goal that comes, you will cancel. But Goye's goal is not cancelled. Wait, how do you cancel such a goal? Man, how far? Okay, check it. They be cancelling goals.
Okay.
Can you cancel goal? That kind of goal.
That Goye goal.
That Goye goal.
I'm saying that.
It's not cancelable. Why did you expect it?
Why did you do something that you will get to that level?
They had assurance that they were going to cancel any goals that come in, and they're going to make sure that they get to the penalty shootout.
Okay. If a Moroccan had fallen in that build-up, they will count.
Well, how would you fall? When that goal is coming, that's a goal you don't see coming.
Absolutely.
So you can't cancel anything. Even VR.
So you think they were just surprised?
It was a surprise goal.
It was a surprise, actually.
They didn't expect that goal to come in. It was from nowhere.
But if that's the case, Senegal should have allowed them to score back and let's get to penalties.
No, Senegal was not in the plan because they're already upset. It's that was upset.
No, but they're in the plan now. That was why Manu. That's people are saying that was why it's conspiracy.
No, Senegal was not in the plan.
Allegedly, that was why Manu went to call them.
They went to compensate. No, Morocco wanted to show that they didn't need penalty to win.
But it was the same player that was agitating for that penalty. He even kissed the ball.
Yeah, they were there to show that they didn't need it. We can still beat you fair and square via penalties.
Okay.
But Senegal said, okay.
It's not Senegal that said, it's gay.
It's gay that said, no.
It's gay that like, no.
I'm not ready for penalty.
Jerry, you remember 2014, Brazil against Germany, where it was rumored that, after it was like 5-0, at halftime, that the coach, Joachim Low, told the players that, look, it's embarrassing enough. They don't go in and play with the same pressure as the first half. They said they started Andre Scholler did not hear that it was the toilet. That he came back and he started the plan and he scored 2 goals to make it 7. So maybe that was what Gay is. Papi Gay was like, look, I don't know what you guys are talking about. To me, I want to score. Maybe the Sadio Mane, they were like, Sadio Mane had the ball on the counter and he just stopped it and passed to Gay. Gay was like, I don't know what you people are doing. Me, I want to go and score. And then he scored that one.
And you see this?
Very, very controversial. Look at that.
The fans, even the mascot, were being attacked by the Moroccans.
It got to that point. You could see.
But Senegalese have balls. They were even fighting in countries that is not yours.
Man.
The guy was taking using chairs.
No, that's Senegalese.
That's Senegalese here.
That's Senegalese. It shouldn't resort to that.
It
shouldn't resort to that. It shouldn't resort to that. And that's why I think CAF is going to open an investigation against them. Look at what Papchia also encourages players to do. You don't do that. That's not setting a good precedent for African football, right, Jerry? Because you're trying to tell me that, okay, if you play again...
Look at that Senegalese that jumped in. Like one man will pull.
See, look at that guy.
My friend is who just came back.
Yeah,
said that the Senegalese have balls. That they were even the ones first throwing punches.
I mean, every ball was still, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
every ball was still. It's not supposed to happen this way. But then, from that goal that they were denied, for me, which I think that was actually a soft. That was a soft dive by Hakimi, and that was a goal. That was a goal, to be honest. But then they now went on to
give them a penalty.
But it doesn't call for you to tell your players to walk off.
It was a penalty. It was a penalty.
That was a penalty. He had his hands, over him. But even I think Brahim Diaz actually made the meal out of it. He fell down so easily. But then the hand was there.
The hand
was there. But I mean, that's the drama. That's the drama of AFCON.
Yeah, the drama of the AFCON there.
Only in Africa.
Only in Africa. Drama made in Africa.
Drama made in Africa.
Nollywood in Morocco. Nollywood won't even go this far.
Nollywood?
Let me say Hollywood.
Nollywood is not supposed to go
Hollywood
this
in
far.
Africa. Hollywood
I think this is, but then
this Hollywood content.
Jerry, where would you rank this AFCON of all time?
Yeah,
top 10 or top 5?
So it would have been.
You should make top 5.
If not for this final and this way Morocco.
This one is even part of the sauce. Top 5 for me.
No, this is the most controversial AFCON ever.
And it's the Moroccans that caused it.
Yeah, most controversial.
You see, Jerry, you can remember when I was
there. We're saying that the officiating at the last AFCON was top notch.
Top notch.
Well, funny,
and we were playing the hosts. The Super Eagles were playing the hosts.
And nobody complained.
Nobody complained of anything.
And the hosts won fair and square.
People were even saying clubs should emulate African referees.
Yeah.
Are we now saying that we don't have the same African referees at this tournament? You could see some calls, you'll be like, what's going on? Look at Daniel Ilaria of Ghana in the game between Super Eagles and Morocco. It was clear. And it's not even Nigerians that were complaining.
Yeah.
People from other countries were complaining, what is this referee doing? And then also, one of the best referees, the Congolese man as well. Same thing. I mean, it's just
what it is. It is what it is. All right, head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Rachel, will continue as the coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, despite receiving offers from a couple of countries who are willing to pay him more than what he's currently earning with Nigeria. Chel, as exclusively revealed, has the backing of the Nigerian Football Federation to continue as coach, despite failing to meet the target of reaching the final of the recently concluded AFCON. And the decision of the NFF to continue with the Malian is hinged on the fact that the team's style of play at the tournament showed that they are in the right direction. And with the AFCON qualifiers set to begin in March, they decided to stick with the Malian. Good offers coming, and he decided to stay with the Super Eagles, even if a team who's going to the World Cup calls him.
Well, I think from the look of things, I think he's not looking at just the NFF alone. I think he's looking at the relationship he's had with the players. I mean, I saw some clips where he was dancing with the players after the third place game. It shows that he has created this bond. Yes, a lot of people will say it's his biggest job. Of course, we agree it's his biggest job in his managerial career. But then I think he's seeing a future with these boys, and maybe all he will be asking for now is, look, let me just improve on what I've done. I mean, because you people, my employers, are not actually looking at me to actually come third. They're looking at me to win. You barely supported me as to even walk up. It's like you are putting my line on fire. And of course, he has exceeded all expectations, even from Nigerians. So for me, this one is a personal decision for him. And I think it's just based on his relationship with the players. It's not just, looking at the NFF alone, because these are guys that are still owing him. They're still owing him. He was supposed to even leave at the end of this tournament. Now, they are saying they want to improve on him. They want to continue with him. So for me, I think it's solely because of the players. I
thought also say they gave him a 2-year contract.
Huh?
So we cannot even believe the NFF.
We can't verify. We don't know what to believe at this point. We can't even believe the NFF. We don't know what they are saying. We don't even know this contract they want to give him. We don't know how much they want to pay him. But for me, if he's looking at the money part, just because you are being owed and they're not even telling you how much you want to collect, we don't know if you want to give him an improved contract or to just want to extend the length of the current one. We don't understand. So for me, I think he may be trying to reject teams that are actually going to the World Cup. But I'm sure teams will still call him. African teams will still call him.
And they will big pay. We hear that he's been given bigger pay. And
so if you look at the pay, he should be on his way.
But he said he's not looking at the pay.
That's what I'm saying. He's looking at the relationship he has created with the players. These players actually played that AFCON for him.
All right.
They
Okay.
played for him. And
the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Musa Gassau, was verbally assaulted by the president of the Morocco FA, Fawzi Lekja, after the CAF Executive Committee meeting on January 16, 2026. And according to investigation, Gassau confronted CAF President Patrice Motsepe over the poor officiating witnessed at the AFCON, and in particular the game between Nigeria and Morocco. His complaints were met with fierce resistance from Lekja, who is also the vice president of CAF. No wonder. And during what was reported as a tense and heated disagreement, Lekja resorted to using harsh words on Nigeria. Lekja so calling him ungrateful and used helped him previously. No physical violence confirmed, but he used words like Ingrid, son of a, not, I don't want to say that, among others on Gassau. The Nigerian kept his cool despite the provocation. His calmness saved the entire incident, which from developing into a fisticuff between both them. I think he would have made us more proud if he had taken the other route.
No, but we're not going to encourage that.
Hey,
we're not going to encourage
but we would have made more
that shows
news.
maturity. And Jerry, enough is said. Enough is said.
That's been said about Gassau, who is always calm. He doesn't shout about the officiating. Shows that he was displeased and he spoke out.
Of course. I mean, I'm even, let me say, happy for Gassau that I wasn't even suspended, because a certain Samuel Eto'o, who is the Cameroonian FA president, he spoke against the officiating and the treatment of the Cameroon players, and he's been
But
banned.
Gassau didn't go to the press. He waited for the executive committee meeting to say
Exactly,
his mind.
yes. But I think just because of who he is, in CAF rankings and the recognition amongst CAF, I think that's why they didn't get to ban him. And I'm not even sure. We might still come up with the news later and say he's been banned for games or fined, while the likes of Lekja will walk free. So for me, I think Patrice Motsepe is not covering himself in glory at this point in time. He's not. I know as the CAF president, a lot is on your head, but he's not covering himself in glory, to be very honest with you. So for me, I think Lekja at this point, yes, if all of that is investigated and verified, and it comes out to be true, I think he should be sitting at home for a while.
It looks like Motsepe is in the pocket of Lekja.
CAF is in the pocket of the Moroccans at this point. Yes, we will give it to the Moroccans that they have worked. In fact, they have invested. But at this point, it's like they are making it look like they are the headquarters of CAF, hosting everything. Yes, other countries are not stepping up yet. Now, that's the message to other countries in Africa. Step up. We shouldn't be having things like this. Do you understand? So, but at this point, it is Morocco that is, trying to bankroll for CAF right now. So come on, someone that is bankrolling you, Jerry, won't you listen? You will listen. So for me, I think the likes of Lekja right now, let's flip it, Jerry. Let's flip it. If it were to be, Ibrahim Gassau and Nigeria, we are hosting all the tournaments, and Lekja is claiming that, to speak on him, and Gassau is now the one using all those harsh words on Lekja. What do you think will happen? So for me, I think it's just a case of CAF not doing really, really well, and it starts with Motsepe, to be honest.
Just like Esau sold his birthright over a pot of porridge, and
it's like Motsepe is just doing anything, for the Moroccans at this point.
For the money. Anyway, let's talk about the UEFA Champions League. Action resumes tonight in Tuesday's action. Real Madrid, Liverpool, and Inter Milan may boast a combined 24 European titles, but they still have their work cut out to ensure their ticket to the knockout stages of the Champions League. While the top 8 secure direct entry to the last 16, teams placed 9th to 24th must navigate an additional 2-legged playoff round to join them. And of course, Arsenal, Bayern Munich, holders Berates Saint-Germain, Manchester City and Atlanta have all already secured their places in at least the knockout phase playoffs. And this leaves a number of European heavyweights still unsure of their presence when the business end of the Champions League begins. And we'll look at 4 big hitters bidding to seal qualification as the league phase enters its penultimate match day. Inter Milan, yes, is in the focus right now. I don't know. Inter Milan, last season, they were fair enough. They did well. But this time around, it looks like They'll have to fight for the spot.
Of course, and they are playing Arsenal, which is never an easy fixture at this point in time. Trying to play against the Gunners, but I think they will just take solace from the fact that last season they defeated the Gunners at their own background, and the same game this week also is happening in Milan. So I think yes, Inter Milan, of course, in the Serie A they are the table toppers and they are playing really well. This season, the likes of Pio Esposito. It's become a revelation so far this season. Lautaro Martinez, also delivering. But when you are playing against the likes of Arsenal, you should be, how would I put it now? You should really be seated. You should fasten your seatbelt because those players can actually disappoint you. So Inter Milan as well. Yes, last season's finalist. They'll be looking to get one better this time around. But it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask at this point. You need to steal your.
Arsenal do them favors and start their bench warmers to save their players ahead of this weekend.
Qualified. No,
I think this weekend they play Manchester United.
They play Manchester United, but I think Arsenal will be, they have the depth. Unlike previous seasons where you say, the Champions League is here, the Premier League is here.
To keep the players fresh, because the Premier League is their major target this season.
Yes, I think so. I agree with you, Jerry, on that one. I think Arsenal should, kind of rest players, and I think they have players good enough to, still go to battle with Inter Milan, and because they've already qualified, automatically, I think maybe. But I don't think they want to do that. I don't think Arteta is a manager that wants to give favors. I've never seen him do that, so I don't know. I don't know if
like he has to keep players like Saliba, Maguire, and even the goalkeeper away from this one so as not to pick up injuries ahead of
the game, because that one is actually very, very important, to open up that gap further against the Manchester City and Aston Villa in title race. Because I think this one against Inter Milan, they're also unbeaten so far in the Champions League, so they'll be looking to also preserve that record. So I think it's up to Mikel Arteta to see if he wants to use the bench warmers, the fringe players, or go with his normal first 11 in this one.
All right, so the teams in pole position to ensure progression on match day 7, Serie A leaders Inter face the tough task as they must bounce back from defeat last time out against Liverpool when they take on the only team with a 100% record so far. Talking about Arsenal. However, Christian Chivo's side can count on no favours from Arsenal at the San Siro in tonight's clash, as the Premier League leaders will be desperate to sew up a top 8 finish ahead of the final round of league phase fixtures on January 28th. And of course, as the season turns the corner towards its final stretch, Chivo said after Saturday's Serie A win, he believes his team is really starting to understand the way he wants them to play. I hope you understand. And of course, I envy one man, Alvaro Arbeloa.
Why?
Yeah.
Right
now, he just lost his game. His first game.
But he has won. He won his first game in the league.
In the league?
Yeah, but he lost his very first game. That was not a good start.
That's not a good way to start.
That was a good start.
And now,
for Real Madrid now.
He takes on Monaco at the Santiago Bernabeu. He will be under a lot of pressure. No illusions that his time at the Santiago Bernabeu Success will be judged in large parts on his performance in club president Florentino Perez' most cherished competition.
Of course.
Yeah, if he even gets a draw in this one, Florentino Perez will not mind. Even Romani, a new coach, will be coming in.
Fire, no time.
Yeah.
No time. But I think Arbeloa, that game against Levante, I think if there's anything to go by, I think the players are maybe just trying to get to grips of what he's trying to do. But as is the case of other performances from Real Madrid, even under Alonso this season, I think the individual brilliance of these players, I think is the one that's actually bringing the results for Real Madrid. We saw Mbappe scoring from the penalty spots, and also Asensio scoring. But generally, the atmosphere in the Bernabeu is sour at this point because the fans were actually booing not just the president Florentino Perez, they were also booing a certain Vinicius Junior, and they were whistling at Jude Bellingham. So that's a signal that all is not well.
Their person. They didn't like the way he was.
I said it on another platform. When I was discussing, I just said that these boys, the likes of Vinicius Junior, I think the fans were believing that look, they were the ones that were responsible for Xabi Alonso sacking. I think they actually like the way Xabi Alonso plays, the system of play, but he's not much of a player manager.
And the fact that he's Spanish, he's a Real Madrid legend.
But even from the Club World Cup, some of the people in the admin, the administrative part of Real Madrid, they don't like his tactics. They don't like the way he's playing. And from that incident that happened in the Super Cup final against Barcelona, the guard of honor and all of that, I think it just shows that he's not much of a player manager. He doesn't have the power over the players. Maybe a certain Zidane, a Mourinho, even a Don Carlo, if he comes back, maybe they are the ones that could actually handle these players. But then maybe Arbeloa, I don't know. I don't think Arbeloa can also handle the players as well.
If he loses to the second tier Albacete in the Copa del Rey, and though the win against Levante is struggling this season.
Yeah.
So it's nothing to really say that yes, he's the manager.
Exactly.
So now he has a Monaco game at the Santiago Bernabeu. I just wish him all the best. That's why I say I don't envy him right now.
Yeah, I don't actually at this point because he's under fire. He's sitting on the hot seat right now because you don't want to lose in the Champions League. That is like their birthright. 15 titles. I mean, they know that even if they're not doing well in La Liga, they want to go on to the Champions League and perform better. So for me,
all right. And on to tonight's fixture, we have Sporting Lisbon at home. They take on Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah.
Paris Saint-Germain, though they look good. Well, they look good. They will surely want to pick this one away in Portugal.
Yeah, even though they are out of the cup competition in France, they lost to Paris FC. Their neighbors. They came back. They bounced back with a 3-0 win over Lille, with Ousmane Dembele scoring 2 goals. One of the goals of the season as well, where he chipped the goalkeeper, from outside the box. What the player that man is Ousmane Dembele. Now they are going to Portugal to play Sporting CP. That will be a return for their player, their left back Nuno Mendes, because he was signed from that club. That's talking about Nuno Mendes there. He was signed for Sporting CP, and of course, with the likes of Ibrahim Mbaye, I don't think he's going to get to play immediately. He just won the AFCON. That's a player that we're not even talking about at the AFCON. 17 years old for Senegal. He already has the Ligue 1 title. He has the Champions League. He has the Coupe de France. He has the Club the Super Cup with Tottenham. He has that one as well. And he also has the AFCON at 17.
He's a young player of the year already.
Of course. And yes, I don't think they will be involving him, but they have other players that can do the business when they play Sporting CP.
All right, of course. So Manchester City, after the loss, they'll be going away to Bodo Glimt. Hope to win this one.
Away to Bodo Glimt. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the farthest distances, in the Champions League. Away to Norway is a whole lot, but now Erling Haaland, kind of going back home. So for me, I think that stadium is actually a difficult place to win, but I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. But one thing is there about Manchester City, that sometimes when they get to lose a game, they just crack a little bit and they go on to lose more. So for me, I think I think they should pick up a win, but Bodo Glimt, they're actually a tough nut to crack, at home.
All right, of course.
Maybe jet lag will not affect Manchester City.
All right, Tottenham, Frank, his job is on the line. He takes on Borussia Dortmund at White Hart Lane. Dortmund,
Dortmund also, they had to scrape a win, this weekend in the Bundesliga. 3-2, they won that one. But Tottenham, yes, just like you said, a certain Thomas Frank is under fire at this point. And the Tottenham hierarchy will be looking at him that you have to win this one, or else you might get fired. And with the signing of Conor Gallagher, I don't think it's really that important signing for them. But I mean, to them, they see that midfielder. Huh?
He might make a difference.
He might make a difference, but Dortmund, how they can play in the Champions League as well. The 2024 finalists. Well, let's see. It's a game that is balanced. It can go either way for me.
All right, the worst team of the tournament, Ajax away to Villarreal. Who would have thought that Ajax would fall this low?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the quality of their players, and also after losing their former manager Francesco Farioli, I think they've not really done well. Though they have some players like Steven Berghaus, Wout Weghorst, the former Manchester United striker. They lost the likes of Traore, Carlos Forbes, but then they just signed Alexander Zinchenko on loan from Arsenal. So for me, I think I don't think they will come up. I don't think they will come up. I think they will be eliminated. In fact, they should have been eliminated because I think they only have about 1 point or 3 points. And Villarreal also be looking to bounce back. They didn't really do well this weekend as well. So I think they'll be looking to bounce back themselves.
And Napoli has not been convincing. They go away to Copenhagen this time. Very difficult fixture.
I don't know what's still going on with Conte, in the Champions League, in fact, in Europe generally. So for me, I think Copenhagen, they will want to, have a chance to have a crack at it against Napoli, but I think Napoli will come up tops in this one.
Napoli coming up top. And of course, Club Brugge away to carry Almaty. I don't know whether our man will be available for this one.
Was that Rafael Onyenika? If Aqua Adams could step in for Sevilla and score 2 goals, I think Rafael Onyenika will be back. He'll be back. They must have traveled. They must have traveled before the.
Aqua Adams is something else.
Was it Aqua Adams? Yeah. Aqua Adams is one of the revelations of the tournament for me. He really did well. You know, a lot of people didn't expect him to be the one to pair certain Victor Osimhen, and he took his opportunity really well.
He showed the other Victor how to do it.
Maybe. There's this tackling you've been tackling Victor Boniface.
No, I didn't call names.
You've been tackling Victor Boniface. We all know it's Victor Boniface.
I don't know. They're just calling names.
Well, I think Aqua Adams, he has made a name. He has made quite a name for himself. You know, in the Super Eagles team. And of course, going forward, also for the Super Eagles, under Eric Chelo, I don't know, maybe another manager, but under Eric Chelo, I think he's still going to be one of the names, you know, top names on the team sheet, you know. But then, speaking of Rafael Onyenika, maybe they might want to give him a rest, but I think he'll be back in action. It's the Champions League, and I think they must have had all the rest that he's going to have.
All right, that's much you can take. Big thanks of fees, the Algerian, the Mozambican,
the South African, everything.
It's great to have you join us.
Everything except Nigeria.
All right, it's great having you. And of course, our big thanks to the guys for making sure the show is great. Talking about lights of Shegun, Sam, as well as Paul, and not leaving out a feast. My name is Jerry Apelhine, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move.
a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your likes meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen? We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resiliency no go walk. 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands. Come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo,
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get dry. Hunger no get.
A beautiful Tuesday evening. Good evening and welcome to VOP Television. This is Political Lens and I am Chukwuma Okoro. Well, on the show today, but in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. We'll go to Rivers State again today, where the political gymnastics, keep unraveling every other day. And we'll keep interrogating the system until it gets to a point where we see that there is calm in Rivers State. And even when there is calm, Rivers State is still going to be topical because it's one of the very important states in Nigeria. It doesn't look as if it's more important than other states, but at least it has a degree of significance in our national economy. So that's why we keep going back to Rivers State every now and then, especially in the past 2 years, where we have had two gladiators pitch against each other. And then the Rivers people are saying, where will all of this end? So we'll go to Rivers State, where SPC splits over Fubara's impeachment. That is APC, the national and the state level. We seem to have discordant tunes from both the national and the state level regarding the impeachment proceedings, against the state governor, Sim Fubara. When we move away from that, we'll go to the national level, where Tinubu's running mate for 2027 takes a dangerous turn as Chagori's national honor sparks outrage. Well, I've been joined virtually by Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is an activist and as well as a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Ojekere, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens. Okay, Mr. Ojekere, I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that I can get your audio feed.
Yeah, I've just done that. Can you hear me?
Yes, beautiful. I can hear you. Good evening, Mr. Ojekere. How have you been?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. I can.
All right. I say good evening and thank you again for having me.
Good evening. My pleasure any day to host you on my show. I appreciate your presence.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now let's go to Rivers State, where Rivers State chapter of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has called for the immediate resignation of the party's National Publicity Secretary, Felix Morka, over comments credited to him on the political crisis rocking the state. The party said the demand followed Morka's recent appearance on national television, where he reportedly criticized Rivers APC's stance on what it described as legislative overreach and an alleged coup d'etat by members of the Rivers State House of Assembly aimed at removing Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odo. Well, in a statement issued on Tuesday and signed by the state party spokesman, Darlington Woju, the Rivers APC said it was embarrassing and unacceptable that Morka publicly questioned the legitimacy of its officials. Now, Mr. Ojekere, it's a lot, it's a lot that the party in Rivers State said. So we keep interrogating them at each level. Now, the APC at the state level and the center seem to be in disagreements with the request to impeach Governor Sim Fubara. What does that say about the cohesion, the touted cohesion within the APC? A lot of people believe that, look, that the APC is one big family, that their internal wranglings, internal disagreements are handled peacefully, as we used to have back in the days with the PDP. But what we see in Rivers State seems to tell a different story. What's your reaction with the comments, from the state level that, look, Mr. Morka is not saying the mind of the party at the state level? How do you react to the issue of cohesion around the APC that we see in Rivers State?
Yeah. You see, I think I'm happy with with the comments. I'm happy because people are beginning to now vent their feelings and emotions and tiredness over what's been happening in Rivers State, not the least of them, the APC, who has seen an antecedent of how this kind of divisions and how this kind of acrimony that Wike parades has almost destroyed the PDP and has affected the PDP almost to the point where it is no longer a functional political party. They don't want to follow and swallow hook, line, and sinker anymore what used to be called the instructions or the position of the leaders or the elders or so-called political godfathers or whatever. People are beginning to speak up. And this dovetails into what is going to happen in 2027. You see, there was celebration in the country from APC members that governors are defecting to APC. But the truth of the matter is that whereas that the status quo, for whatever reasons of self-protection or preservation, that they are doing their own thing, the generality of the people, Nigerians, everyday and average Nigerians like you and I, are already tired of this non-performance of their own government, that is the APC government. They are tired of these fights over ego. They are tired of this emasculation of their voices and of their opinions by those who call themselves leaders, like represented by people like Wike and the others and so on. So they are not going to toe any instructions or take any position just because the leaders are taking those positions. They are going to act independently according to what their common sense and what their sense of propriety tells them is the right thing. They are tired of it and they are willing to stand behind the governor firmly to resist all such. It's signposting the kind of division you are going to continue to now see, the kind of resistance and group resistance you're going to continue to now see between now and 2027. And it's not going to stop in Rivers State alone, it's going to dovetail to other states. So the states has the right, the state APC members have the right to support because they are there feeling all the, what do you call the fallout, and they are the victims of this misgovernance, misrule, and all of the troubles that are happening in River State. They are tired of it. They want governance. And now they thought, okay, if Fubara had played ball, it should be left alone. It should be left alone to continue with governance. Now, it's turning out that they have just imported from PDP trouble into their own party. So they want to make it crystal clear to the leadership of their own party that we are not going to sit down and tolerate all of this because we are aware of where it's going to lead us to. So that's why they are speaking out, and they are not changing that position.
All right, Mr. Jekiri, if you said that the people are dissatisfied about what is going on in River State, now how come we see the governors? At last count, we have about 28 governors, in the APC. And whenever they move with the House of Assembly members, sometimes with the National Assembly members, talking about members of the House of Representatives. And these people, their constituents all join them to the ruling party APC. So if we say that the people are dissatisfied, presents some kind of contrast from their position that people are dissatisfied because we see the governors, move to the APC. Probably, as we have been told that, well, because the party is performing exceedingly well, that's why they have more governors.
Now, the truth of the matter is this, Chukuma, let me let you into the thinking of our political actors and the thinking of the people. Now, as long as the governor is the governor of a state, what happens is that because of the kind of hardship and poverty the APC government has created in this past, almost 11 years now, the people have become pretenders. That is the language. What they discuss among themselves and they share with us members of the oppositions on the streets is a far cry from that scenario you have just painted. They have to pretend with the governor because the governors are still sitting there and they are holding the knife and the stick. And anybody, except those who have courage, who are enlightened, or those who are now outrightly in the opposition, anybody that goes against what the governor says should be done will be a victim. So they are pretending with them. Everybody knows, including the governors, that their party have performed woefully and that every Nigerian is tired of them. So they pretend with them. The governors set out the plan. This is what we are going to do at so-so time, report in so-so place. We are going to let the president know that we have support. They say, yes, sir. But the reason you are seeing what is boiling out from River State now is because they can no longer wait for election time because what is happening now is going to consume them even before the election. But I'm assuring you that what you are seeing in River State is the prototype of what you are going to see in all other states. The governors go to join the APC for self-preservation. The governors are the ones the leadership of the APC discuss with. They show them all sorts of documents about the kind of infractions they have committed in their government, and then they point to River State to show them how Governor Fubara, who wasn't playing ball, and what is passing through now. And so the governors say, okay, I'm ready to come. They don't go there because of any performance. Because if there was performance, it should not be performance for the governors alone, and it should not be the governors alone that will see the performance. You and I will see the performance and share from it. The performance that we see is that every part of this country, especially since 2023, have become far, far more unsafe than they have ever been in the history of this nation. There are more people getting killed, or there have been more people that have been killed in this country in the hands of terrorists and bandits than you had being killed in the 30 months of civil war that we have in this country. And much of it are unreported. We have in this country the highest cost of living we have ever had since we became Nigeria. Commuting from one place to another in a month would have taken 3/4 of anybody who is a salary earner. So there is nothing there they have been able to show us as development, trajectory or report card to say, okay, because of this achievement in social economy or because of this achievement in infrastructure and this and that, that is why we are going to the APC. And human beings are rational beings. So if you see people who are acting, against reasoning, then you know that they are being coerced. It's simple logic. Now, people go to places where there is development, where they go and identify with success and honor. Even the president does not pretend that they are coming to APC because of what he's achieving. So the governors tell the people, they draw out the map. This is what we are going to do. We have to let the president know we cannot be in opposition. We cannot speak against the president. And the people go, but mark you, the people that go with them are members of the ruling party, which in many cases are just a fraction, a tiny fraction of the voters. The people who are members of political parties are marginal fraction of the voters in the state. Many voters in the state don't belong to the ruling party. So when you see those marginal fractions going with their commissioner and House of Assembly, how many people are they? The generality of the voters who use the markets, who use public places, who run their generator, who pay school fees through their nose, and do all things through their hard-earned money that has now been overtaxed, those generality of the people, they meet in different places. Inside buses, we are discussing. In beer parlors, we are discussing. At marketplaces, we are discussing. In the supermarkets, we are discussing. And the general and uniform discussion is how everybody cannot wait till 2027 to send these governments away. Nobody has a record to say, oh, this government is benefiting me. Certainly not anybody in the middle class, and certainly not anybody in the working class. It is only those who run patronage. Like in Edo State, the case is even worse. Commissioners are threatening secretly to resign from their positions right now. Because in Edo State, you have 3 people running the states. The governor and Sylvester, which is his close friend, and one or two other people I don't want to name here. It's a big issue in Edo State right now. Even the commissioner don't have access to the governor. But if the governor calls them now to say, look, Tinubu is coming, or Tinubu has asked us to do this, they will all gather. They'll be giving money to go back home. That is part of what they will gain for that. They will ask them, give them money, mobilize people from your ward, mobilize people from your AGA. They will bring them. Even in that hall where they are sitting there waiting for the big official from the APC to come and address them, they are discussing. So if the government of the day, the APC government of the day, thinks that because governors out of fear of being intimidated, like Fubara is being intimidated, or fear of the EFCC, that people are that they are joining the ruling party, they are joining the president. If the president go and rest and think that that is what will win the election for him, he's deceiving himself. What we are having right now is quiet revolution. People are not on the street protesting, but there's a tacit agreement, man to man in Nigeria, a force of resistance against this status quo, that this status quo must not continue. In the ADC, for instance, yesterday in Edo State here, we experienced a tremendous earthquake, a political tsunami. The entire obedience, which consists of 95%, about 98% of youths, I'm talking of youths with energy, youths that are intellectually upwardly mobile, they all gathered together yesterday and aligned themselves with the ADC and defected into the ADC. And they made clear, hard statements that they have not come here to create division or whatever, contrary to what people are saying. They have come to join hands with the progressives, with the coalition, to build a formidable society and a future for Nigeria, because a new Nigeria is possible. So the awareness in 2027 is not the same thing as 2023.
Okay, Mr. Jackie, we'll talk about 2027 in a bit. You said quite a lot. Before we go back to Rivers State, there's an important point that you mentioned, and the debate took center stage sometime last year. So I'd like for us to resurrect all of that and see how positions have changed in the past 12 months or so. There was this debate about whether Nigerians were better off 10, 15 years ago than a year or 2 years ago. Now, the argument by the APC was that, look, the way Nigeria was coasting, that it would have been an abrupt end and everything would have just stopped at the moment if the president didn't remove this fuel subsidy. So that removal of this fuel subsidy was just to make a detour and bring back Nigeria to life. Now, after 2 years of removal of fuel subsidy, we hear Bretton Woods institutions like IMF and World Bank say, look, the economic policies of the president, they are making progress. They should be sustained. Mr. Ojekere, if you look at 10 years ago, from your understanding of political economy, between 10 years ago and now, when do you think that the life of the average Nigerian was better?
Well, I thought, and I know, not thought, I know that economy is a science of common sense. That's how I describe economics. And why is it a science of common sense? Because it is measured by indices and evidence. Any evidence that does not make sense to the man that has common sense is nonsense. You cannot tell me, that 10 years ago, when bag of rice in the market was about 7,000 naira. That was what it was before Buhari took over in 2025. And that same rice is over 100,000 naira. And the value of our money have depreciated in the international marketplace. And then you are not telling me that the economy of 100 and something thousand naira is better than what it was when it was 7,000 naira. The salaries and wages and earnings of the average Nigerian have not improved by any marginal increment since 10 years ago. He's still earning similar to the same thing he was earning 10 years ago. And you're not telling that the economy is better. The roads that we could ply 10 years ago, that our vehicles could ply and return back home, and we will not need to go to any mechanic or go for any maintenance. If you drive on those roads now for any length of journey that is maybe over 50 kilometers or about 100 kilometers, you must visit the mechanic and spend the hard-earned money that you don't have. The electricity that we had 10 years ago was far, far more regular, and we paid far, far less. Fuel that we had 10 years ago was far, far more regular. Or if you say the regularity is there now, fine, we give that to them, but we were paying far, far more less. So by what indicators? The per capita income of the average Nigeria, the standard of living, the cost of his living was far, far, far more tolerable and better 10 years ago than it is now. So what are the indicators to say that since you remove subsidy? In any case, what have you defined to us as subsidy? Are you saying that you were 10 years ago, Nigeria was legally subsidizing our petroleum products? Then where is the subsidy cabal that we're talking about? Everyone knows in this country who had bothered to study or to do any research about the so-called subsidy, that Nigeria's so-called subsidy was the fact that you had those who were cronies of the ruling powers who were using receipts to collect money from our treasury. That the subsidy we say we're subsidizing petroleum was actually subsidizing a gang of criminals, of which many people today are still involved. So that was what you call subsidy. Now let us assume that by your removal of subsidy, you mean that you are no longer paying that gang of criminals, that is, you are no longer accepting receipts that lifted no crude. You are supposed to have surplus money. You give them excess money from the same subsidy. But 10 years after, which is this present dispensation, Nigerians are poorer. People in the subunits are seeing far, far less development. It is within that 10-year span, before that 10-year span, that we had our debt cancellation, that we had almost all the development that you had in Abuja before what you are having now that they are calling development, that we had, several things happening. Our universities were striking less, and now 10 years after, we are having all of that problem, and you are telling me that the economy is better. The economy that the APC preaches is the well-schooled manipulation, which the president is used to, of figures on paper, quotation of statistics to please the ears of the IMF, his masters. The IMF and the Bretton Woods financial houses have the policy of keeping the African nations or underdeveloped nations perpetually in the news. For instance, there is a report out there that the taxes that are being raised by Tinubu is done in collaboration with the IMF and then the World Bank, that they have people they call inspectors, tax inspectors without border, that unite with presidents of the third world nations to skew your tax system in such a way that they are making money from the taxes and the increment of our tariffs. They say you are using it to service your debt. So that keeps you a perpetual debtor, and you always have to come back to look to them to borrow.
Okay.
So that is what is going on. And you will never have those people work in our interest, which is the reason why you have the rebellion that came from African nations like Burkina Faso and the others and the AES nations today. So what they are saying is Bangladesh, and IMF will always support that because it is in their interest and against the interest of the Nigerian people.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jekyll, as far as you're concerned, Nigerians were better off 10 years ago than they are now. That sounds very scary and quite unfortunate. Now, let's return to the question of cohesion within the APC. Yesterday, we heard the spokesperson of the APC in the person of Ibrahim Bala said that, look, that there is no guarantee of tickets to defecting governors. That is, governors that moved from their party to the APC. Again, let's interrogate, all of this. How does that fit, into the complex structure of power struggle between the old and the new in the party? Talking about the old, people that were already there, not political ambition to be governors, senators and House Representatives members. And we hear governors move in, to new party and say, I am 001 and all of that. From what you said in the early hours of this intervention, early minutes of this intervention, you said that what we see in River State will replicate in most states, and that the APC might simply, at that time, implode. If you have that position, now, what is the opposition party doing to take advantage of a likely implosion in the APC, and how is that going to affect, the permutations, probably the 2027 election? Do you think that there might just be an upset, for the APC, caused by APC itself? What do you see coming in 2027?
Yeah, I need to have to take it state by state. The APC's impending implosion has become inevitable. They have pushed themselves to the cliff edge, and they have run out their wits' end about how to recover themselves. What you hear the national spokesperson saying is just trying to do damage control that cannot work, because they are now realizing that their people are so tired of their status quo, because their status quo is so oppressive that the people realize that they don't have a chance. They don't stand a chance. Their party members realize they don't stand a chance. They don't have any assurance or promise of any field of fair competition. That the strategies and policies of the APC is to look for the highest troublemaker or the greatest troublemaker or the highest money bag and impose it on the people and tell them to go to hell. So they are beginning to get clear feedbacks of the great discontent. In Edo State, for instance, the APC is in total, in fact, the APC is completely destroyed here, but it's just holding itself together because, it's biding time for when it will go into splinters. Because you have several power blocks, each one bigoted, narrow-minded, and selfish. We hear that there is a big fight between the deputy governor and the governor. And this fight has left the covert to the overt, to the point that the deputy governor is now beginning to make press statements, like we found that the former deputy governor was doing, Philip Shaibu. And the governor is said not to even pick the calls of the deputy governor anymore. Because the godfather of the deputy governor down to Shomole is said to be priming him to become governor. So you have all such cases. They deny it when it comes to the public, but even right now, they can no longer deny it in Edo State because it's blown open. And it's a similar thing happening in every state. The Grassroots Party has just realized that their status quo are people without honor. And that if you keep quiet, they will keep riding roughshod on them. So they are speaking out, and I'm happy Rivers is taking the lead. Others are going to join soon. Edo is still going to speak out with such a voice. They are going to take their position with who they are going to take their position with. And that's very difficult for them now, because the governor that they would have taken their position with here is a completely irredeemable governor. He has not done anything for Edo people. Nobody can stand to defend him anywhere before anybody. So I think they will have to come to ADC. Those people that have become fed up, that cannot see any light and development, will have to come to ADC. So what we are doing as ADC is that we are positioning ourselves, and that's why I told some people, and I think I've said it here, that we won't let them run our narratives. We won't do things their own way. We will follow the way of democracy so that people will see that there's a difference here. We are grassroots oriented and we are pursuing internal party democracy. It will offer hope to the people that when you come to ADC, you have a chance. I mean, those who have come in now have seen that, and those who are going to come in will see that we allow here for free enterprise. We have a kind of egalitarian spirit here, even though we have our leaders that we respect. But you are equal once you join in. So we're going to allow that to continue in our various states. And of course, as I said in the last program, the people don't need too much convincing. The blistering hunger in the land and the wicked neglect of the people and the irresponsible neglect of their welfare and of their safety have already tilted the people towards looking for redemption. And we are providing that redemption. So the ADC is going to take total advantage of APC had never been able to mutate into a political party. It has always been a political system held together by this interest. Now that the interests are beginning to, break loose.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Ojekere. But a lot of people will also say that APC and ADC and PDP are practically the same thing, the same people. Because I can't think of anybody that is in the ADC today that hasn't at one point or the other been a part of either the APC or the PDP. Now, I would like for us to return to the question of the problem, disagreement between the APC at the state and national level, talking about Rivers State. I'm quoting the spokesperson of the APC in Rivers State, Mr. Darlington Nwuju. He said, "We are therefore at a loss as to why Mr. Moka, a national officer of the APC, will downplay the serious issue of a self-serving impeachment process against a serving governor." Well, the opinion of Mr. Walker, which we very well know is entirely personal and cannot pass for the stand of the National Working Committee of the APC in Nigeria, leaves so much to be desired and calls into question his loyalty to the APC. Now, when the people at the state level say that the impeachment process is a self-serving, impeachment, talking about the members of the State House of Assembly against the governor. If you look at the grounds of impeachment, do you think that they are self-serving? I think there are 7 of them. Going through all the 7 grounds of impeachment, do you think that at any point in time that it could pass, to be characterized as self-serving by the members of the House of Assembly? What do you think?
Well, I think the APC in Rivers State have also realized that you don't solve a problem by dealing with the symptoms. The self-serving impeachment in Rivers State is just a symptom. We know that the reason why you are thinking or talking of any impeachment now is because Wike, who considers himself the god of Rivers State, no longer the god of politics of Rivers State, but actually the god of Rivers State, has still not been pacified and mollified by the attitude of the present governor. He thought he already had him where he wanted him, but the present governor seemed to be showing defiance. And Wike is implacable. He wants to humiliate the governor by all means. And the people have decided that they shouldn't be pretending anymore that this is anything about any impeachment from infractions from government or from the executive. It is self-serving. It is to satisfy Wike, to please Wike, and to ensure that Amayule gets the position to become governor. The people are aware. The APC was watching them when they were doing it in the PDP. The APC had information when they were there because they knew that all of this fight is going to benefit the APC, or so they thought. And so they had the information, they have the setting, they have the background, and they encouraged it. They encouraged Wike, and Wike went. He didn't know that it was going to happen so fast, and that by the time it is happening, he may not be in total control. So it has happened that the APC have gained the governor, or so they thought, but that hasn't satisfied Wike. And the APC is not about to let go a governor that they just sat in their house and you just drop in their laps. So they're going to stand with the governor for all it is worth to them and fight Wike to the end. So they have pronounced it is their government. The governor is APC. Most of the members are APC, and the party is APC, and they have pronounced that it is self-serving. The party is not in alignment with what the House said they are doing. They cannot see the accusations that the House said they are accusing the governor. So it is self-serving. It is to serve Wike and to serve members of the House. The APC party have worked their hands off their back. These jokers are now beginning to be exposed for what they are. So I agree with them 100%, and I think Moka, a gentleman, should be ashamed of himself that he's allowing Wike who does not, why would Moka make sure he's a national officer in the party?
All right.
There's supposed to be elders in the party.
All right, Mr. Jekere, let's turn you into, permit me, let's turn you into a genie at this moment. And you are given the power, the magical power to solve this problem in River State. How will you go about it? What will you do about it?
I would call Wike to order. And the only way to call Wike to order is to induce the president by my powers to sack him.
Okay, so basically you think that Wike is the problem?
He is the problem. He's always been the problem.
Okay.
So once you sack Wike, the governor will have peace. APC will be happy to have been gifted the governor. And the governor will feel grateful enough to work well for the people of River State, for the peace that he has achieved. Wike is the problem.
On what basis do you think that Wike is the problem? Briefly.
Because this fight has always been an ego war. Okay. And it started when Wike came out to say he made the governor governor.
Did he make him governor? Did he make him governor? Did he make him governor?
He made Fubara governor. That Fubara was a nobody. He called him, chose him, and made him governor.
No, Mr. Jekere, I'm asking you, do you think that Wike made Fubara governor?
The Rivers people voted for Wike.
Okay.
Wike presented Fubara to the Rivers people. Okay. And for Fubara, he presented Fubara before the internal politics that happened in their closed door. It's not the business of Rivers people.
Okay.
But having presented Fubara to them, the Rivers people voted for Fubara. Okay. Now, once the Rivers people have accepted the choice that you have made, why do you now want to control the whole of Rivers State? If you disclose to Rivers people that this was the agreement you made, if you disclose that, if you made that full disclosure, Rivers people probably will not have voted for him. So you cannot come and hold the entire River State responsible for the clandestine secret meetings that you had with Fubara. That's the point.
Okay. Point very well noted. Now we are running out of time, so let's get into the next topic of discussion, more like a segue. Now, disquiet has erupted at the APC Northeast Zonal meeting in Maiduguri after Vice President Kashim Shettima's image was omitted from the official event banner, which featured President Bola Tinubu, APC national leaders, and the Northeast governors. The omission drew objections from party leaders, with Borno State Assembly Speaker Abdul Karim Lawan describing it as inappropriate, giving Shettima's status as the region's highest-ranking political office holder and a key APC leader. Well, he recalled a similar incident that sparked protests at a past zonal meeting in Gombe. I think that was last year. Well, despite the concerns raised during the opening session, neither the APC's national zonal leadership offered an explanation or response before the meeting concluded, leaving the issue unresolved and fueling further dissatisfaction. Mr. Jekere, while all the fuss about the absence of the VP's poster at the Northeast APC zonal meeting, does that signify that the president wants to drop him? Is it an indirect way of telling people that, look, am I not, or the president telling people, or the handlers of the president trying to push an agenda that looks like, oh, well, I'm not sure I'm going to run with this man in 2027. Does that look like that to you?
The layman, it's an indirect way of saying that. To those who are in politics, it's a direct way. It's a direct affront, it's a direct slight. It's a full-blown communication to your face. In fact, that list should not only have been supervised by the VP, but the VP would have been the one that would have approved it. There is no question of hearing that the VP's name was omitted. As you said when you were reading it out, it happened, and there was a protest, there was even a fight, and then they forced the protocol that day to ensure that they recognize the VP. So that's Tinubu's typical style. He pushes, he flies the kite, and then he pushes the boundaries a bit and tests the reaction. So that's exactly a direct affront. The VP is being slighted because the president no longer has him in his heart to be his vice president in 2027. It's as simple as that and as direct as that in political language.
Okay, now let's still dwell within the realm of speculation and now creating probabilities, what-if scenarios. Now, what if you were the president? Will you return or drop the vice president? If you consider everything that has happened in the past 2 years, the politics, the economy, the social implications of having Muslim ticket and all of that. If you were the president, will you still return Kashim Shettima as your vice?
Well, if I was the president, I would not have ever had Kashim Shettima as my vice president.
Okay.
Because I knew ab initio that in a country that has, two major religions like the Islam religion and the Christian religion, that it's a real political miscalculation on my part to weigh all towards one religion. Now, Christians don't feel represented in Tinubu's government. Now, the Muslims that thought that they had gained by having a vice presidential candidate probably have suffered more. The vice president has never been given any role by this president. The roles that you see him play are so infinitesimal that you can go many months without mentioning vice president in this country. So I would not have, in the first place, made Kashim Shettima the vice president. So question of whether I'll be dropping him now will not have arisen at all.
Okay, so let's look at the options available to the president. We have seen prominent northern leaders, Muslims, as a matter of fact, say that another Muslim ticket is dead on arrival. So do you think that the president that you understand, it worked for him, in 2023, and what gives you the impression that it might not work for him again? Based on what you said, that you wouldn't even have chosen a Muslim, being a Muslim yourself, what if scenario? We're trying to simulate a situation. Now, we hear some Muslims, prominent of them, in the north say, look, it is dead on arrival, it won't happen again. Do you think that they are trying to, in fact, this kind of sentiment comes from members of the ADC. Do you think that they are trying to do some kind of play to the gallery, public posturing, to sensitize people that, look, this thing is not going to work again? So what options do you think are available to the president? The president that you understand very well, do you think that he's going to pay deaf ear to that or make a demand for change?
Well, this might shock you, Chukuma, but I can assure you that all the bravado of the president, in spite of all the bravado of the president is not as much in control of his faculties in matters like this as you would think. His followers want to make God out of him, but I tell you that he suffers from, making choices that are sound, well thought out choices. He's too much of a man of the stage. He dances too much to the gallery. If not, the Muslim ticket in the first place was not supported by a majority of political bigwigs at that time. I followed.
But it worked.
He did that, but there are certain people that were very close to him at that time who wanted to spite the Christian community and who, sold this to him in such a way as pushed him to want to do the first person that did this and came out with it. And look at the results he's getting. So right now, I think he's going to dance to the gallery again, because who is enthusiastic to become the vice president of a government that has become so discredited? Who is that enthusiastic? And what Christian personality do you have in the North that is going to command the votes of the North, who are the highest victims of Northern Christians, who are the direct highest victims of the president's misrule and misgovernance? He's just going to dance to the gallery, and then they will pick a more popular face, so to speak, that that would just fill the position if the president. That's what he's going to do. Don't think and don't expect and don't think that you are going to find any strategic winner coming from the North. It's
now, Chris, if you say all of this about Muslim ticket, the only prominent name that we see prop up in the North is Rabi Musa Kwakwanso, who, by the way, is Muslim. And if the president chooses, and the fact that too, Kano is more like, Kano is a booty, is a swing state, if you talk about national elections in Nigeria. So if it is not Musa Kwakwanso, who else could it be? You understand, you see the back and forth between the governor going to APC. A lot of people say that, look, Rabi Kwakwanso is using him to test the waters to see whether it will be receptive or not, whether people are going to accept him in the APC and all of that. We don't hear of any other name. Yakubu Dogara, well, propped up here and there, but he doesn't seem to, be very, very strong and active. So between Shettima and Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, the president seems to be between the devil and the deep blue sea, between a rock and a hard place. What will he do? What do you think that he might do in 2027? Looking for Babachi Lawal. People have, when you mention Babachi Lawal, people say, oh, he's not very strong and all of that. So what options are available to the president?
The president would always calculate power. That's one thing you can predict about him. And Rabiu Kwankwaso is playing on that weakness, that the president's eyes cannot leave the number of votes that the president thinks that he can bring from Kano. But I can assure you that the point at which we are right now, their political hunger for power's sake, have become so obvious to Nigeria that none of them that he's going to choose will present any strategic opposition to the rampaging, political revolution that the ADC is having in the north right now. So whether he chooses Kwankwaso or whether he continues with Shettima, it will not make any much difference. They are just preying on his what do you call it now, gullibility, that they have their big power blocks in the north. They have marginal followership, no doubt, but it's not going to be an overwhelming thing that they're going to bring in. So he can pick anybody that he likes. Okay. I'm not really worried about that. I think by now it's a shame that Kwankwaso has not been able to pitch his tent with anywhere that he's going. He's trading. And that such people don't command credibility. He doesn't know whether he wants to be in APC. He doesn't even know whether he wants to be in ADC. He's trading. Yes, and that's juggling. That's pursuing an ambition for ambition's sake, power for power's sake.
All right. In a few months' time, before the primaries, we'll get to know who the president will choose as his running mate. Now, let's get into our final topic of discussion. Now, to me, Frank, former APC Deputy National Public Secretary, has criticized President Bola Tinubu for secretly conferring the Grand Commander of the Office of the Niger, GCON, on businessman Gilbert Chaguri, calling it a reward for corruption. Frank said the decision undermines Nigeria's anti-corruption stance and sends a dangerous signal that corruption is being normalized at the highest levels. Frank cited Chaguri's past conviction in Switzerland over money laundering linked to the Abacha regime, where fines were paid and funds returned to Nigeria. He questioned the criteria for the award, asking Nigerians to demand clarity on Chaguri's tangible contributions to national development and warning against legitimizing conflicts of interest and foreign influence. Well, Chaguri's major investor is a major investor, with deep business and personal ties to the Tinubu family, controls vast business empires involved in key infrastructure projects. The award has triggered public debate over accountability, transparency, and public trust, while the presidency has yet to issue an official explanation for the honor. Mr. Ojakere, Gilbert Chaguri, the president's personal friend, gets the second highest honor of the land. What's your reaction to this? How does it hit you? How did it hit you when you heard it? Given the fact that we hear it was conferred on him secretly, this is not the moment. This is not the time to confer national honors, if I'm right, if I'm very correct on top of my head. I think there are seasons during independence celebrations, during Democracy Day celebrations and all of that. But this one, boom, we just heard. So what's your reaction to all of that?
There are different societies. Why do we know that one is evil? We call it secret society. If you have what is good and you think that what you are doing is good, is honorable, it will promote Nigerians' interest and it will excite Nigerians. Why are you stealing, hiding, secretly giving out the national honor of our land? That itself, the very clandestine act done in the dark, surreptitious act, already discredits that action. National honors are honors. That's what it was designed to be. And then in giving the honor, you will state to Nigeria the contribution of that person to our national economy or our national social life or our national health life, whatever developmental.
Exactly the point. People are saying that, look, the man is a great business investor. He has spent almost all his life in Nigeria. He has done well for himself in Nigeria. And that Nigerians are benefiting from employment, from resource and corporate social responsibility. So is he not deserving of a national honor?
The people also state that he was arrested for money laundering against the Nigerian state.
Was he convicted? Was he convicted?
He was charged, and then he made the plea bargain. Okay. He returned $56 million back to Nigeria, and then he paid $600,000 to the Geneva authorities. Do people also know that he has a company in which Sheikh Tinubu sits at the board, and the son there's a company where Sheikh Tinubu and the son both sit on the board?
Now, does that matter?
The mass activities.
Mr. Jekere, does that matter? Does that matter? Probably the company was constituted before Tinubu became president. By the way, Sheikh is not an official of the government. He doesn't work for government.
Yeah, the point we are making.
He's a private individual.
Yeah, the point you are making is that if you are going to give national honor to people, we should know them in and out. They should be transparent about the businesses that they do. They should be transparent about how they obey our laws of our land and whether they have transgressed it. Because when you have such dent in your life, you're not supposed to be deserving of national honor. What makes us think that if you laundered money that time, you won't launder money again? We also know what the Constitution said about you using the influence of your office. If you have the president as your friend and you have been a criminal who have laundered our money before, and now the president and commander-in-chief is your friend, if the commander-in-chief thinks that you are not culpable of that and that you are deserving of the honor, why do it in secret? So there is a lot of dark stories around that are not confirmed, and so we cannot say them on TV because they are not confirmed. And we don't think that people with that kind of shady history is deserving of national honor, and it has just been confirmed by the president, who will not give him the national honor in the open. So that's what we are saying, that national honor, he can give any personal honor and medals that he wants to give to him, but national honor is symbolic of our country's honor and our country's reputation and transparency. So if you are not going to follow transparency and you're not going to follow honor and nobility, which is what the national honor is designed for, then you don't give it to somebody in the secret and in the dark.
Okay,
so that's what I'm saying.
Beautiful.
So Chagure is not, in the opinion of many Nigerians, deserving of that national honor. And if he's not deserving and you go and confer it on him in the secret, you have, as usual, again, impose your will on the Nigerian people.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jekere. We are out of time. Can you use 30 seconds to give us your concluding thoughts?
My concluding thought is that I'm very happy with the development in Rivers State, and other states, citizens and voters of other states must now also follow suit and come up and begin to speak up for what is right, what is democratic, and what is good governance, as against their governors who have decided to sell them and betray democracy.
All right, now this is where we drop anchor on the program. We've been speaking with Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is an activist and a political affairs analyst, and he joined us virtually from Benin City. Mr. Ojekere, I must say a very big thank you for your time and attention. I hope that we can do this some other time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, Bass Manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro, and up next is Issues with Nnena Ndemdi Oko. I'll see you again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more.
tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From DSS arresting Malami after release from Kuje Correctional Center, to Gambari advocating political reform to refute possibility of one-party state. Also, rights group accuses soldiers of blocking access after Kaduna abductions. And finally, IMF raises Nigeria's 2026 growth forecast to 4.4%. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. We'll begin with a major security and legal development. The Department of State Services has rearrested former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, moments after his release from Kuje Correctional Center. Malami was taken into custody by the DSS on Monday, following his release from Kuje Correctional Center, where he had been held on charges that include alleged terrorism-related matters. The service says the rearrest was based on fresh intelligence and the need to clarify aspects of alleged offences. Though details of the fresh allegations have not been fully disclosed, sources within security agencies say there are several petitions against him bordering on alleged terrorism financing. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir, you're welcome. Joining us virtually, we have Kinane Sam. Kinane Sam is an instrumentation and control engineer. He's the deputy, or he was the deputy governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Rivers State, in the 2023 governorship election. Thank you for joining us, Kinane. Please unmute your device.
Okay, sorry. Good evening, Nana.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr.
Yeah, thank you for being a part of the show this evening. Okay, let me start with you. I hope you can hear me clearly because it seems that, I don't know if you have connection issue. Can you hear me properly? Okay, let's start with you. You see the arrest of the rearrest of the former AGF. We know that first the EFCC had arrested him and then he had met bails and now the DSS is arresting him again. You know, what do you make of this development?
It is a normal thing when it comes to the arrest of Malami, and we had expected this long before now, because from available information that we have, Malami has been a kind of person that was not trusted, even though he was in a very high-ranking position in the Buhari administration. Malami has been involved long before now, which we are aware, into a lot of the terrorist activities in Nigeria. From what we even see on the social media, if that is true, his rearrest is connected with his involvement into arms deals. From what I hear, when they went to search his house, one of those houses supposed to forfeit, they discovered a lot of ammunition, a lot of guns, AK guns, and some cash. And so he couldn't actually defend himself. And if he could defend himself, it becomes questionable for us in this country that someone who has not been a military officer, somebody who has not been in charge of any military regiment, to possess such an amount of arms in his house. That tells us and confirms our belief and all every other information we've been hearing about him to be directly involved in arms deals and also terrorism sponsoring. Because those guns, even if it were for his own defense, how many guns can he use at a time? And for him to have quite over, I think, 500 of such guns in his house, for what the media says, it means that it's either he was training a set of army, or sponsoring a set of army, or rather planning to train a set of army to overthrow the country, in whichever way. We are aware during the regime of Buhari, a lot of accusations have been railed on him. His involvement into releasing some of those terrorists that were arrested, his involvement in statement that released them, and even the jailing of the man who defended himself on his farm. We are aware that Malami has been involved in a lot of those things. And if we look at his past, we can see that Malami has never been a clean man. Since 2019, he has been involved in a lot of, I think, one of the kingpin who was arrested in 2019, Amis was thereabout. Malami was very instrumental in his release. So you could see his involvement into all the Boko Haram activities, the sponsorship of Boko Haram, with so much money, billions of naira. So Malami cannot be free. And in fact, I think we had not expected his arrest if this government was working the way it should be. Thank God for the involvement to our country by the American government that has brought out and given them the boldness to be able to put people like Malami to book. Otherwise, he will still have been roaming free on the street. And beyond this arrest, we also expect a serious prosecution and probably jailing him and recovering back those his loots. From what we are told, he has a loot of 312 billion. What has been his business that he would have been able to purchase those kind of properties all over the country? So it's something questionable for him and his entire family to be involved in criminal activity. That is the kind of Nigeria we are in. But I'm so confident in this country and in nature that whatever a man sows, so shall he reap, and that these things do not last forever. Yeah.
Okay, while you were talking, you made mention of so many allegations that we're not even very sure. Of course, we can't verify, which you also said as well. But I want to ask this. If all of this about Malami has been true, or it's true, how come he was not, or he has not been arrested before now? This, the federal government has been in power for like two and a half years, and then we just see Malami being arrested after 2 years. Why did it take so long? That's one question for you. And then secondly, while you were speaking, you made mention of U.S. involvement. Do you think that the fact that U.S. got involved in this terrorism, in the fight against terrorism, or it's now looking at Nigeria and it's now, sort of putting pressure on our federal government, do you think that that's the reason why someone like Malami will now be picked up and is now being arrested and, of course, investigated?
Yeah, why it has taken so long is also part of why America involvement has made it possible for his arrest. It has taken so long because this present regime has a lot of people like Malami in the administration. And these people have been shielding him because he's one of them. We are also expecting beyond Malami the arrest of so many people who are working in this present administration. Once they are there, they put a cover to themselves. This cover shows that they are working hand in hand, and there is a circle of link among them. This circle of link gives them that protection, and it is that protection that gives them the confidence that they work with, not minding that they are working against a country. It is this involvement of the U.S. government that has given lever to this present administration to be able to carry out some of those arrests that we are beginning to see. And I'm looking forward to more arrests of the people who are even presently in governance, which I'm not in the capacity to mention their name, but we know them and they know themselves. So with this, they wouldn't have been able to do anything if not because the American government has stepped in. Reason why American government stepped in has made it possible is because, one, some part of those Boko Haram has been dissipated. We are aware of the attacks on many of their camps and their bases, and those attacks have weakened them too. The confidence that, yes, more of them will be cleared, and that over time we will no longer have anything like Boko Haram terrorism and ISIS sponsorship again in this country, has also given the government some confidence in arresting them. And three, they must be able to show the American government that has come in that, yes, they are working. And part of those working is to ensure that they fish out all these people who have been allegedly, accused long before now, and whose hands are also in this business of sponsoring terrorism. In fact, I will not say this authoritatively, but I will tell you that America knows every one of them and their level of involvement, just as they know every one Nigerian or Christian that is killed and the point of kill, their name, and every information that we need. They have them. And so there's nothing they can hide from us again for now, knowing fully well that most of those information they were denying or rather hiding are almost at the purview of our viewing at every now and then we click on the internet. So that could be one of the reasons why it is very easy for them, or rather possible for them, to give him an arrest.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let's get back to the studio. Let me hear from Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, do you think that this is this repeated detention? He was arrested by EFCC. He met bail. DSS has taken him up now. Do you think this is indicative of ongoing credible evidence, or do you think it's a sign of political vendetta or political pressure?
Well, two things are on the table here. One, the Bible said, what you measured will be measured unto you. That's one. Malami was very, very reckless during his 8 years as the AGF. He was above the law. He did a lot of things that he ought not have done. Understand me? He did a lot of the things that he ought not to have done. But mind you, none of these people in government now criticized him. None of the people in this government now criticized him. Understand? Because then he was a very good boy. All of them were on the same page. Understand? So it is karma that is now hurting him. Understand? That is the first side. The other one is because he jumped ship. Understand? If Manambi has remained in APC, he would not have been going through what he is going through now. So Nigeria should have that at the back of their mind. Understand? If Manami has remained in APC, we would not have been hearing all these things that we are hearing now. So on this side, it is a political vendetta. He's not the only person with such a record in APC right now. He is not the only person that has that same record in APC right now. Other people are even worse than him, but they are still in APC, so their sins are forgiven. So if you want to fight corruption, if you want to fight insecurity, you should start from your house. You should start from your own party. So you don't use another person as a scapegoat to show that you are fighting corruption. There are people in APC currently who has the same record as the former AGF. So on that score, I feel that he is being used as a scapegoat, that they are fighting corruption, but I strongly believe that Tinubu government has no morality, has no capacity to fight corruption. Tinubu government has no morality, understand me, to fight corruption. They are not fighting corruption. What is happening is political vendetta on him. If he has remained in APC, we would not have been hearing this. And for the guns, they say that was discovered in South. I didn't read that part. Understand? I don't know. But if you are in the opposition, this government can accuse you of stockpiling arms to overthrow the government, because this is a government of propaganda. Understand me? This is a government of propaganda, but we are hearing all these things now because he jumped ship. As I said before, there are people with the same evil record as a man like me who are still being protected by this government. So I'm not impressed with what I am hearing or what I am seeing. Assuming it is somebody in APC that is going through what Manami is going through. Understand? I would have been impressed, but to me, nothing is going on.
Okay, so are you saying that all of the evidence, or
what
rather,
evidence?
Or not? Sorry, all the alleged evidence. Let me retract my words. The alleged evidence or the alleged the allegations against him. Are you saying that none of them is true? That's one. And then are you saying that if he decides, that you think that if he decides to go or defect or move back to APC, that all of his sins will be forgiven, and then all of these things that have come up will now be swept under the carpet?
They have, that is one of the capacities that they have, sweeping things under the carpet. Understand? Now, what is his name? Yahaya Bendo has been appointed a member of a Peace and Reconciliation Committee of APC. Understand? He has been appointed a member of their Peace and Reconciliation Committee. So that shows you. So for me, what is happening to him, I'm not impressed. Understand? I'm not impressed with what I am hearing about him, because the reason is he jumped ship.
Okay, Kinane, with what Dr. Anosike is saying, do you think that the federal government is fighting corruption in any way, or do you think that they are paying lip service to fighting corruption?
For me, they are fighting corruption. It is not only when they do it their own way that we will see as fighting corruption. Once a criminal has been taken away from the streets, that is when corruption has started. And if we agree that Malami has been instrumental to a lot of corrupt activities in this country, then I will believe that they are fighting corruption. It could start with Malami and then go further for other. You know, one good thing about life is the interrogation of Malami may bring out more information about other criminals out there who are in government, people who have looted Nigeria to where we are today. So they need to start from somewhere for them to actually get to us. We have agreed within us that Malami is a big catch because of his position in government. And beyond his position in government, for me, I know Malami single-handedly sponsored the prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu for terrorism because he wanted to distract the attention of Nigerians from him being a terrorist sponsor and push them to look into what was happening in the South. And that was one of those criminal activities. But today you can see one good thing about governance. He is already in the same prison where Nnamdi was. So there's nothing we do in this world that we don't get back a repercussion for it. And that is why it is advisable for us to do what is right at all times.
But for the fighting corruption, so many, okay, Dr. Anosike, before you chime into this, I want to ask you, you're saying that you feel the federal government is fighting corruption, but some persons would actually argue against that because like the case Dr. Anosike pointed out, the Yahaya Bello case, we know that Yahaya Bello was, we know that at some point, EFCC had taken up his case, and all of a sudden, when he went to AP, everything just went all quiet, and we're not hearing anything about it anymore. So how would you say that this federal government is fighting corruption if we have people in the party and people in the government who are still, or who is associated with the government, who have skeletons in their cupboard and they've not been called out as a result of that?
The reality of it is that they are desperate about winning. But whether you like it or not, an indictment has been put upon every of those people. Even the Yahaya Bello that you spoke about now, there's an indictment on him, whether he's been prosecuted or not. They are also using that as a way of bailing people into their fund, to their political party, because if they see that it's going to be a very strong opposition to them, when they make mention of this kind of a thing and try to arrest him, he jumps into their boat. But I'm saying, in all, he has been indicted, he's now on record, our searchlight is on him, and we are now beginning to look at what he used to do before. Most of those things he used to do before, we are beginning to look at it now that, oh, yes, we were seeing it as bare allegations, but at least with the information available to us now, we know he is a criminal who has been sponsoring terrorists and who is still sponsoring terrorists. So what I'm saying in essence is this. The government may try and just show to us that, yes, this person has been indicted. For me, that is a first step. And that first step goes a long way. Any other government that comes up has enough information to work with, to arrest, to prosecute, and if possible, imprison all those people who have been indicted, because I'm sure they are not going to burn or throw away those case files that were opened against them. So that's why I said it is a part of fighting crime, at least at the incipient stage.
Okay, then let me hear from Dr. Nosike. Thank you.
The Minister of Defense State, who his deputy has reviewed all the atrocities that he committed. I'm talking of Bendo Matawande, who his own deputy, when he was the governor, his deputy who worked with him reviewed all the atrocities, how he was relating with bandits, Boko Haram, how he was giving them cars, money, and so on and so forth. His own deputy, again, his own aide, also reviewed his atrocities, what has happened to him up to today. Understand? What has happened to Bendo Matawende up to today. Understand? So, the Tinubu government has no morality to fight corruption, and they cannot fight corruption. What they are doing is a persecution of political opponents. What they are doing is persecution of political opponents. People who has the same record, I'm not trying to defend Mandami at all. Understand? It is karma fighting back. Understand? It is karma fighting back. But those who are fighting him are as evil, as wicked, as malicious as him. Understand me? This is just like an armed robber fighting an armed robber.
Wow, that's a very strong way of saying it, Dr. Nosike. But let me ask you this before we move on to the next conversation that we have tonight. With all of this that is happening, how do you think that Nigeria can balance due process and national security when high-profile figures
this government does not believe in due process.
Okay.
This government don't believe in doing things the right way. As I said, this is a government that triumphs on propaganda, on misinformation, on disinformation. Understand? So whatever you hear from this government, go and do your fact checking. If not, you'll be walking up and down with false information.
Okay, let's move on to the next conversation that we have tonight. Christian Solidarity Worldwide Nigeria, CSWN, has accused soldiers of preventing its team from entering the Komin Wali community in Kajuru local government area, following reports the suspected bandits attacked 3 churches and abducted more than 100 worshippers during Sunday services. According to CSWN, its fact-finding team, bearing proper identification, was stopped by a military convoy on the road to Komin Wali. A military officer reportedly told the team there was a standing order not to allow entry, forcing the group to turn back. The right group maintains that assailants arrived at the community, split into 3 groups and targeted multiple church congregations, pushing congregants in the surrounding bushlands. CSWN says elders told it that elderly women and children were later released and some worshippers escaped, but 167 people remained unaccounted for at the time of the report. However, the Kaduna State Police Commission and local officials have dismissed earlier reports of mass abductions as falsehoods spread by actors seeking to disrupt peace in the area, challenging anyone claiming kidnapping to produce the names and details of alleged victims. This comes amid conflicting accounts from community leaders and authorities, with some residents insisting attacks and kidnappings occurred and are being underplayed by official sources. Let me come to you, Kinane. What do you make of this development? but the community is saying that there were kidnappings or there were abductions, and the state government is saying no, nothing of such happened. What do you make of this kind of conflicting report?
Yeah, thank you, Nana. You see, until recent, there have been several cases of denial of any form of killing at all by the Boko Haram, the ISIS, or any kind of religious fight against the Christians because of the people who were in power, who are in authority. And frankly speaking, I tell you, most of those people are still in authority today, particularly in the army, in the police, and every other forces. And so every opportunity they have of hiding the truth, they will always do that. That is exactly what you are seeing now. But I bet you in a couple of days, all those information that is asking of will be made available to us. I strongly believe that there was killing, because if you look at available news, they gave exact number of people who were killed, the number of children who were released, and the number of people who escaped. I don't think that could have been a smart way for them to lie against them, particularly this time that people were so relaxed. Moreover, when it has to come from Kaduna, we understand that Kaduna has always been a flashpoint. Kaduna has always been where those religious, or let me say Islamic terrorists take as one of their base. And so anything that happens, they will be very strong to defend and prevent people from going in there. From the information available to us, even when the Christian organization tried to find their way into the community, they were there. And if nothing happened in that community, what was the local government chairman doing in that community as at the time they got there with the military men? So you understand that something went wrong. And if nothing went wrong, okay, they were already at the outskirts of the community. Why not allow them in to take assessment of that thing that you are denying? You didn't allow them in. And eventually, you send them back. And now you come back to tell us that they are lying. Who is lying between the both of them? I strongly believe that most of these people are the helms of affairs in these states and also in positions in the army, the police particularly, are still very strong members of the Boko Haram supporters, those people who are fanatics in religion. Because sometimes when we just say Christian and Muslims, we miss it out, because I know there are very good Muslims, and those who are fanatical in nature are actually the people causing this problem. So we need to take note of that it is not just Christians and Muslims that are having problems, but the fanatics among them who also go as far as even killing Muslims that do not believe what they believe in. So they are still very much available in our forces, and until they are gradually taken out, we will continue to see this kind of killings and defense and protections until further more actions will be taken. And we are very strong that, yes, America is doing their best, and I'm sure more will be done. They will all be taken out, no doubt about that, but when is what we cannot tell. All of them will leave. We have the information available, where they serve and how they operate. So that's why even the case of Malami is a very good example, because after now, they will know that, oh, no matter how big you have been, no matter how high you have been, no matter the security you had, at a point in time, you'll be fished out.
Okay, let's get to hear from Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, this story, why do you think the state government will be denying the abduction? Let me even ask. I know that you are a fan of Trump, but do you think that it might be as a result? Do you think there's a possibility that it's because of this whole Trump issue and the genocide? They don't want this to be escalated, because 167 Christians is a large number to be abducted in just one day. Do you think that might be a reason? That might be a reason why they are trying to live in denial?
The issue is this. It's just like I am saying that I am hungry, and government is saying no, he is not hungry. Understand me? The community where abduction happened are saying that our people were taken. Government is saying no, your people were not taken. Understand? So in this thing, who will you believe? Somebody who felt it and another who just heard it. Understand? So the issue is why the denial. Understand? Because one, Christopher Musa has become a politician and they want to run for vice president. Understand me? So he doesn't want his record to be tarnished. He is from Kaduna. Understand me? He is from the Christian area of Kaduna. This happened in the Christian area of Kaduna. Understand? So he doesn't want this information to get out. That is why he said don't allow people to get into there to get information of what actually happened. Already, Roy Moore, the U.S. Congress congressman has already commented on it. Understand? So you cannot cover on the moon with your hand. It's not possible. The information has gotten out is now on the international media. So what they are doing, their 9 million naira donor this thing cannot cover it. Understand? There was kidnapping in Kaduna. Even as we speak, the names of those people kidnapped have been published. Understand? The names of those people that were abducted has been published. So what they are doing is making a mockery of themselves. I know that if there's an accident scene, understand, what they do is you condone the area, understand, to avoid people going in there. But this is a different setup. This is a different setup. So by not trying to cover it, will make an international community not to believe you anymore. Understand? So they are making a mockery of themselves. The people, the community has said yes, our people were abducted by terrorists or no matter the baptismal name that you want to give them. Then let me say bad guys. Understand? So saying that people shouldn't enter there, it shouldn't be published, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. So, and I know that Musa is wearing a borrowed clothes. Understand? He doesn't have that all this media hype, and so cannot work. The capacity is not there. I keep on saying it. The capacity is not there.
Okay, I actually wanted us to talk about the Christopher Musa narrative that you brought up, because when you mentioned the fact that Christopher Musa wants this to not to be out there, and I'm like, why are you bringing Christopher Musa into this? Like, first, we understand that it is Kaduna, but it might not even.
Christian persecution, understand me? Christian genocide. A Christian was appointed Minister of Defense, understand? And Christians are being abducted, understand? Which means it is not working. The idea is for him, first and foremost, which to me is not good, protect Christians. But I believe that every Nigerian, whether atheist, whether cherubim and seraphim, what is the name of Elsa Zaki, his own Shiites. Every Nigerian ought to be protected. But the Christendom is Christopher Musa's own first constituency, being a Christian, coming from Kaduna, and the same Kaduna, Christians are being abducted. If it's you want to cover this story. If it's you, this happened at his own backyard, in his own state. So it is a very big embarrassment on him. That's why he doesn't want this news to get out. But unfortunately, Americans are in Nigeria.
Okay, but if yesterday we talked about the need for, it was yesterday, right? We talked about the need for communities to feel safe and to be able to, give intelligence, to give information to the military officers, security officials in general. But if communities feel like, in this case now, that their voices are being dismissed by these same official sources, how can that affect trust in government security responses? I say giving intel is conditional. Understand? Giving intel is conditional. You can only give intel to somebody who cares for you. You can only give intel to a government that cares for you. I'll keep on using 9/11 in US, the terrorist attack that's at the World Trade Center as an example, because those guys selected that's an aeroplane that will hit the White House, which is the US symbol of authority. But Americans in that aeroplane fought with the terrorists to divert the course of the aeroplane. So it did not hit the White House anymore. Understand? Because they believe that those in the White House are representing them. Those in the White House cares for them. Understand me? But in Nigeria, I know that if terrorists stationed an airplane to hit at Aso Rock, understand? No Nigerian there will fight. What they will beg is for the terrorists to release them and continue on their mission, because the government don't care for you. Understand me? Because all the government is doing is making things difficult for you. We've not finished. We've not come out of the problem of fuel subsidy. They have come with a new tax. What are we benefiting from government? So giving intel is conditional. Okay, let's hear from you, Kinane.
The word is a change of value.
Okay. Let's hear from you, Kinane, before we move on to our next conversation. With all of this, does this situation point to gaps in local intelligence, communication, or crisis management that authorities, federal government must urgently address? Can you unmute your device, please?
Yeah. No matter what we do, the key point about security is the government. I quite agree. In Nigeria today, every family is a government because we provide everything for ourselves, ranging from electricity and utility water, security, we provide for ourselves. The unfortunate thing is that we pay a huge amount of tax, and these taxes are not being utilized by the government to provide for us those things that are basically what we should be enjoying from the government, which has also led to the high level of criminality in the country. So that is why they take advantage in recruiting these boys into all forms of nefarious activities and using them against the communities. So even within the community themselves, where you have community defense, community security, or local security forces, you still see these bad elements, which are very common among us. Like we spoke about, yes, the issue of Christopher Musa. You see, it is one of those things. There is so much trust in what he is doing now. Because of that trust in what is happening within the army, praises for the Nigerian army, praises for the defense ministry, they will always want to work against him. And so it is very easy for them to get those locals who can be easily swayed to their side to help them in some of these things. And for the army as well to keep his name high, they could as well go to do some of these protective or preventive measures from damaging his reputation. Because if this group, Christian group, have been allowed to move into that community and take pictures and videos of things by themselves, they will be the one who will be saying, you said we could not do it, we've done it. You said we cannot penetrate, we penetrated it. And they will be saying that, look at the person you said he was doing much. And so for him, he will also, I think he also can be directly responsible in barring the people from coming in order to keep his name. So
are you still with us? Okay, let's come back to you, Dr. Anosike. You know, one of the things that he is saying, he was talking about, I think at first he was trying to move away from what you think, and he was saying that Christopher Musa is being trusted, and this is just against what your opinion, that you think that Christopher Musa is not even, like you said, he's wearing a borrowed, that's the way you said it, that he's wearing a borrowed cloth. But later he began to align again by saying there's a probability that he might be the one that...
You cannot run too far from that argument.
Well, from the argument of him being the one in charge of the blockade. Is that what you mean?
Sure. Understand me? Because this is his own constituency, understand? Now, or there's and let me be fair to the government. There's an allegation of Christian genocide, and the defense minister then was a Muslim. So the argument is that Muslims are not defending Christians. Understand? So now he resigned, and the Christian now became the defense minister. Understand? So and the Christians are now being kidnapped, not in Sokoto, not in Borno, but in his own domain. Understand? Which means the logic behind putting him doesn't make any meaning anymore. Understand? This is a very big embarrassment to him. So what he should do as a human being is to find a way, if not that to cover it entirely, but to subdue it. Understand? But to subdue it. I have gone that to many accident scenes. Understand? They will say, don't publish the number of people that died here. We'll have to give you the figure that you will publish. When there was the bomb explosion at the Abunado area, I was one of the journalists that got there very early. Understand? So when these emergency people come, I was taking note of the number of dead people that are being carried. But they said, look, don't publish anything. We have to give you the figure that you will publish. So because when you say 1,000 people, understand, that it will shake the government. Understand? Which means there's no control. This government has no control. Just like what happened in Ogun State when Joshua had his accident, where did they say there was no ambulance? Understand me? there was argument why a whole state does not have ambulance, which is not true. Mind you, they later begin to do damage control, showing pictures of ambulance. Understand me? So it is embarrassment to him. I know wherever he is now, he will not be a happy person. So he will want to, if not cover it entirely, subdue it. And that's what happened. Understand? Don't let any stranger come in here and go out with any information.
Okay, that is where we have to draw the curtains on today's show. Thank you very much, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of the show. And thank you very much, Kinane Sam, for joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria and, of course, its governance. Thank you for being a part of it. And don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of the station. Of course, my name is Nenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you hang out with us today. Now, this is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. And if this is your first time here, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. I say us because it's a whole team, people behind the scene and all, trying to ensure that all things go well. Now, without further ado, let's get down to business, shall we? First hashtag for today is hashtag Olubunmi Tunji Ojo. He is Nigeria's Interior Minister. So today he's causing tongues to wag like mad online because he paid an unscheduled visit to the passport office in Abuja and caused some serious stir. Now, he got to the passport office, noticed that there were so many people sitting outside waiting to be attended to, and there were some staffers sitting down, not doing anything, allegedly waiting for the VIPs. Now, I'm not going to launch into some long epistle here. I'd like for you to take a listen to him. But first, the Cable has reporting on this. Let's take a look at the Cable. And later on, much more later on, we'll take a look at what the Punch is saying. But first, the Cable. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, the Cable says, you are wasting people's precious time. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo rebukes NIS officers during an unscheduled visit to the passport office in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The Cable put up this video. Credit goes to them. Take a look.
There is division of labor. She is doing enrollment. You are doing capturing. So why must you wait till you enroll everybody before you do capturing? Somebody can go there, call somebody. You do the enrollment, then you do the capturing. The person goes and vice versa. You could do that. So why must you? You're wasting people's precious time. Time is money. Time is expensive. It's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. The one that you said is for the masses. that is there, and people are already there. I can see the queue. They are doing enrollment, they are doing capturing. They are there. You want for the masses, but this place, because of VIP, and Nigeria has not VIP. So because it's for VIP and children now, so definitely you people will just be taking AC and be chopping line while Nigerians are waiting downstairs. It's unacceptable. When you wear this uniform, you wear a uniform of sacrifice. When you wear this uniform, you wear a uniform of service. You are here to work for the people. I'm not impressed with this because I can't get here and not see people. Because once there is no, how many times do you get VIPs? Your so-called and unquote, your so-called VIP, I mean, quote and unquote. How many times do you get them? Not every day, not at all times. How many times do you have children? Not at all times. So, for me, I can't enter. No matter what you tell me, it doesn't apply to me. To put it mildly, you cannot, and I repeat, be here and there's nobody.
Nigeria's Interior Minister Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. Now, this is not the first time he's doing stuff like this. In fact, he's been touted to be one of the best performing ministers in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's cabinet, right? So netizens are jumping on this one. Now, the thing is, it's going to be mixed bags for you, right? Different sets of reactions to the reporting that the Punch did, and different sets of reactions to what the Cable did. I'm just trying to warn you ahead of it. So take a look at what netizens are saying now in response to what the Cable put up, both the post and the video. Let's do it. Hashtag Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. Let's take a look at the reactions. Yeah. Can we take a look at the reactions of what people said to the Cable's reporting before that of the Punch? Thank you. So Nigerian Renaissance Project says, we are not impressed with the minister's eye service either. Scolding staff members on camera about operating protocols you failed to put in place is a painfully ridiculous approach to public governance. The Living says, a poor guy, he wants to change a system that's so deeply corrupt. He doesn't realize that these Nigerian immigration officers have different kinds of mentality, irredeemable, untrainable, unchangeable. And Peace says, he should visit a road safety commission too. I learned it takes them over 2 years to renew driver's license. Many that applied since 2 years are yet to get it after paying in full. We can now take a look at the next post. So this is the Punch reporting. Now, I wanted you to take a look at how netizens are reporting to the responding to the Cable and how they are going to be responding to the Punch in a short while. So the Punch says, a Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, on Tuesday paid an unannounced visit to the Nigerian Immigration Service Passport Office in Gwagwalada, Abuja, where he criticized delays in passport processing and warned applicants against making extra payments. Now, take a look at the videos put up by the Punch. Credit goes to Punch.
Nice saying you like. I didn't tell them I was coming because I want to interface with you to know what your experience is. I just want to know how you do it. I don't know if there's any complaint. So far, they've been professional, right? Oh, thank you. So if there's any, your feedback is what we need to perform better. All right? Thank you. No, but what's the time now? What is the time? I should be here since 8, right? With the child. So what have you done to solve our problem? Normally what we do, when we collect education, can you take your phone away? When we collect education, go for people. No, that's not my problem. My issue is how long will that take? Well, we're having a talk. Who's better? We talk to the veteran. What is the veteran? And even in my own office, I don't have the password to protect the veteran. No, that's access control. That's not the problem. I don't have the password. Password is the access control. But you see how she is carrying the child. Then you guys, you don't just put her as a normal. Normally anybody that is carrying a medical person will not allow. I'm talking. Please, calm down. I'm talking. She cannot be here since 8 a.m. with a child. For crying out loud, 8 a.m. to 10 what? 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, and you are giving her excuse, and you are just attending as if nothing is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong because of the pregnancy. Money for anything, no. Nigeria. It is immigration's responsibility to foot your bill. Don't put the bill to Nigeria. If I hear, say you say money for card, money for diesel, you go collect.
So this is exactly what went down in Abuja today. You don't need me to sermonize over this particular one. I think it's as clear as a light. Netizens are responding to this now. Let's see what they're saying, shall we? Hashtag Olubomitunji Ojo. So Wale says, God bless the Minister of Interior, Olubomitunji Ojo. Good work you're doing, sir. Nigerians are proud of you. Ishak says, these are the kind of leaders we want. Dear Honorable Minister, your step, efforts, and others toward reforming this so-called immigration office is highly commendable. May Allah continue to preserve you upon goodness. Jasper Annette Lewis says, this is what every minister should be doing. Check the front end and back end and ensure everybody is on their toes. This is the only way to make Nigeria work. You're doing well, sir. Felix says, thank you, Minister. Their mind no go touch ground again. This will make them sit up. Right. Now, guys, you remember one governor. I will never, ever forget him. And I always keep using this example, right? One governor who had people, especially civil servants, on their toes 24/7 because of unannounced and scheduled visits like this was the former governor of Lagos State, Fashola. Yes, he would pay unannounced visits to hospitals and places where they were not expecting him and catch people unawares and ensure that those that need to be punished are punished, those that need to be rewarded are rewarded. I think that's exactly the same thing Honorable Minister Olubomitunji Ojo is doing, and we hope that the good work continues. But like someone raised, in a comment section when he was responding to the cable's reporting, I hope this is not just optics, that eventually this thing will be treated to the root and eventually we will see goodness come out of it. Now, let's quickly take a trip to the Middle Belt. It is called the North Central, not the Middle Belt. I'm talking about Kwara now, precisely. Kwara is on fire right now because Polytechnic students of Kwara State Polytechnic are protesting. Why are they protesting? Because the NYSC camp was relocated from its permanent site to the Polytechnic because of insecurity. The governor had to take this step, according to him, because of insecurity. The students are not happy with it. So Sahara Reporters is reporting. In a short while, we're going to be hearing the side of the government as well, as the Guardian will report as well. But let's take a look at the post now put up by Sahara Reporters. Hashtag Kwara Polytechnic protest. Sahara Reporters says police attack, fire tear gas at Kwara Polytechnic students protesting NYSC camp relocation. Take a look, guys. Credit goes to Sahara Reporters for the videos. Now, the students are protesting, but I saw some of them laughing and dancing. It's like they're having a good time. But like I said earlier on, it's all about the NYSC camp that was relocated from its permanent site. The government said it did that, relocated it from its permanent site to the Kwara State Polytechnic because of insecurity, right? So let's take a look at the next post so you understand how this particular hashtag is panning out. It is hashtag Kwara Polytechnic protest. The next post. So these are respondents reacting to that post by Sahara reporters. No. So Peace now says, what is this again? On freedom or no freedom? Let me take it again. Priska now says, what is this again? Freedom or no freedom? Oluwapelumi says, can't we protest again? Ayinde says, wahala everywhere. And T says, anything protest, police will tear gas. So sad. Now let's take a look at The Guardian that's telling us the whole of this story, including that of the government. Guardian, credit goes to The Guardian for this, and it says, Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak of Kwara State has directed the management of Kwara State Polytechnic to shut down the school for 3 weeks following a student protest against the school being used as a National Youth Service Corps NYSC temporary camp. Recall that the state government relocated the NYSC camp from its permanent site in Eyikpata, Patigi local government area to the State Polytechnic last year due to the escalating insecurity in the area. Men of the State Police Command had a field day firing tear gas canisters into the protesting students, resulting in the chief security officer being wounded in the process. The Kwara State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, however, condemns the police response for the alleged reported use of live ammunition and tear gas against peacefully protesting students of the Kwara State Polytechnic, Ilorin, on Tuesday. So, guys, this is less than an hour. I'm talking about this, actually breaking news. It just broke. We're letting you know that that's the development, latest. That's the update. The school has now been shut down for 3 weeks because of that protest. Now, as events unfold, we will keep you posted. Now, you remember that last week we brought you another scenario where there was firing of tear gas and all of that. We brought you reports from Makoko where activists, very popular activist Betty Abba, put up videos of people dying, people fainting because of the demolition, the ongoing demolition exercise in Makoko. So it is not just the demolition that's causing deaths and hunger. It is the modus operandi. So the hashtag now is hashtag Makoko. Obi Ezekwesili, Nigeria's own Obi Ezekwesili, former Minister of Education, is jumping into this one now. And she says that, okay, why don't I just take you to X so you take a look at what she's saying. It's hashtag Makoko. Yeah. So Obi Ezekwesili says, excerpts from my open memo to the NGR president and governor of Lagos State Jide Sanwo-Olu on the vicious Makoko demolitions and forced evictions that have caused loss of lives, property, and destabilized thousands of poor Nigerians who call it home. Titled The State-Sanctioned Oppression of the Poor in Makoko and the Assault on Constitutional Citizenship. She goes on to say, Makoko residents are not squatters on the Nigerian soil. They are citizens of Nigeria. They are preyed on by your same political class to vote for your parties during elections. They work, they raise families. Their children whose education is now disrupted are some of the most brilliant Nigerians I have met. They contribute to the Lagos economy through fishing, trade, and informal enterprise. Yet, for decades, the residents of Makoko have been treated as though poverty nullifies their citizenship. The next page. She goes on to say, this memorandum is written for the children of Makoko who now sleep in the open, for their mothers clutching what remains of their households, and for a nation that must decide whether poverty, which by the way is mostly the result of bad governance, is a crime, and whether justice still means anything in our country. She goes on to say that I wish to sound a considered warning to our politicians in and outside of government. A nation that fails to govern well and turns around to criminalize poverty while celebrating wealth has lost completely its moral compass and teetering on the edge. The Nigerian state can never successfully hide away her poor by seizing their land and killing them. Our distressed country of over 133 million multidimensionally poor people, more than 60% of poor population, according to the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, cannot be respected because we built a city that chases global prestige by crushing its poorest residents to achieve so-called world-class status. The concluding part of this post now is the next one you're taking a look at. And she says, with such overwhelming poverty numbers, how many poor Nigerians can your governments, Mr. President and Mr. Governor, evict, kill, or hide away from sight? Take note, this is Obi Ezekwesili speaking. And she goes on to say, I advise that you both think deeply about this and choose to do right by your majority poor citizens. Start immediately with the grieving children of Makoko and their families. It is fiercely urgent. A word is sufficient for them that value wisdom. In a short while, you're going to be listening to Governor Sanwo-Olu responding to this. But this is AIFA who put up this post, and it says, we are not demolishing all of Makoko. We are clearing areas to prevent encroachment on the third mainland bridge and to keep residents away from high tension lines. And Mr. AIFA is quoting Governor Sanwo-Olu. So the credit goes to Goldmine TV for this video. Take a listen.
To unduly demolish anybody's what interest if it is not for the overall safety of these citizens that we're talking about. A lot of these people have built the shanties. I'm not talking about, poor and vulnerable people but we have responsibility to also protect you. Build shanties right under the high tension wire, and the regulation is there that you need to clear between 150 to 250 away from the regulation line. So what we're doing is that we're not demolishing the whole of market. We're clearing people not to get to third mainland bridge and to stay off behind the high tension. We're aware that there are some local and international NGOs that want to profit from this. We're studying and we're going to show you evidences. They've made so much money from international people, and that they've asked for so much grant and wealth into those places, and it's just for them to cover their own lies and the fact that they've not done what they said they were going to be doing. That's why they're all shouting and crying more than the bereaved. And we're here to face them and to let them see reasons why we have to do what we're doing. And I've also given instructions that whatever additional support we can give to them. We've been on this for 2.5 years. We have evidence, we have videos, we have communication that we've done for them for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Of what interest will it be for government to want to?
So you've heard Governor Sanwo-Olu's part. In fact, that is the governor of Lagos State, Governor Sanwo-Olu, explaining why the ongoing demolition exercise is ongoing, basically. And he said that they've been on this for 2 years now. And then you see how he talked about NGOs and how they've been profiting from this. I think we might have to bring one of the activists and one of the NGOs here to talk about this and see if they're going to be refuting these claims that the governor just made. In the meantime, netizens are responding to this particular video and the post that Mr. Ayofe put up. Let's continue to take a look at the responses now to hashtag Makoko. So, M-Kind, I'll just settle for M-Kind, says, one key economic downside of the Makoko demolition is the scarcity of dry fish. Disrupted fishing, smoking, storage, and distribution have reduced supply driven up prices and hurt traders, food vendors, and low-income households who rely on it as affordable protein. Let's take a look at the next one. Larry says, demolishing Makoko is not the issue. Fixing housing problems in Lagos and Nigeria as a whole is. Mortgages should be available at average cost levels that reflect the country's minimum wage. Demolition is easy for selfish interests, while building is difficult for the public interest. That is why the NGOs he mentioned were able to take advantage of the vulnerable. He has failed as a governor on shelter. This is coming from Larry. More reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them now. So, photographer Swag, Tabuko photographer Swag says, I'm not sure this is a sensitive talk or speech. Some words shouldn't have been used here. And the next respondent is going to be reiterating what photographer Swag said. Let's take a look at it. So, Finodon Magazine says, I feel the governor shouldn't have mentioned the NGO part. That is a political talk. So netizens are latching onto the part the governor talked about the NGO profiting from the Makoko situation. We're going to do our best to bring Betty Abba here as a representative of the NGOs to speak her part. And then we'll continue to take the part, take a listen to what the governor of Lagos State or the Lagos State government is saying. And then we'll listen to the people themselves, the Makoko residents. Can we call them Makoko residents as it is at the moment? I'm not sure because demolition is ongoing. Even though the government said it's not all parts of the community, but just some parts encroaching on Third Mainland Bridge, and also to protect the residents from high tension wires. On that note, we quickly move on to hashtag Computer Village. Gosh, guys, billions of naira lost today at the very popular Computer Village because of fire. It is another huge fire outbreak, but thank God it has not assumed the proportion of the GNI building on the island. Now, a couple of publications have the post. We have videos to show, but let's take a look at the posts first, a couple of them, just to give you context, and then we'll take a look at the videos. Thank God no life was lost, but property lost. Let's go to People's Gazette that says, fire guards commercial building in Ikeja Computer Village. And then Mr. Oke Osanyitolu, that will be the Lasema chief, says the fire had been fully extinguished. Thank God. This happened today. Let's take a look at the next post. I think that will be News Central TV. Says goods worth billions of naira were destroyed after a fire broke out at a one-story commercial building in Computer Village, Ikeja, Tuesday morning. Take a look, guys.
You don't see Ama, Gakitinga. You don't see the plaza don't go. Let me small.
Jesus. Hey.
Well, credit goes to News Central for this one you're seeing now and a number of other publications. But that is how that went down this morning. Burnt to ashes, if you take a look at the latest videos emerging online right now. But Lagos State government says the emergency response team says that all fires have been put out and there has been no fatality recorded. And we are very glad that happened. I mean, guys, it was the end of last year that we had the GNI, Great Nigeria Insurance Building, on the island, razed down. And we saw that very unfortunate incident of the three brothers, among scores of others, the Omatu brothers, that perished in that. Now, People's Gazette again also reported on that to say it was, they were quoting the uncle of the Omatu brothers who said that the firefighters had asked for monies to put out the fire. We are continuing to investigate. We are going to continue to investigate that particular one until we get to the root of it. In the meantime, we are glad that the government was able to put out this particular fire. Just yesterday, the Lagos State government did another fantastic job when they contained a falling tanker around their Papa area. It was fuel gushing out of the fire, and we saw residents scooping fuel just like that. But thank God, no life was lost, no explosion. We hope that we'll continue to see this kind of, people-government interaction and how things are being done as they should be done. We move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Imam, right? So this is a very popular Imam who had that. Oh, no, before the Imam story, I have Orji Uzor Kalu. Yeah, hashtag Orji Uzor Kalu. He is a senator. He's also, he's also the former governor of Abia State. Now, he is in the state, and he is talking tough. He is calling himself something similar to what Kogais, I'm talking of citizens or people of Kogi State, what they call themselves. I'm a Kogite. Yeah, I'm from Kogi, so we call ourselves Kogites. Now, I don't know if Abians call themselves Abians, people from Abia. But the former governor of Abia State is calling himself similar to what Kogais called their former governor. So Kogais called their former governor, Yaya Bello, White Lion. Watch Orji Uzor Kalu say he is something similar to that, and then he is throwing jabs at his, should I say, once upon a time friend turned foe. Now I'm talking about the sitting governor of Abia State, Alex Otti. Let's take a look at the post first, and then we'll take a look at the video, shall we? Yeah. So Somto Okonkwo, who is very popular online, says, I am the lion of the street. At least there's no white here. It's just lion. I am the lion of the street, and Alex Otti cannot fight me, Orji Uzor Kalu says. Now, take a listen.
Otti asked his press secretary to go and fight me. How can that be possible? Me, of all people. I'm the lion of the street. If anybody thinks the APC will finish fighting here, another party will win. It's not going to happen. President Tinubu is the Democrat. He must allow democratic process to take place. I support that. You support that. Don't you support that? We have more people on ground than the man. The man has nobody. He said he will retire all politicians in Abia. Has Lagos State retire all politicians? No. They cannot say retire all politicians. No. It's only in Abia. They will take people who don't know their left to right to be commissioners. Those people don't even know their polling unit. I can tell you the truth. I will come out to fight.
And that is Orji Uzor Kalu, former governor of Abia State and senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You heard him, right? And so netizens heard him just the way you heard him, just the way I heard him. And so they're responding to this. This is Abians now. I'm pausing. I hope that's what they call themselves. Abians, people from Abia State. This is what they're saying to their former governor. Let's take a listen. No, not the video. Let's take a look, at what they're saying. Obina says, when quoting Alex, I think Orji meant to say that the governor promised to retire all corrupt politicians in Abia State. But he caught himself halfway and ended up saying all politicians. And then Obina laughs. He's laughing out loud. More reactions. Let's take a look at the next one. So Ogbonna says, Alex Otti is not fighting you, but Abians will do that for him. Enough is enough. 2027 will fight you. Now, these are Abians talking. One more reaction, and then we'll wrap this up. Aha. Masterpiece says, Senator Orji remains the major pillar of our democracy here in the Southeast. They are the people who fought to restore democracy and civil governance in Nigeria and has been fighting to preserve our national unity. He deserves to be respected for creating that legacy and industrializing Abia State. Masterpiece again says Senator Orji Uzor Kalu shouldn't be stressing himself here and joining them to make noise online. We already know what he's capable of doing. Let him just relax and wait till APC provides a candidate. Then let's see what happens. I wish Alex good luck. But he needs to sit up. PIO, I don't know if that is PIO or PIO now, tomatoes, potatoes, says he's trying to cause unrest in Abia so that Tinubu will use the opportunity to declare state of emergency if it eventually escalates. This is coming from Pio on X. So that is how netizens are responding to this particular hashtag. Recall that previous week, we had brought you one of the hashtags where netizens were actually applauding Alex Oti, and we had a couple of analysts on news say, he's been receiving rave reviews from across board and not just from his state alone. So let's see how this thing is going to pan out. It's gearing up to be a clash of the titans, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll keep our pulse on it. As events pan out, we would let you know. The next hashtag, this is hashtag Imam Abdullahi Abubakar. Yeah, he was renowned. I can't say was, even though he has passed on, his memory still lives on in the minds of Nigerians. He is a renowned cleric, Muslim, but also Christian at heart. He protected Christians in Plateau State when Plateau was on fire. He hid them. It was a very, very courageous act. And the U.S. today is joining Nigerians and Africans to honor this great Imam. The NTA has the first post. We'll take a look at that now. Well, unfortunately, I can't pull up that post by the U.S. right now. Somehow we lost it in the process. But the U.S. actually sent condolences to Nigeria to say this is the most loved cleric and that they are congratulating Nigerians for really having had someone of this caliber in their midst for so long. The Imam has passed, but accolades and condolences continue to pour in, not just from Nigeria alone, but across the world. This time around, it was from the U.S. That we got this report. I will do due diligence eventually. Hopefully tomorrow. It's a promise. I'm going to pull up that particular post by the U.S. NTA has it, and then we have another one, of course, from other Nigerians. Let's take a quick break now. We'll continue with the show after this short break.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people.
Thank you. NTA Network says U.S. condoles with Nigeria over Imam's death. The United States mission in Nigeria has expressed deep condolences to the family and loved ones of Imam Abdullahi Abubakar, the renowned chief imam of Ngar village in Bariking Ladi local government area of Plateau State, who passed away on the 15th of January 2026 at the age of 90. The mission in a statement described Imam Abubakar as a courageous champion of religious tolerance and interfaith dialogue, with a distinguished record of building bridges across religious communities throughout his life. In recognition of his extraordinary bravery and commitment to religious freedom, the U.S. Department of State awarded him the International Religious Freedom Award in 2019. Imam Abubakar's selfless actions exemplified humanity, interfaith harmony, and peaceful coexistence. The U.S. mission said the late Imam's legacy of compassion, acceptance, and unity will continue to inspire Nigerians and Americans alike. Awesome, awesome. There's another post I'd like for you to take a look at. Let's see. So, Malamazu Nuhu Bamali says, Nigeria has lost a rare beacon of humanity and a true model of compassion. In the June 2018 Plateau crisis, Imam Abubakar Abdullahi risked his own life by opening his mosque and home to protect over 260 Christians, an act that remains one of the noblest in our nation's history. Now, take a look at this post by Malam Mazu Nuhu Bamali. It shows that Nigeria can work, that we can coexist in unity, regardless of the diversity. That is an imam who opened his mosque to over 200 Christians in the heat of the crisis in Plateau State. Like I said, that was in 2018. And we'll continue to join Nigerians and the world alike to celebrate the imam who has lived a very, very fruitful life at 90. Well done, sir. And now we take a look at the very last hashtag, which is hashtag Senegal. The Senegalese, they are going haywire. I mean, I can actually say they are going bananas after their major victory at the just concluded AFCON tourney. So the cup, the trophy, the gold is in Dakar, the capital of Senegal right now, and millions came out to welcome the triumphant team. Take a look, guys. I could look at that video over and over again. It's so beautiful. But hey, they've earned their bragging rights and they can continue to celebrate until next year. I mean, hey, we are with them on it. I'll probably bring you another very beautiful to watch where they were chanting Sadio Mane. That'll be for tomorrow. But I've got to say thanks to my incredible colleagues, Mr. Shagun, to Sam, to Hassan, to Paul. Thank you for assisting me today. And of course, the man upstairs talking about Thaddeus. Thanks, guys, for all you've done today. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. I appreciate it. Salute. Guys, bigger thanks goes to you for watching. If you liked it, keep it again with me for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, take care of you. I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, The framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail these developments, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Berates, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us
www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Zamfara attack claims the lives of 5 soldiers and 1 police officer.
Trial of Sirika and others delayed over missing documents.
Court grants bail to Anthony Joshua's driver, adjourns trial to February 25.
Also, Anyanwu loses case against INEC and others.
INEC warns against fake 2027 election timetable.
And Sanwo-Olu defends Makoko demolitions.
On the foreign scene, Macron warns of a world without global rules.
Well, in the world of business, Wale Edun says federal government will cut borrowing.
In sport, Victor Osimhen fit for athletical game.
Well, in entertainment news, Funke Akindele makes history in Canada and North America was behind the scenes. Well, now the news in detail. On a very sad note now, 5 soldiers and a police officer have been killed in a terrorist ambush in troops of Operation Fasanyama along the Bingi-Kekun-Wajik-Gusau Road in Zamfara State. The attack occurred as the troops were returning from successful operations between January 17 and 19 in Birnin Magaji and Anka. According to Captain David Adewusi, a media information officer of Operation Fasanyama, the troops were ambushed while responding to a distress call on a terrorist reprisal attack at Gidangwagni. Despite the surprise attack, they engaged the terrorists and prevented further harm to nearby communities. Captain Adewusi confirmed that 5 soldiers and 1 police officer paid the supreme sacrifice and urged the public to remain calm and support security efforts by providing credible information.
We now move on to legal matters. The trial of former Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika and others stalled in an Abuja High Court over the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's failure to provide key documents. Sirika, his younger brother Ahmed Abubakar, and 2 companies, Albarak Limited and Engineers Nigeria Limited, faced 10 counts, including abuse of office, criminal breach of trust, and using position for personal gain. The EFCC alleges Sirika awarded contracts worth about 19.4 billion naira to his brother. The defendants have pleaded not guilty. Justice Belger ordered the prosecution to make the documents available to the defense to continue cross-examination and adjourned the case to March 25 for the production of Annexure 2 and continuation of proceedings.
Now, a magistrate court sitting in Shagamu, Ogun State, has granted bail to Adeniyi Kayode, the driver who conveyed a former world heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua and two members of his team before a fatal road accident. Kayode was granted bail in the sum of 5 million naira with two sureties as the court adjourned the case until the 25th of February 2026 for further hearing. The 46-year-old is standing trial over a crash that claimed the lives of Joshua's personal trainer Lateef Ayodele and strength and conditioning coach Sina Gami.
Still on a legal note, the Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by Samuel Anyanwu, former factional National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, seeking recognition as the party's secretary. Judge Mohammed Umar said the suit was untenable following the expiration of Anyawu's tenure in December 2025. Anyanwu had originally sued the Independent National Electoral Commission and former acting PDP National Chairman Umar Damago. The dispute over the National Secretary position dates back to 2023, when Anyanwu vacated the role to contest the Imo governorship election, which he lost. Legal battles followed, including decisions by the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, but factions within the PDP continued to claim authority. Anyanwu later filed a fresh suit at the Federal High Court, seeking enforcement of his position. Justice Omar allowed amendment to the suit but awarded 30,000 naira cost to each defendant and adjourned the matter for hearing on January 20.
And now, ahead of the February 21 area council elections in the Federal Capital Territory, the Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to recognize and publish candidates forwarded by the Senator David Mark-led executives of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Justice Mohammed Umar said there was sufficient evidence that the ADC fulfilled all legal requirements for the inclusion of its candidates. The judgment followed a suit by 17 ADC candidates who challenged INEC's refusal to grant them electronic access to participate in the elections. The court ruled that the plaintiffs provided credible evidence and directed INEC to recognize and publish their names as candidates for the upcoming FCT area council elections.
This next report says the Independent National Electoral Commission has warned the public to disregard a false online report claiming it has released the timetable for the 2027 general elections. In a statement on X, INEC described the information as not authentic, stressing that it has not released any timetable, schedule of activities, or election date. The Commission urged Nigerians and other stakeholders to rely only on its official channels for verified information.
Well, in another development, Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo on Tuesday made an unannounced visit to the Nigerian Immigration Service Passport Office in Gwagwalada, Abuja, criticizing delays in passport processing and warning applicants against paying extra fees. Tunji-Ojo reminded applicants that passport services are fully paid for and urged them not to make additional payments. He expressed displeasure that only a few applicants had been attended to hours after opening, despite the sections being meant for expedited service.
Time is money, time is expensive. So if the essence here is division of labor, she is doing enrollment, you are doing capturing. So why must you wait till you enroll everybody before you do capturing? Somebody can go there, call somebody, you do the enrollment, then you do the capturing, the person goes and vice versa. You could do that. So why must you? You're wasting people's precious time. Time is money, time is expensive. It's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. The one that you said is for the masses.
That is there, and people are already there. I can see the queue. They are doing enrollment, they are doing capturing. They are there. The one for the masses, but this place because of VIP, and Nigeria is not VIP. So because it's for VIP and children now, so definitely you people will just be taking AC and be chopping line. Why Nigerians are waiting downstairs? It's unacceptable. When you wear this uniform, you wear a uniform of sacrifice. When you wear this uniform, you wear a uniform of service. You are here to work for the people. I'm not impressed with this because I can't get here and not see people. Because once there is no, how many times do you get VIPs? You're so quote and unquote, you're so called VIP. I mean, quote and unquote. How many times do you get there? Not every day, not at all times. How many times do you have children? Not at all times. So, for me, I can't enter. No matter what you tell me, it doesn't apply to me. To put it mildly, you cannot, and I repeat, be here and there's nobody. So if the
We now move on to Lagos State, where Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has defended the recent clearance and demolition exercise in Makoko and other high-risk areas, saying it aims to protect lives, property, and the environment. The governor stressed that the government is not targeting entire communities, but removing residents from dangerous zones to prevent avoidable disasters. Correspondent Onyeka Ogolo has more in this report.
The state government is pushing back against criticism over recent demolitions in some waterfront and high-risk communities across the state. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says that the action are part of efforts to prevent disasters and create safer living spaces for residents, especially in areas close to waterways and high-tension power lines.
What we're doing is that we're not demolishing the whole of Makoko. We're clearing people not to get to Third Mainland Bridge and to stay off behind the high tension. We're aware that there are some local and international NGOs that want to profit from this. We're studying and we're going to show you evidences. They've made so much money from international people and that they've asked for so much grant and wealth into those places, and it's just for them to cover their own lies and the fact that they've not done what they said they were going to be doing. That's why they're all shouting and crying more than the bereaved. And we're here to face them and to let them see the reasons why we have to do what we're doing. And I've also given instruction that whatever additional support we can give to them, we've been on this for 2.5 years. We have evidence, we have videos, we have communication that we've done for them for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. And I can share them with you. And so we cannot, be a lawless state of people. Something has to give at some point because we cannot fold our arms and let calamity or disaster happen. You've done wrong, but government can still also show compassion and be compassionate about you. That's what this is all about. Is to ensure that we all can live in a safe and secure environment where your own right ends is where another person starts. And we have the global responsibility to ensure that we continue to keep this place safe.
He explains the government is not demolishing the entire communities, but clearing people from zones considered dangerous to public safety. The governor also addressed concerns raised by advocacy groups and non-governmental organizations accusing some of exploiting the situation for financial gains. He said the state government has gathered evidence over the past 2.5 years, including videos and official communication, to show that some groups collected grants meant for the community development but failed to deliver on their promises. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu also said the government will continue to show compassion to affected residents, adding that the goal is to strike a balance between enforcement, safety, and the rights of the citizen. He assured Lagosians that his administration remains committed to building a safe and secure society for all. The Lagos State government says it will continue to engage community leaders and stakeholders while enforcing environmental standards as part of its broader plan to prevent avoidable disasters and improve public safety across the state. I am Monica Ogola, reporting for VOP TV.
Well, Onyeka, thank you. Meanwhile, former Minister of Education and founder of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, Obiageli Ezekwesili, has issued an open memorandum to President Bola Tinubu and Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, condemning the demolition of homes in Makoko as unconstitutional and unjust. In the memorandum dated January 19, Ezekwesili described the exercise as state-sanctioned oppression of the poor and an assault on citizens' rights, insisting that Makoko residents are not squatters but Nigerian citizens. She criticized the Lagos state government for breaching agreements with community leaders, who were earlier told demolitions would be limited to structures within 30 to 50 meters of high-tension power lines. Ezekwesili called the exercise a breach of trust and legality, likening it to a land grab, and cited reports that at least 4 people were killed during the demolitions.
Joining us in the studio to analyze the news is Amobi Hemoro, a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Amobi.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's move on. 5 soldiers and a police officer have been killed in a terrorist ambush on troops of Operation Pansaniyama along the Bingi Keko Waje Guzau Road in Zamfara State. And Amobi, I'm sure you would agree with me that this is a very, very saddening one to have our troops being killed by terrorists. But let me hear from you. What do you make of this development that terrorists would actually get to? We've had so many of these kinds of attacks, but it doesn't remove the fact that it is actually very demoralizing. But let me hear from you actually.
Thank you very much. This killings too many. And I want to believe that there is a state of emergency declared in the security space in Nigeria, and I've not been able to see the dividend of that emergency in security. Every day, every other day, or intermittently, we continue to hear about how our soldiers are being disseminated and all that. It's becoming too worrisome. I think this fight against insecurity should be stepped up. The government should be very, very much serious about approach to this insecurity. If you ask me, the tempo has died down, and little wonder why the bandits are being emboldened, by the day. I think the government should take up the gun very seriously, and then, deal decisively with bandits and terrorists, and leave the protesters alone.
All right, it's a safe place to land on that one. Let's quickly take a look at this case, Amobi. So, a magistrate court sitting in Shagamu, Ogun State, has granted bail to Adeniyi Kayode. I don't know if you remember who he is. Well, he's a driver who conveyed a former world heavyweight boxing champion, Anthony Joshua, and 2 members of his team before a fatal road crash. So, this is my question to you. Is this due process, right? Or are we hearing of this because it was Anthony Joshua? What do you make of this whole thing?
I do not know why this is assuming a larger-than-life status. What ordinarily, was an accident. Are they saying the man, was very intentional about this accident, or what? I do not know what the whole thing is all about. Or because a celebrity is involved. We'll be having accidents in this country, and this one is attracting a little bit more attention. Why? I do not understand. The man has been granted bail. What do you do in an accident case? Or do you need to, tell us that the man was very intentional? What is the motive behind, getting the man to court and all that? If there is an accident, I want to believe there is an accident, and 3 of them in the car, 2 died and 1 survived. So I do not know. I can't put my fingers on anything, unless there is something they know which I do not know. and then they should be able to explain to us. It's an accident, it's an accident. Let's take it as that.
Well, it will be remiss of us not to mention, Amobi, that shortly after the accident occurred, the FRSC had come out to say that it was due to overspeeding and they were going to investigate the matter. But you and me both, right? Just what you said. Maybe because this is about a celebrity or something, really, I can't wrap my head around it. But we'll keep our fingers crossed to see how that one pans out, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Can we continue with this one now? The Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by Samuel Anyanwu, former factional national secretary of the People's Democratic Party, seeking recognition as the party's secretary. Now, Judge Mohammed Umar said the suit was untenable following the expiration of Anyanwu's tenure in December 2025. I don't know if you've been following this drama in the PDP from the word get-go, but what do you make of this latest development, Amobi?
Yeah, it's part of the last punch that will, throw PDP on the floor, as it were, political floor. I think Samuel Anyanwu will now, rest, because this is the Supreme Court decision. So his attempt to continue to clinch to position of the Secretary of PDP has come to an end. And that signifies, a kind of respite to the other faction of PDP. But that does not mean that PDP will survive the onslaught. PDP has been brutalized.
Are you still with us? Okay, we seem to have lost connections with
PDP has been punched to an extent where it will be very difficult to raise.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, I'm saying, I'm of the opinion that the former secretary, Samuel Anyanwu, will now rest his case and then, allow PDP to see if they can breathe a little bit. But it will be very difficult for PDP, considering the way they have been battered, to resurrect from where they are now. So it is neither here nor there. The effect of Supreme Court decision on Samuel Anyanwu will not, positively affect PDP survival. That is the point I'm making.
Okay, let's still talking politics. Let's move on to this development about ADC, and of course ADC, which is trying to poach itself as another opposition party. Actually, considering the fact that PDP looks like an opposition party that everyone would say has it's no longer as it should be. Well, of course, ahead of the February 21 area council elections in the Federal Capital Territory, the Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize and publish candidates forwarded by the Senator David Mark-led executives of the African Democratic Congress. Would you see this as a win for ADC, getting to be involved in this council election?
Because we have been, PDP has gone underground, as it were. Labour Party is in comatose stage. The only opposition, viable opposition that Nigeria has now is ADC. So if INEC, in their wisdom, decides not to recognize ADC, that would be very, very unfortunate. But I'm happy that the court has, given INEC an instruction, as it were, to register, to allow ADC to participate in the election. It's a good development. We want more of this, because if INEC refuses ADC, it will be a smooth ride. There will be no need for the election. It wouldn't be an election. It could also pass for, a selection, as it were. So what is important is that at any given point in time, let political parties participate, in the electoral process. That will give it credibility. But when now that PDP is in ICU as it were, and Labour Party is nowhere to be found. If ADC does not produce a candidate, what kind of election are we conducting? So it is very, very important. It is very, we need to encourage our courts to make most of these pronouncements so that our electoral process will be viable, will be competitive as it were. So this is a harbinger for the bigger thing, the bigger picture. If for any reason at the bigger stage, INEC is playing this kind of politics, it can throw this country into chaos. And that is not what Nigeria wants at this point. Nigeria wants, contestation of ideas, because what is happening in the political sphere, in the economic space, and in the social angle, Nigeria is on their bended knees. So we need a viable opposition to catalyze, the electoral process and the competition in the electoral process.
Now, still talking electoral processes, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has warned the public to disregard a false online report claiming it has released a timetable for the 2027 general elections. Amobi, I don't know if you remember sometime last year, 2025, I beg your pardon, the APC had said it was the opposition that was forcing itself to start campaigning ahead of when it was time to campaign. And analysts like yourself had been calling on INEC to get on board and sanction those who were indulging in, campaigns and all of that. So this is it. It looks like 2027 is gearing up to be brutal with lots of fake news like this. Now, my question to you is, do you trust INEC to step up the plate and ensure that there is sanity in the political space?
The test of INEC was the test of INEC sincerity was about just at the twilight of last year, when the FCT minister was campaigning. He was touring the local governments in River State. That was pure campaign. What did INEC do? They did as if they do not understand. And this was publicized, as it were. What stops INEC from, or do they need somebody to write petition that this is pure campaign that FCT minister is doing, or what? So what is glaring is open. INEC should step in. They should not bother themselves about timetable when they, trying to close the step when the horses have bolted away. When campaign has started in many parts of the country, and they are talking about fake dates and all that. We have gone past that stage. If they do not want people to give fake dates of elections, they should begin to, wield the big stick on certain people that have already been campaigning. Until they do so, what they are alarming Nigerians about is a non-issue.
Okay, let's move on to Lagos State. What is happening in Lagos State? I'm sure you know about this recent demolition exercise that is being carried out in Makoko and other high-risk areas. And now the governor has come out to say that he's actually defending this exercise, and he's saying that this is aimed to protect lives and property, and of course property and the environment. When you see things, demolitions like this, you would ask yourself, what happens to these the residents who are put out, who are put away from their homes, who are displaced sort of from their homes, and now the governor is coming to say that he aims to protect lives and property. What do you make of this? Do you think the government is right? Do you align with what is right? Do you think that this demolition is actually in favor or in favor of the citizens or the residents of Lagos State?
To what the government has advanced as plausible reasons for the demolition. This is demolition too many in Lagos State. And this idea of mega city, is becoming a little bit more discomforting for Lagosians. I do not want to go into the legality of, the shanties and all that. Common sense would have, made us to believe that if government wants to do this kind of thing, they should engage more, provide alternatives and all that. On the government side, they said they have been discussing this for the past 5 years or thereabout. But from the residents' point of view, they said that is not true, and government is accusing NGOs of meddling into this and cashing out, as it were. I think Governor Sanwo-Olu should de-emphasize the issue of NGO because if he's emphasizing the presence or the cashing out of NGO from the Makoko saga, it will becloud his judgment as to what to do, to help the residents. As at the last count, allegedly, they said 10 people have died. In his, press briefing and all that, he did not say there was any death. That shows lack of compassion. He is talking about, the agencies of government that are involved to see how they can bring succor. How can you bring succor when it is alleged that about 10 persons have died, including a 5-month-old baby? These are issues. Where does our humanity come into governance? Must we, people going through the 10 mainland bridge, the place is unsightly, as they said, must we, if you must, then you can also bring humanity to come to bear in government actions and all that. That is my point. I refuse to go into the legalese of, the action, whether the residents are, whether the residents are doing the right thing or whether the government is doing the right thing. But human beings are involved. I learned that they are sleeping on the water on the near 10 mainland bridge and all that. That is dehumanization. And this thing has gone viral. Most of international media has also, carried it. What is the perception of the international community to Nigeria, as it were, in this type of issues? We are allegedly paying some humongous sort of money for people to launder our image. And we are here, contradicting more, of that. What will be the perception of international community when they see this kind of scenario playing out in a supposedly large or the most largest city in Africa and all that? So it beats I do not think it is proper. The government can do better. If you want relocation, provide viable alternative. People have, touted that idea. What does it take to provide viable alternative for people to relocate? And then you can now do your mega city. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because these figures are not equal. Development comes with a cost, I agree. At times also, you bring humanity, bring human face to development.
I think that is very well said, Amobi. There is nothing to add to that. You've been fantastic as usual. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. So we've been speaking with Amobi Heboro. He is a public affairs analyst. You're still watching News Hour on VOP TV. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. And now, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has signed the 2026 appropriation bill into law, approving a 4.44 trillion naira budget aimed at boosting development and improving living conditions across the state. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, reports.
Following its passage by the State House of Assembly earlier this month, the signing ceremony drew top government officials, including the Deputy Governor, members of the State Executive Council, and lawmakers from Lagos State House of Assembly. The 2026 spending plan totals 4.44 trillion naira. A breakdown shows 2.1 trillion naira has been approved for recurrent expenditure, while 2.33 trillion naira is allocated for capital projects in the driving development in the state. Governor Sanwo-Olu says the budget prioritized included major investment in roads, construction, public schools, healthcare facilities, housing, and security. As the state works to ease the impact of economic pressures on residents and business.
Sharing prosperity, meaning that it's an inclusive government. It's a budget that must carry everybody along, irrespective of what part of the state, what division in the state, what sector. You must feel governance, you must feel the essence of why we're in government in one form or the other. I want to assure you that this budget will be implemented responsibly. We will put up our A grade to ensure that accountability and value for money is created such that at the end of the day, Lagosians will feel the benefit, of this great work that the Lagos State House of Assembly has done for us.
The governor also praised lawmakers for what he described as strong legislative outside, saying the slight increase in the budget reflects confidence in the state's capacity to deliver meaningful projects despite current economic challenges.
The budget has been well scrutinized, and I can say here today, and the budget has been approved by the Lagos State House of Assembly, and we have approved 4,444 billion and 509 million naira.
It is evidence that the infrastructural renewal process in Lagos cuts across the nooks and corners in Lagos State. Nobody is left out with your Team Plus agenda.
Investments in health and education also remain central to the budget's shared prosperity agenda, reinforcing the administration's firm belief that human capital development is critical to sustainable development. These interventions are targeted at improving healthcare delivery, strengthening educational outcomes, and equipping Lagosians with the skills and capabilities required to thrive in an increasingly competitive global economy.
The Lagos State government says implementation of the 2026 budget will begin immediately, with priority projects expected to roll out across key sectors in the coming weeks. I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you very much, Onyeka, for that. In another development, the Lagos State government has announced a 64-day traffic diversion for the reconstruction of the Ajah Bridge to Admiralty section of the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway inbound Lagos. Special advisor to the governor on infrastructure, Olufemi Daramola, said work on sections 2 and 3 of the expressway will begin on Sunday, January 25, 2026. He explained that construction will be done intersection by intersection under a traffic management plan, with work carried out during the day and night to speed up completion.
And now, property worth several millions of naira was destroyed in the early hours of Tuesday when a fire razed a one-story commercial building along the Computer Village, Ikeja, Lagos State. The midnight fire affected a building housing dealers in computers and accessories. No casualties were recorded, though a Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service official sustained minor injuries and received first aid at the scene. Confirming the incident, LASEMA Permanent Secretary said all goods in the building were destroyed and the structure partially compromised, requiring a further assessment. He added that swift emergency response prevented the fire from spreading to nearby buildings.
We now move on to Anambra State, where tension reached a boiling point over the weekend in Ogu-Ikpele community, Ogbaru local government area of Anambra State, as residents protested what they described as 10 years of exploitation and neglect by an oil prospecting company operating in the area. The protesters, who turned out in large numbers, disrupted drilling and other company activities to express their grievances. Correspondent Ndo Okbaleze reports.
Niger. Ogu-Ikpele is one of the communities through which the tributaries of the river passes to join the Atlantic Ocean. The agrarian community were delighted when oil wells located within came up for drilling by the Sterling Petroleum Energy Exploration Company some 10 years ago. They were full of expectations that as a host community, their lives was going to be transformed. The President General of Ogu-Ikpele community, Chief Patrick Esuma, summed up the many woes of the people. Thus,
nothing to show off in this community. No employment, no road, no water, no hospital, nothing from the company that is coming to the community. And we have been begging them since they started operation. PIA is nothing to write home about. We didn't even know how much is it or where the money is, and we didn't even know how they came about the metering that they used to justify the PIA fund. And besides, there is no meter in Ogwibele. Anambra State government cannot determine the volume of oil that is going out from this community.
A former member of the House of Representatives for Obaru Federal Constituency, Chukwuka Onyema, who is an indigene of the community, went down memory lane into what he called a breach of agreements with the community and failure in corporate social responsibility.
Those little things that are due to us, please do it for us. We've not even gone to hospitals. We've not gone to primary school buildings. We've not gone to equipment. We've not gone to all those. We're still talking about the ones that at least people can see. They're flaring gas. You can convert that gas to electricity and the entire community, so that tomorrow I can boast, oh, there's an oil company in my place and I have 24 hours light. You have telecommunication masts everywhere, only for their sites. Their sites have 24 hours electricity. They have 24 hours communication services. But the rest of the community, if I want to make a call now, I have to go by the riverside. And that riverside, I'm using the mast from Delta, from the same company in Obai. It doesn't make sense. So that is the reason why we said no.
Among the many issues compounding the alleged neglect is the yearly seasonal flooding challenges the community faces, even as the people claim their land is militarized with a lot of hostile atmosphere. Others also complained of non-employment of indigenous staff and no compensation of any sort for the environmental hazards associated with gas flaring. In his reaction to the protest, the traditional Prime Minister of Ogwibele Kingdom, Chief Demiano Aniaboso, lamented bitterly over the endless hardship and sufferings meted to his subjects, observing that the riverine community is blessed with abundant agricultural and mineral resources, including oil, but that there has been nothing to show for the natural endowments. As at press time, tension is still surrounding the environment, and efforts to speak with any of the representatives of the company proved abortive, even as they kept referring journalists to the company's public relations officer, who was not reachable. Ndo Abaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you. And amid rising living costs and shrinking purchasing power, some in Edo State are turning to daily work to survive. From petty trading and food vending to casual labor, these activities have become a lifeline for households struggling with high food and transport costs. Correspondent Rhoda Joni has details.
To the new Guinea markets, residents are increasingly turning to a daily hustle as rising living costs continue to put pressure on household incomes. From early money trading to roadside services, many say the struggle has become a daily routine.
Some hustlers say income from these activities are barely enough to meet basic needs as high food prices and transportation costs continue to affect their businesses and reduce profits. Despite the harsh economic conditions, the hustlers say they remain determined to push on, stressing that consistency and resilience are key to survival. Many also advise unemployed graduates not to rely solely on white-collar jobs, but to embrace small businesses and skills to stay afloat.
It's not January now, you know, say things, market never open like that. So they do want small. With God, all things are possible. Make I use this one to start the life. I dey enjoy my business. Office job not be waiting today compulsory like that. Anything where you feel put your hand to, they do one before office job go come. Office job will come, will not be say no come, but it dey take time before it dey come. Some people feel they okay 10 years where you go spend for us. If you use the 10 years now, they buy something they sell. You go achieve something. You will get your office job, because you know person no dey go school for nothing, go pay school fees. So constantly say, you know, you'll get some, but not just sit down, they wait.
Nothing like hard work. You understand? Nothing like hard work. Nothing like say you come up for us in the morning, go your store. Even if you not work today, tomorrow you will still work. You understand? Fellow girl like me, I would like to tell them, say, may they work, may they not depend on
anybody. As far as you get hands, you get leg, you need to work for yourself.
Our also this year we have started again. And I know the Bible says whatever you lay your hand in will bless it. That's what God says. So what am I saying is that everybody should look for something doing this year. As long as you are doing something and you are praying to God, I believe God will bless it. I know there are many people that came out from school as a graduate, they have graduated from university and they have nothing doing. They should try to do something. See, many of us doing cab here today. There are many of us are they will graduated from the university. But when there is no job from the government, what we do is that we curate. So you can see me, I'm driving this car now as a cabman.
Still thank God, but we see the hustle and they go. No, they feel bad because I know say not be every time. So not be every time in the streets.
While the struggle persists, residents express hope that economic conditions will improve, believing that with time, hard work, and the right policies, things will eventually fall into place. Brother Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda, for that. We'll now move on to the foreign scene. French President Emmanuel Macron is warning of a shift towards a world without rules, telling leaders in Davos, Switzerland, that the U.S.'s endless accumulation of new tariffs is fundamentally unacceptable.
We do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. We have a place where rule of law and predictability is still the rule of the game. And my guess is that it is largely underpriced by the market. Having a place like Europe, which sometimes is too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal, and where you know that the rule of the game is just the rule of law, it's a good place. And here in the epicenter of this continent, we do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
The comments come after President Trump announced new tariffs on countries opposing his Greenland plan. Earlier, Trump insisted there's no going back on his plan, calling Greenland crucial for both national and global security.
In the meantime, the British government has approved China's plan to build its largest embassy in Europe in London, aiming to strengthen ties with Beijing. The decision comes despite warnings from British and US politicians that the embassy could be used as a spy base. British intelligence involved in the approval said any threats could be mitigated. The new embassy will be built on the site of the 200-year-old Royal Mint Court near the Tower of London. Plans had stalled for 3 years due to opposition from residents, lawmakers, and Hong Kong pro-democracy campaigners. The approval comes ahead of Prime Minister Keir Starmer's expected visit to China this month, the first by a British leader since 2018.
And now to business. Finance Minister Wale Edun says the federal government plans to rely more on domestic resources and reduce its dependence on borrowing. Speaking to Bloomberg Television at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Edun emphasized the need to focus on revenue generation. He explained that while Nigeria can access international bond markets if necessary, the priority is to mobilize domestic resources. Edun highlighted ongoing fiscal reforms aimed at raising tax revenue, strengthening fiscal sustainability, and reducing borrowing amid global economic pressures.
Well, in sports news, Galatasaray head coach Okan Buruk has confirmed that Victor Osimhen is available for Wednesday's UEFA Champions League clash against Atletico Madrid. The Nigerian striker had limped off during Nigeria's semi-final loss to Morocco at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations and missed the Super Eagles' third-place match against Egypt. Osimhen returned to Turkey on Monday and was back in training the same day ahead of the game against Diego Simeone's side at Rams Park.
Still in the world of sports, Leonard Ngenge has joined English Premier League side Leeds United from Remo Stars. The club says the 18-year-old defender signed a 1.5-year deal, keeping him at Leeds until the end of the 2026-2027 season. Ngenge will start in the club's academy, aiming to impress and earn a spot in the first team.
Entertainment news is next.
Welcome to the entertainment news. Actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has achieved a significant milestone with her 2025 film Behind the Scene, grossing over $1,101,256 in Canada and $190,249 in North America. The film has become the highest grossing Nollywood release, pushing Akindele's Nigeria and Ghana box office earning to over $2.2 billion. In a statement on Instagram, Akindele expressed her gratitude to fans in Canada, US, Nigeria, and Ghana, attributing her success to God's mercy and her fans' unwavering love. Actress Sarah Martins has been hospitalized following a severe health scare, revealing she woke up feeling lifeless and unable to feel parts of her body. In an Instagram post, Martins said she slumped after struggling to walk, attributing her condition to extreme exhaustion from overworking herself throughout December. According to her, she underwent 32 tests, all of which came out negative, including checks for cancer, fibroid, kidney issues, malaria, and typhoid. She expressed gratitude to God and acknowledged her need for proper bed rest, stating she had neglected her body while prioritizing work. Elsewhere in entertainment, rapper Jeremiah Chukwuebuka, and he popularly known as Jerick, has revealed that music saved him from a life of crime and prison. In an interview, Jerick disclosed that he was arrested multiple times by law enforcement agencies due to his involvement in vices. According to Jerick, music became his saving grace, distracting him from negative influences. The Enugu-born rapper shared his struggles to break into the Lagos music scene, initially facing difficulties collaborating with artists. However, his 2021 EP, East and West, with Demo, marked a turning point in his career. And that's it for entertainment. I am Precious Agamano.
Well, Precious, thank you. And that wraps it up for us, the news. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that a Zamfara attack has claimed lives of 5 soldiers and 1 police officer.
Also, trial of Sirika and others delayed over missing document.
Court grants bail to Anthony Joshua's driver and adjourns trial to February 25.
Anyanwu loses case against INEC and others.
Also, INEC warns against a fake 2027 election timetable.
Sanwo-Olu defends Makoko demolitions.
On the foreign scene, Macron warns of a world without global rules.
In business, Wale Edun says federal government will cut borrowing.
Well, in sports news, Victor Osimhen fit for Atletico game.
And in the world of entertainment, Funke Akindele makes history in Canada, North America with Behind the Scenes. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make